ship out every single business day. So whenever Postal's running, that's when we run things.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen and share the live to your story or repost it so your followers see it on their FYP. Either way helps us get out on the algorithm and maybe get somebody in here who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. And if you have a belief in a god or gods or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not looking to debate or argue. I'm not looking to tear you down or burgle your gods. I really just want to know, if you can question it, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? And before we do get started, I want to make sure that I say thank you to everybody for getting us to 7,000 likes already. Really appreciate all the taps. But also welcome in to everybody who is joining us. Welcome in Bats, Toad Modu, Base God, Slippy, DJ09K. Welcome in Smoke My Taco at 96. Welcome in Trackdale, Witty, Savvy Boo. Also Winter's Child and Monique Jones. Welcome to all of you. So good to see you. Also Justaro, Just the Jester, and Birdies. Good to see you. Welcome everybody. I think I see a few people in queue. I don't know who was first, but I will try to get to each of you if you're patient enough to still even be there. I think we might be just about ready. Oh, we didn't even hear you, Birdies. You were only here for a second. But don't feel bad. That's why I say we do appreciate all of you, as on stage or not, or even those that we never even know are sleeping. Chibuzor, I'm not sure what that sentence even means. But congratulations, I guess, on putting words together. Well, there's nothing wrong with that, Smoke My Taco, as long as I'm not the one falling asleep to the live. I think we're good. Though that's happened once or twice. Okay, once or twice recently. It used to happen quite a bit more frequently, but we don't let that happen anymore. Hello, two-lane blacktop. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
74.
Sorry, it's very difficult to hear you. What was that?
74.
74. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Absolutely not. I don't believe in anything. I
see.
accept facts because they can be changed.
I see. You accept facts because they can be changed, and you don't use the term belief to relate to your acceptance of facts.
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Belief is the acceptance of things without proof. And the acceptance of things without proof can be anything. It's imagination instead of fact.
I see. So, sort of a semantic game about what you think belief means.
No, it's at the total mindset.
What do you mean?
People who believe will believe
mindset?
forever and you can't change their mind. People who accept facts can change their mind. And they can.
Again, that it's sort of a semantic argument about what you think belief means as opposed to.
What do you think belief means?
It doesn't really matter too much, but I'm kind of curious why this is the.
It's a semantic, isn't it not? What is belief? Let's do the easy thing. Let's
we're going to do the really easy thing.
Belief?
I think the really easy thing, Tulane, is for me to just wait for an honest interlocutor who's capable of questioning their beliefs without having some sort of pissing contest before I've even asked 2 questions. Get over yourself, and then maybe try again. For 74 years, you'd think you'd learn some manners. I'm doing wonderfully, Shell. Good to see you. Also good to see you, Duragon. And Slippy. I don't know. The kind of drop you live for. I don't know what that means, Slippy. It's the kind of drop that I question. Where I'm like, could I have been more patient? Maybe I was. But he was so full of argument and ready to tear into something, and he just didn't even know what to tear into. Well, thank you, Slippy. I appreciate it. The perfect amount of authoritative and also the perfect amount of ready for questioning. And I don't think he was. I think he was just ready for telling. A show on satellite radio. Now that would be interesting. A live call-in show. That's what I would want to do. I'd want to have a phone number. Anybody calls in. Have screeners. Oh my goodness. Call screeners. What would I do? I don't know how I would manage. Not being surprised every time when someone either can question their beliefs or can't even communicate. It would be wild to know what's coming. Early 2000s talk radio. That would be a fun way to do it, right? Hello, Wolf. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
What is up, big dog? 26.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I think the way I would level it out is I think they're just running you in a fucking circle.
Who?
Everyone. The
Who's
elites.
running who?
The elites, everyone. Old church, new church, elites. I mean, there's always been someone at some point or another trying to make you push some sort of thing on you.
I see. So the answer to whether or not you believe in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, is that bare?
I'm honestly not sure at this point. They've run us dizzy at this point. There's really no fucking telling at this point. I think it's just in its entirety bullshit for the most part. And I think that's the point, is that we're supposed to just be running a circle for our whole life so they can do what they got to do.
So that they, who is they?
Everyone, like I said, old church,
Everyone.
New church.
Which church is the old
it can
church?
even run down to the French Parliament. You can run it down to even to the new elites in the files. All of them. They push agendas on you, and they always have, and it will always do that. There will always be someone who has more power than you, push false activities on you. That's just what they do. That way you don't ever know exactly.
So are you saying the higher power that you believe in is...
I could sum it up in one sentence for you if you want me to summarize it. It's all bullshit. It is all bullshit. It's
great. So now that we know how you feel about that, do you actually...
Why are we whispering? Do you need to be quiet? Are you...
Yeah, I'm not whispering at all. So do you actually...
But you're talking.
Okay, so...
Yeah, if I match your voice tone, this is...
I see. You'd have to be a little bit louder, wouldn't you?
I guess I could get closer to the microphone, but
yeah, that would make it really breathy, and that wouldn't sound like me at all. How about this?
It's not about your tone.
Yeah.
It's about your volume.
How about we just say fuck off, and wait till somebody's actually mature enough to have a conversation about what they believe and why. I'm down for that. Oh, wait, I didn't wait for your opinion, did I? This is why we can't have nice things. Yeah, it was an 8 out of a 10. Could have been better. I'd have preferred not to have to drop him at all. I'd have questioned his belief in the higher power that is all controlling everything, keeping him running in circles. But he decided he couldn't get past the sound of another person's voice. That is the only thing he got. But I wonder if any of you have got a belief in a god or gods, or a higher power, or anything like that, and are capable of questioning that belief. If that's what you're in, show me what you've got. Eric is starting to believe this is the end of days. Well, that's an interesting, depressing thought. Why would you start to believe that? He says this is not depressing. Maybe I need... Is it the music? Is that making you feel like everything is ending? Or you actually mean just like in general life? It could generally just be your social media feed. It could be, I don't know, fear sells, doesn't it? Dancing in Duality asks, why the bats? Is it more the nocturnal aspect? Or goddess? I'm assuming you mean why the goddess. I mean, a goddess makes more sense. If we're gendering supernatural entities, a goddess makes more sense than a god, because from what we observe, tends to be the... Well, I mean, you can have a mother and not necessarily need a father, per se, at least not in the picture. And there are biological life forms that don't sexually reproduce. I guess you would call a parent like a mother. I don't know, it just made sense. And the bats, I mean, who doesn't love a bat? There's layers of symbolism there. Yeah, bats, I understand. I mean, some people just don't like bats. Makes perfect sense that somebody with your TikTok handle wouldn't appreciate a bat. Before I do bring up the next guest, I did notice that I am a terribly negligent host who's let this gift goal sit up here completed and haven't thanked everybody. So let me make sure that I thank Shell, Bats96, DJ09, and Birdies for helping with that goal. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And I think think we do have one in queue. I know, Digital Alkia. It's outrageous. How dare I? Hello, Joey. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Are you there, Joey? Did you mean to join us? I'm gonna guess Joey did not mean to join us. But if you did, you can always request back up. Just sounded like a lot of background noise. Oh, you did, but your mic's... Sorry, Joey. I didn't hear you speaking at all. Well, you can try again, of course. You might try using your phone as the microphone. And just make sure you hold it still. That'll keep all the background noise out. But otherwise, I don't mind waiting to see who does have a belief in the... That was a good conversation, Majestic Moose. Now, Nora, how wild are your beliefs? And can you question them? Are they so wild that you can't even pin down what to ask? Is that what we're missing, Wildatas? Antonio Banderas. Hell yeah, 30,000 likes. Appreciate all those taps. Also appreciate all the shares. 248. That's amazing. We should have a lot more people in here. If we, I guess, keep tapping the screen, sharing the live out. And if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, then go ahead and request on up, of course. I don't have Antonio Banderas. I do have a Michael V exclusive, though.
Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on up.
Digital Alky, what do you mean you can't believe it's real? I know I'm always encouraging you to question your beliefs, but are you questioning the current experience? Are you questioning your sanity? Maybe you are just a brain in a jar, imagining a weird little TikTok live, because your brain can't come up with something better. I think I'd have dragons. Oh wait, there is a dragon. Well, thank you, Autumn. Appreciate you. Try to be entertaining even when we've got no one to question, but I really would prefer if we had anybody who could question their beliefs in a god or gods, higher power, really anything like that. I don't know why the board is not showing up. I'll try that again. Well, TikTok's giving me a hard time putting the board up. I just wanted to let people know that if they've got God, I'd like to know why. But I guess it doesn't want to let me put that screen up. It is apparently under review. It is quiet, Renee. We've had a couple of guests already. Yeah, no, neither one ready to question their beliefs. But that's all right. Plenty of time for someone else who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. And plenty of time for me to thank Bats, Crystal J, Shell, 96, and Dancing in Duality for helping with the goal. Appreciate all of you. Thank you. And in absence of another guest, I think we'll listen to another one of those Michael V tracks, but this time I'm thinking something more like moth wings and
I sit where the night folds over thought, counting the cracks in the wall. Every certainty feels like a brittle branch, every answer a shadow I can't quite reach. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. The moon laughs at all your neat categories. Darkness darkness hums in the spaces between. I'm the echo of questions you forgot, the small thrill of things you've never seen. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. Nothing is final, nothing is true, just shadows and whispers, me and you. We dance in the quiet, under the stars, as the world sleeps, we heal our scars. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. Maybe tonight. Oh, maybe tonight.
Greetings.
Soul brother, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 64.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods higher in power or anything like that?
No, honestly, no, you know. Honestly, no.
Why not?
Because my last stop was Mother Gaia. And my last stop was Mother Gaia. But I cut that off like 4 months now, you know. I don't pray to nothing anymore. I just know that I'm my own God. Because I'm a soul, you know.
I'm sorry, you said your last god was Gaia, but you don't pray to that now.
No.
And you said you're a soul.
Yes.
What is a soul?
The soul is eternal.
So you believe that you have an eternal soul?
I don't believe. I know that I'm eternal. I'm a soul because living in this matrix, you have NPC, which is spirit code, and you have souls. Out of every 80, you have one soul. Out of every 80, because you have like 8 billion people, they say, in the world, right?
I'm sorry, you're saying there are NPCs. What is an NPC?
NPC is like a non-player character. You ever play a video game before?
Yes.
All right. You know those players that you control in the video game. The
Right.
players that you control, they would be considered as souls.
So you're saying that there are people who don't have souls?
Yes.
How did you determine that there are people without souls?
You got an inner monologue?
Whether or not I have an inner monologue doesn't make a difference, but are you saying people without inner monologues?
Yeah, most people without people who are spirits, they don't have an inner monologue. They don't.
People who are spirits. What's a spirit? Is that different from a soul?
The spirit is zeros and one, yeah. This world is their world. They belongs here. I don't belong. This is not my home. This is not my home.
So you're saying that
Because they can't go back home to base reality.
what is a spirit?
I just explained to you what a spirit
You're
is.
saying a spirit is an NPC.
Yes.
A spirit is somebody whose reality is this, and they can't go anywhere else. This is where they live.
Yeah,
And
this is
you are from somewhere else. And you're saying that you're a soul, and souls are something different, and they're from somewhere else, and they get to
souls
go
are
back to that somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm going back there because I realized that I've been reincarnated many times, but they wipe my memory each time I come back here.
They? Who's they? Who's the they that wipes
The
your memory?
Archons. You ever heard about the Archons?
You're saying archons wipe your memory.
Archons. You ever heard about them?
Where did you hear about archons?
Archons, you could hear about them everywhere. People talk about them. The Archons, they are entities. They AI. Their program is to keep you trapped.
You're saying archons are AIs that are programmed to keep you trapped?
Yes. As a soul.
Why do you assume that there are souls and spirits and archons?
Because I'm not assuming, I know.
You say you know. How do you know?
I know because, as I explained to you before, that spirits don't have an inner monologue. They doesn't think within themselves.
You're saying that just because some people don't have inner monologues, then therefore they must be something different from you, and that makes you from another world that was chosen to be.
I'm not from another world. I'm from
so
base reality. Do you know
base
that we are?
reality.
Do you know that we are living in a simulated world?
You've decided. You seem to have decided that, soul brother, but I don't know how you've determined that there is a simulation. What makes you believe that?
You ever watch the movie The Matrix?
Yeah, I've seen movies before. I don't know how a movie makes you decide that this reality.
You ever watch The Matrix?
I'm not done asking the question, soul brother.
Okay, go ahead.
How has the movie made you decide that this reality is a simulation?
Because they drop nuggets in the movie. The people.
Who's the they?
The people who's in charge of this matrix.
Why do you think there are people in charge of a matrix?
So you don't believe that we are living in a simulation then?
What I believe doesn't make a difference, soul brother. The topic of the live is, can you question your beliefs? It seems to me.
I don't believe.
It seems to me that you're not capable of even questioning this. It's not a belief. You claim it's a knowing. You think
it's a knowing, yeah,
because you watched a movie, and in the movie it seemed to.
I'm just using that as an analogy. I'm just using that as an example. I'm
sorry. All you've said is that you've decided these things are true because you watched a movie. Is there some other reason?
No. You're putting words in my mouth now. I'm
sorry. I didn't think I put words in your mouth, but I'm pretty sure you said when I asked you why you believe this, that it was the Matrix movie and that they dropped hints in it. Are you saying that's not why you believe it?
I'm going to say this again. I don't believe this. I know this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you say you know it. So when I ask you why, you say it's from the Matrix movie.
No, I just
not from the Matrix movie.
You finish? Could I speak now?
Seems like it was your turn.
All right, my brother. I just use that one movie. But there's many movies that they put nuggets in. Many.
Oh, I see, it's movies though.
Many.
So is it only movies that make you feel like you have a knowing?
No, my inner monologue. I go into my...
it's your inner monologue.
Yeah,
so
my
between watching these movies and thinking in your brain and having this inner monologue.
Not in my brain. Not in my brain.
I'm sorry, you've decided that's somewhere else. Where is the
My
thinking?
mind and my heart and my soul.
What is in your mind, in your heart, in your soul? I thought you were the soul.
Yes, because I'm the soul. I am the
So
soul.
in
This
the soul,
body that
where
I'm
is
in,
the soul located?
my soul is in this body that is
Where in the
considered for
body?
me. My soul is sit within the heart and the mind. That's where it
In the
sits.
heart and the mind. Where's the
Yes.
mind?
The mind is coming from the one God mind, the one soul, the one God mind.
Where is the mind?
My mind is within my heart. It sits within my heart.
So what is your brain's function in your
My brain is just like a VR headset.
what do you it's a
VR
what?
headset. Like that's why I was asking you if you ever play a video game before. That's why I was asking you that.
You're saying the brain is a VR headset?
Yes.
Why have you decided it's a VR headset and not a processing unit?
Because it's ones and zeros. The VR headset, it only can see because what the eye see, the VR headset break it down, which I know, but the VR headset break down things in a certain way that people, they think with their brain, but I think with my heart and my mind and my soul.
You think with your heart and your mind and your soul. It sounds
Yeah.
like you're choosing a bunch of things to think with.
Yeah, because all of these things connected.
That it doesn't sound like are designed for thinking. And in doing that, it's made it very difficult for you to communicate this idea without sounding like just somebody who's watched a movie, decided there was a simulation, and
No.
is now just saying that's what is. Like
No.
somebody who
No.
watches Lord of the Rings and decides they're a wizard now.
No.
Or a hobbit.
It's just little gems that they would drop in the movie, which it's in my mind, and when I see that in the movie, it reveals
Gems that are in
what
your
I was
mind.
seeing within my soul was right. So let me ask you a question now.
I don't think I'm interested in what your questions are right now, soul brother, because it doesn't seem like you're really capable of questioning your beliefs. I don't.
I tell you, I don't believe, I know.
Yeah, that's what you tell me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm going home.
How is it you've determined that you know and it's not a belief?
Or I determine that I know and it's not a belief. Because when you, all right, your name, do you know, like, you know your mother, right? Your mother, you know that's your mother, right? Your mother, you don't believe that she's your mother. You know that she's your mother, right?
Wow. I would say I believe and know.
You believe that your mother is your mother? You don't know that your mother is your mother?
Can you not do both?
Wow. So you believe that your mother is your mother. You don't know that.
So you're not listening to the question I asked. Can you do both? Is it possible to believe something and know it?
If it's possible for you to believe something and know it, not what I'm talking about with you right now. I know this. I don't believe this. I know it. I know that what I'm saying is facts.
You say that, but how? Nuggets from movies. So watching nuggets from, like I said, Lord of the Rings, I should start to think there are hobbits.
Could I ask you a question?
All right.
You think this is your first time you
Oops. Uh-oh. Wonder how that happened. Hello, W. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
34.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Honestly, I haven't laughed that hard all year. But yeah, no. Yes, absolutely. All the time. All the time.
I'm sorry, all I'm hearing is a whole bunch of wrestling around with like cats.
Yeah, I was gonna
and
say,
stuff.
can you give me a minute?
Okay. Why don't you request back up when you're ready?
Hello.
Hello, Casey. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
34. I
And
think.
do you have a belief? Sorry,
Christian.
do you have a belief? Oh, you're a Christian. Okay. And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Nope.
Why not?
I went to church and listened to it.
You went to church and listened to it. Listened
Yeah.
to what?
It was a non-denominational church, and they would take verses from the Bible and they would put it into like layman's terms and relate it to our everyday life.
So you went to a church where people related their understanding of a Bible to everyday life, and that's what you believe?
Yeah, I think that's the whole reason that I believe in God and not church, because church is man-made. So
How do you know that God is not?
Man-made?
Yes.
Oh, because we're all here, and
I'm not sure what that means.
I gave birth to my beautiful sons, and
Congratulations. I'm not sure what that means, though.
because it's miracles. I don't know.
How are those miracles? Biological life reproduces.
I hear you.
How's that a miracle? I mean, congratulations, but
No. I hear your question. I don't know, man. I honestly, I just believe it, and I do think that certain. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Do you think that the stories from the Christian Bible are true?
They do sound pretty fairy tale-ish, if it, obviously there are certain ones, my mind's not lost on that. I think that these are a bunch of people telling a story, that over time that kind of runs together, and maybe some people embellish things. Is that fair? Okay, I guess it's not fair.
You guess what's not there?
Fair. That.
Oh, it's not fair.
Yeah, we can't take every single thing, I think, 100%, because it was written by many people, different people over time, about their experiences. And some people probably, everyone's different. Some people get real animated. I don't know.
Okay, so you're saying that you believe some of the stories, but some of them might be embellished.
Yeah, yeah,
Do you
I think
believe?
so.
Do you believe in the creation stories?
Yes,
6 days in a particular order, and Adam and Eve in the garden. Those stories.
yes. It's
You can elaborate if there's something.
I man. You always get me. I just know that God is real, and I don't know about the rest.
So you just know that God is real,
Hmm.
but the Bible may or may not be true. Things like the particulars of a
Hmm.
creation
Hmm.
story, the Adam and Eve, original sin, Jesus Christ, even.
No, not Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
that one can't be
No,
mistaken.
don't touch that one.
Why is
Yeah,
that?
that's how I feel.
It's how you feel. So
Yeah.
you're saying I mean, could the story still not be true? Or is that one that like,
Well, the story with Jesus Christ is actually it actually sounds like he got treated like, for lack of a better term, shit. And so I don't
okay,
actually think it's like a crazy thing. Um,
what do you mean?
like it's not like Adam and Eve, um, how that story feels. Like Jesus was born and he was here and he spoke and people either believed him or they didn't.
So how do you know that Jesus was here?
Um, because there's evidence of that.
Are you sure?
Yes, that's one thing I'm happy about my church for. They
They do what?
they they talked about the scientific evidence of it.
Scientific evidence of Jesus?
From yes, yeah, from what I remember, yeah.
I'm really curious what that might be.
Man, it's been a minute. Um, hey, just wondering, do you play an instrument?
I do. I play several.
What's your main instrument of choice?
Why does that matter?
Because, okay, forget it. Okay, I'm trying. Never mind. My computer's dead, so I can't even look up what I was trying to.
As far as scientific evidence for
Yeah,
Jesus.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, I was trying to look it up. I mean, I could go up in my closet, find my
What would
book
that
from
mean?
church.
Like what would scientific evidence for Jesus even mean? How would it be scientific?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like uh, historical evidence. Like how is anything that we read about in a history book, right? Like if you find this or that, um, and you analyze it, and that's what it is. From I don't know how to explain historian or history person, but sorry, not a historian. I'm not a history person. Why'd your music cut off? Sounds really quiet.
I was
Sometimes it
trying
goes up and
to,
down.
yeah, I was trying to fix the mixer here.
Good evening, Casey. Do you mind if I ask you a couple questions?
No, not at all, sir.
Well, thank you. Um, I guess I'm wondering first, do you think that the Bible is a history book or a book that exists in history? And I'm happy to kind of
Um,
clarify what that means.
yeah, please do.
Sure. So, a history book has the you were describing that like historians would expect a history book to have factual information describing the events of history in an objective, uh, non-biased sort of way. I mean, obviously, there's going. It doesn't matter. The point is, as unbiased as possible. It's simply the facts. Whereas a book in history is a part of sort of the archaeological record itself. That a
Hmm.
book in history is sort of uh, we can look at that book to understand how the people at that time thought of themselves and their world around them, but
Right,
not necessarily a source of history in the sense that we would expect from a history book.
right. Okay, I hear you. So, okay, so you want me to answer which?
Yeah, I'm wondering if you think that the Bible is a history book or a book that exists in history.
I think it's a book that exists in history, and then I think that people are taking that book that exists in history and they are making essentially their own history books, if you will, and they're preaching them to people. Does that make sense?
I think so. When you say people are making their own history books, what does that mean?
Like everybody can take their own interpretation of the Bible and then preach it. Um, and
Would that
there's,
mhm.
hmm?
Would that be a good way to write history? Like, would that be a good way to sort of
No,
compile history?
no, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think, um, I think that's why, like, um, there's certain, you know, there's a lot of different, like, you have Catholic, you have Christian, you have, you know, Judaism, you have a bunch of different things, right? And so I think um, that's just part of the reason why I liked mine. My mom was raised Catholic, and it I just feel like I maybe what I was brought up and what I learned, um, and the way that it was presented to me was different than a lot of other people. And I'm sure that if it wasn't that way, I would probably not believe, um,
If it
because
wasn't
it would have
that
turned
way,
me off of it. Yes.
if it
Yeah.
wasn't that you were brought up that way.
No. 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 I didn't even start going to church until like after my
What did you
parents
mean
got
if it
divorced. It was
wasn't that
later.
way?
Oh, the way that like my mom was very strong opinion about not doing the Catholic Church thing, and I've gone to them, and I completely understand where she was coming from. So, like now in my adult years, so she brought us after my parents got divorced. She brought us to this Christian church, and we were there from the beginning of time, and it was one of those like I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't just like they read from the Bible, they sing a song, you said, they explained it and they gave facts back up
How do you
because
know that they were facts?
at the time, I'm just, taking it for what it is. I was younger, but they, were saying like, hey, and so it makes complete sense to question this, that, or the other. And then they would give like backup facts, if you will. And
They would
but my
give
computer's dead, so I can't.
backup facts. And the facts
hmm
were scientific evidences for Jesus.
hmm Yes. Yes, absolutely. They did.
So
Yes.
you're just kind of believing this based on what you claim to have. Like, have you researched these supposed facts to see that they are true? Or are you taking it on the word of somebody that you trust?
I mean, in high school, I took it on the word of somebody I guess I trusted. Yeah. So to answer your question, no. Um, I haven't like dug into it, but I wish I could remember. It was much more clear. It wasn't like they just had a PowerPoint, if you will, with like no data behind it because they know that it's questioned so much, and I really appreciated that about it. This church too, um, and so it was like valid. It was just so long ago. I don't have exactly what it was, but if I was raised Catholic and oh,
Is
sorry,
it
go ahead.
possible that there is no scientific evidence for Jesus, at, at least in the way that you're describing, that the things that you were told were, um, uh,
Untrue.
well, church lore? Yeah, perhaps untrue.
Yeah, anything's possible. Can I ask a question?
You can
No.
ask it, Casey. It's just going to depend on what it is, because I'm more interested in keeping us on track to questioning your beliefs, but if it seems helpful.
I guess, well, I mean, I think it's in the realm. What, um, so I assume you don't believe.
What I believe doesn't really make a difference.
Okay. Um,
in terms of questioning your beliefs.
True. I should be more nuanced with that. It's not just. I'm not trying to be dismissive.
no, I know. I get it. You don't want to turn back on you. I'm not even trying to do that. I just like,
I understand.
um, it seems like obviously something that's really, you know, uh,
Can I
important
ask?
or passionate to you. And so I just want to know like why. Um,
Because what people believe informs their actions, and actions affect everyone. I think it's important that we critically think about what we believe.
okay. I like that answer.
Hmm?
That's
Normally, I would reserve an answer like that for question the questioner, but I think it was fitting.
sorry.
You've been honest and open so far. But I would like to keep us on
Okay,
track, and
let's
Raph
keep
has a
going.
question.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think my question, like, do you, how do you feel asking, being asked questions about the historicity of the text? Do you like, yeah, how do you feel about getting asked these types?
I think so the best way I can describe it is I like if you're gonna like quiz me on the Bible, right? Like I don't don't know it front to back. I don't. That I will say that right up front. Um, it's not really, I know the gists from growing up and going every single Sunday with my mom, and it's just something that like it's within me. I know it. I know, or I don't. Okay, I believe it very, very strongly. And I don't know how to like uh, relay that to people if they're very like if they don't see that. Does that make sense? Like I can't.
Yeah, you have a
I can't.
strongly held belief. I understand.
Yeah.
Um, so, like, um, if you were to, pull up your computer and that it was charged or whatever, and we would go through all the things,
Hmm.
I imagine that we would have some moments of pretty like we would have to,
Yeah.
closely examine some things and look at those beliefs more closely. Do you think that there's a possibility that maybe there's an incentive as to not open up that book or not open up that can of worms, so to speak?
Um. I will say 100 billion% before like now. Um. That wasn't like a fear, right? It just life has happened, and I've never been a big reader. Um, so here we are. But with you asking that question right now, to say that that doesn't like kind of make my stomach cringe, that would be a lie. Like it does. Um, I, like I don't know how many more things that I thought were true need to be taken away. So,
Yeah, and
Does
I
that make
think
it?
like, sorry,
Does
Priel,
it?
go ahead. Yep.
Well, I just wanted to ask,
Mm.
kind of on that vein, does it make it likely that you're putting a guard up?
at this moment, yeah, maybe a little bit. Like I can like literally feel it.
Hmm.
So, but that's not to say that I don't. I just like, what's the goal here? Like, what if somebody does believe and it makes them happy? So, what's the goal for you guys? Like, I really don't get it.
To encourage critical thinking.
I critical think all the time. That's all I
Are you
do is
sure?
think. Yeah, I overthink everything.
I think for me personally, just because I do think it's an interesting question that I think can get to better questions even. Um,
Mhm.
for me personally, I see this um, as sort of pulling back the curtain on things that are potentially holding us back as a society. And I'm not saying that you are by any means, but I do think that when we hold beliefs without questioning them, there are opportunities for growth, and um, I think when it is like the ones that we are most strongly held to are the ones that we should deconstruct even more. Um, yeah,
I think for me, the goal, I see you here a lot, and I think for me, the goal is, well, for one to understand, right? I'm a lifelong atheist. I've never had a belief, and I don't understand it. And it has been like I've spent my entire 30 years of life trying to. Um, but also to give people the space to ask the questions and work the things out that they feel like they can't in their lives. It's not about taking people's belief or deconstructing them. It's just about allowing the questioning. encouraging it even.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think I've gone through periods of time where that has been the case. I think as like if we're talking about a society, um, Rav Kabu, I think, and maybe I'm not like the standard. I don't know. Like I don't care what anybody else does. Like I don't impose the fact that I believe in God or my beliefs like on.
But does it matter to you if it's true or not?
Oh, yes, and yes.
Why does it matter if it's true?
And why wouldn't it? I mean, like if somebody could tell me, hey, what you believe is factual, 100%. What do you mean?
Well, we can't know that it's true, so why does it matter to you that it is?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know we can't know. I thought the concept, okay, sorry, I misunderstood the question. I thought the concept was like if you could be told, hey, here's your factual evidence, it's true. In which case, who wouldn't want to know that?
I agree. Yeah, I mean, of course, you would want to know if it was a knowable thing, but as it stands, it not being a knowable thing, why is it important that it's true?
That's like saying
What difference is it going to make whether it's true or not?
if you that's like saying God, I can't even think of what that is, but I I don't even know how to answer that. What do you mean? Like, of course, you'd want to know something
I
that
mean,
you are like you're believing in, that you
what I mean
like
is functionally, there is no difference if
functionally.
it's true
Oh,
or if it's not true because you can't know.
right. That's why it's belief. Okay. Yep, it's belief.
Right. So that's why that's my question. Then why does it matter since functionally there is no difference?
It doesn't.
This is a genuine question. I'm not trying to like get you in anything. I genuinely mean that.
I think that it would be like, and that's what I'm trying to say is that that was one of the things I remember growing up, and this church that my mom took, we went to when I was in high school, and they knew that it was questioned, it was questioned, it was questioned. So um, they did like they brought up the history, and it was like factual things. I don't I don't. It's been a long time, so I don't have that, but there is something about having like that validation. It's not like I believe more because that, but it's when people in a situation like this, for example, like it kind of gives you a little bit of solace. Like it's like okay, like I'm not nuts, okay, you know?
We're all
That's
mad
fair.
here.
Yeah, for the record, I don't think
Uh,
people with beliefs are crazy, just inherently.
yeah. So
You know, my favorite line from Through the Looking Glass is when the hare says to Alice, "Would you like some more tea?" And she goes, "How can I have any more? I haven't had any yet."
wait. Did we have to
So
read that like back in school?
I don't know that I read it for school.
Well,
I think I just read it. Yeah.
I wish I liked reading. I don't, but I think that we did. Sounds familiar.
are we questioning the belief right now? Are we
Um,
questioning?
I'm
If you were to find out that what you believe is not true, would you still, like, what would
no,
change? Uh,
honestly, that would kind of mess with me, like major, right? So, um, I like I I obviously if if it was like factual, hey, this is not real. Um,
Would you want to know?
My keyboard's glitching. I'll be right back.
Okay.
yes, I would want to know. Yes. Um,
why?
hmm.
Sorry, it's raining really hard, so it might be really loud. Why would you want to know?
Because I'm raising two boys, and I want to like, hey, if I'm wrong and there's not a life after this, geez, like, I don't know, do more with it then. I don't know. Um, that's why.
Wait. Did you just say if you're wrong and there's a life
Mhm.
after this, then do
Mhm.
more with this life? That's what you said.
Mhm.
Why would you not treat it that way? Just, just in case, just because.
Do you have kids?
Matters.
It absolutely does. So I I have been a mom since
A
22.
kid, and that
22. Okay. Senior in college. Um, I
What does it
lived
have to
in the
do with
20s.
Kat's
because I
question?
lived I lived my fucking life before that, okay? Like I went balls to the walls, I studied abroad, I did all the things, but then life changed, okay? And my point is that I don't want to teach now my 11-year-old and then my 9-month-old something that is a falsity. Like it's not
What's a
I'm not
falsity that you'd be teaching?
oh, if
Right, that also has nothing to do with the question that I asked you. Like, nothing. And I'm really glad that you're fortunate enough to have that experience. Some of us are not.
what
But
experience?
that really had nothing to do. The experience of being a mother. Um, that really had nothing to do with what I asked you.
You asked why I couldn't just like do people get to go and do any and everything. Like I have to work. I have two boys. Like it's not like that. Like it's I can't just like pick up my shit and go do anything I want. That's not how it works.
I don't know that I heard anybody suggest that.
Didn't hear it
That's
at all.
what Kat
So,
said.
what did Kat say? What was the
Okay.
question she was asking you?
Why do you have to not be or be told that it's not true to
No,
come to
you
the
said
conclusion?
if there was no afterlife, I would be doing a lot more with this life. And I said, why aren't you doing that anyway?
I didn't say that in that term at all. I said,
Should we
I,
hit the playback?
yes, please do, because I said I would tell my boys. I said I would tell my boys to live. to live that way. Okay? That's all I'm thinking about.
So,
Okay,
Hit
the
the
same question
playback.
applies.
Hit the
The
playback,
same
please.
question
For the love of
applies
God. Hit
either.
the. Why are you
The
coming at me
same
so
question.
hot? God damn.
The same question applies
we're
either
done.
way. Oh, okay. Yeah.
We're done.
Thanks.
Too much defense. She's not actually here to question her beliefs. We're getting defensive and argumentative. Maybe
I
another
really
time.
don't like the. Do you have things like it changes? Like I could not possibly understand and experience because anyway, that is
Well,
not my change.
it didn't address your question.
In fact, it gave an opportunity to not answer the question. And by the way, like I think like what a great question. Like why not do more? And by the way, more doesn't mean. And I think it's interesting that she thought more means party when more could mean cleaning up parks and
Yeah, I thought that was really strange.
learning a new language and you know getting a hobby like that's more too, which just to me says she's still 22. You did say party. You said you'd be partying.
I don't have time to clean parks. I don't know what she's talking about now. I think we're gonna go ahead and thank everybody for the 54,000 times that they've tapped the screen. Thank you all for all of the over 250 times we've shared the live. Wow, appreciate all of that.
You
And
guys
thank
are doing real good on the likes tonight. I'm really impressed.
hell yeah. And a quick reminder, if anybody does have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and you can question it, well, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to argue or debate. I'm not here to tear you down or make you feel like a fool. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
Hey, Big Cat.
I think it's really.
Casey,
I am good. I think it's really weird when women get very defensive because another woman joins the panel and asks you very honest, genuine questions. That's really weird.
I clocked it, but I'm not about to say anything because I feel like I could get in trouble pretty quickly there. Although I
Right?
just said
You
it.
guys aren't. You guys aren't women, so it's like. But I am, and I can say that. And it is. Yeah. No. It's a very strange thing. It's a very strange way to behave because I came up very excited to speak with you because I see you here all the time, and I came up very like gently and genuinely asking you questions.
I feel like the music is doing extra tonight.
there's one track, and well, actually, there's probably two or three that have these just little phrases in there that kind of pull your attention for just a moment.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello, W. Sounds like the mic is working now. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
29.
20 what?
9.
29.
Okay. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I would like to think I do. As of late, I have definitely questioned my belief. So, to answer your question, yeah, I believe in a God. I believe there's
Which
something
one?
higher than me. I don't know, just something that's above me. Like, not like physically above me, but like in the sense of like power, like authority.
Like
Like a waterfall?
No,
a government?
no. Well, kinda, yeah. But more
Kinda.
than that. More than that. More like an energy.
What is energy?
I don't know, it's all around us.
What is it?
I think it's the source of pretty much everything, right?
I don't know. What are you saying it is?
Energy. Like,
I'm still not clear on what you mean energy is. You're just saying it's the source of everything. That's what energy is.
yeah, I just see God as more than a public figure or more than, someone to worship to. I just see him more than all that.
You see him more.
Like, I don't not see him physically, but I picture him like that he's bigger than all that, like,
He.
yeah, whatever he is, it is.
So you
Like,
see
yeah, like, I'm
God
sure
as
something created all this around us, right?
Why?
Well, I don't know. Do you think it created itself?
I don't know. Why do you think
Uh,
that something created everything?
I don't know either, but it's just my belief.
Why?
Because like something had to have created
Why do
something.
you say had to?
It's just my belief. I don't know.
Why? I can appreciate the I don't know, but
Yeah, because like honestly, I don't even know. It's
Why do you think it was created at all? Why do you believe it was created? Like not or like why what not what is the reason for creation, but why do you believe it was created? Sorry, I know that can come off two different ways.
like for the reason it was created.
not the
No,
reason.
what is
The reason you believe.
yes.
What is the reason you believe it? Is there?
The reason I believe why it's
On what
created
basis
at
do you believe it
all.
was created?
I don't know, just because maybe
He's still thinking on the why, like
someone
not
was. I mean, like think about it. There's 8+ billion people, right? Maybe someone that has a lot of power got really bored and decided to put some people on a planet. I don't know.
You're still trying to answer the wrong question.
Oh, really?
Why do you believe that everything needed to be created? Could things not have a method of which things have
Well, I don't
come
think that's.
to exist the way they are without a creator?
I don't think that's really logical, right? Because we all had, we all came from a female, and like, you know what I mean? We all have age, so how does that even sound logical?
What do you mean?
Well, there's a time, right? Like there was a time when we were born, and there's a time when we die. So if that's the same formula to everybody, then I mean, that's why, right? Like it can't just
What?
all. It can't just all be
You're
here.
saying because, okay, you're saying because we humans have finite lives, then therefore everything in existence must necessarily be created.
Yeah,
What?
yeah, pretty much, because
How
there's a
does that
start.
even follow?
Well, there's a beginning and an end, right? Like, where have you always
life,
been?
sorry, you're saying life has a beginning and an end. But
Well, exactly.
how is it you've concluded that existence has a beginning and an end? Why do you
Well, I mean,
conflate the two?
I don't know, because like the things around us is life, right? And we are life, so I mean, why not conflate them?
Doesn't that
What's that?
isn't that a pretty narrow scope? Like to see the universe through the lens of one human life?
Well, no, we're 8 billion human lives, not one.
Sure, but I mean, in the course of, let me ask you a question. How old do you think the universe is?
I have no idea.
I mean,
I'm not gonna
what kind of bet?
pretend.
What's your best guess?
I'm not gonna pretend like I know, so I don't have an answer for that.
Well, there's typically two answers, right? I mean, especially if you're coming from a Christian worldview, either it's around 6,000 years old, or it's 4 million years old. Which of those seem more plausible to you?
Honestly, I think it's irrelevant because how can't even wrap our heads around either one of the numbers, right? I mean, we weren't there at the beginning, so like, how could we even? I'm only
That's a
not even 30 years old, so I had to say about anything.
well, that's a great point. That's kind of my point to begin with, actually, which is that a singular life, even in the course of 6,000 years, is minuscule. And so I guess what I'm wondering is how can you make a determination about what is eternal or what's not eternal based on only 29 years of life
I
in
don't know.
perspective?
Earth's a pretty big place. I mean, it must have taken a long time building it all, right? I don't know. Or like, how was it formed, or like the Big Bang, or I don't know. There must have been some kind of process, you would think, right?
I love that word.
Process?
Process, yeah.
Why do you love that word?
Well, let me ask you, why did you use the
Somebody's
word
God is
process?
showing.
Yeah.
What?
He just popped up to say hello. No, but why did you use the word process? Why did the word process come forward for you?
That's a good question. Maybe because to build something, it takes time and it takes, I don't know, effort. If you're building something, it's not gonna like how does a city develop, right? Goes through the
Can I ask you a question? Have you ever
yeah,
been to the Grand Canyon?
no,
Have you ever like been to a beach?
yeah,
Have you
yeah.
ever seen the types of stones that like sort of?
Maybe, but kind of. I know what you're talking about. I think like they're kind of, are they like clear or something? Somewhat.
Yeah, they become really smooth. They lose all their edges because because the water laps at the stone and at the shore. Does the water have an intention to shape the stone the way that it ends up?
I don't understand the question.
No problem. So I imagine a wave after wave after wave coming up on a shore, and I imagine that this wave is hitting the same stone, wave after wave after wave, for thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years, maybe even a billion. That water is going to wear the rock down and it's going to become smooth, right?
Does water have that kind of like capability? I don't know.
Yes,
Like
it
a rock
does.
is a rock's pretty hard.
Famously, yeah, that's true. Famously so. In fact, it's I think a Chinese proverb that says like even something as soft as water can form canyons or something like that. Like the Grand Canyon started as a river and over time carved itself out. Water and wind does it too. There's some really great canyons in Arizona, I think, that have like these sort of wind carved canyons. It's really cool, but it takes a long time. But my question is, let's just for imagine that you understand that this is possible. Actually, put jagged gemstones into and in.
You're cutting off. Couldn't hear you.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry about
cutting
that.
out
My
just a
my
bit.
internet sucks sometimes. Can you hear me now? Any better?
Yep.
Yeah.
Eddie better? Yeah. Um, so
Even so.
um,
Yeah, you're good.
so people put jagged stones into stone tumblers. You can look this up. People on the internet or whatever, they put jagged stones into stone tumblers because water plus movement causes the stones to wear down and sort of smooth out. The point that I'm trying to make here is that my question is if the ocean is doing the same thing or a river, I mean, like river stuff. In fact, I can go into my yard right now. I have a whole pile of river stones that I keep for funerals. More explanation if you needed, but um, that these are all worn down by river water flowing over them. Does the river have an intention to smooth those stones over?
No.
So it is conceivable then, is it not, that things can be shaped and formed and changed by process that is without any intention.
Yeah, that's where I would go back to when I say that there's a giant like form of energy. That energy is just flowing throughout the universe or whatever, pretty much just creating itself. That,
And
that's that's
when
what I
you
kind of meant by like energy, right? Like a higher.
got it. And when you say higher energy, do you mean just physics? Like, and I don't mean to say just physics because physics is dope AF, but do you mean like the laws of physics?
That, yeah, and I mean also something that surpasses all that.
Well,
Because
what's that?
you got to, well, I don't know, like you got to think of how big the universe is and everything, and I mean,
But if you okay,
scientists
hold
created physics,
on.
right?
Yeah, so 1 second. Like we just examined this river causing stones to become smooth, but the river is a product of a process of the mountain, the ice, the snowpack melting, and the snowpack is a process of weather patterns and the uh, the Earth's weather patterns, which is a process of ozone that is keeping certain gases contained in the Earth, which is a process of gravity holding these gases toward the center of the Earth, which is a process built on the mass of the Earth relative to other mass in the solar system and in the sun, and so on and so forth. And this is relative, and this is a product of a process of nuclear fusion in the sun, and all, like, so on and so forth. I haven't heard yet a supernatural process. And do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand. I understand what you're trying to say. I
And
think.
I guess, like, is it possible that what you're expressing is a sense of awe and gratitude for how absolutely fucking awesome this universe is?
I don't understand the question. Yeah,
Me neither.
I think, yeah, I think it's pretty wild if you think about it, like how like everything just flows and kind of creates itself. But I mean, like, what's the power? Like, is there something controlling everything that's creating itself? Or if not, then where did it come from? And then what you were saying earlier, has it just been eternal? It's pretty wild to like dive deep into it.
It is wild, man. I think processes are really cool on a large scale and on a small scale.
Well, yeah, because I mean, if you think about Earth, it's a large city that must have been developed.
Well, are you saying that cities are part of a natural process as well? Like, if we're part of the same process, that we are developing this city, but
At a smaller scale, I would say, yeah, it'd be the same thing.
and are you saying that there is an intention that formed the universe, or are you saying that it is a series of natural processes that are unfolding?
Yeah, like, let's see, I don't know how to answer that. I just think it's
What? How do you? How does? What is the source of intention?
the source of intention, energy.
Energy is the source of intention.
That's where I always come back to. Right? What do you think?
What is energy? Thank you, Shell. Appreciate you.
Yeah, what is energy? I mean, what is lightning? What is electricity?
If we were able to look into that and understand the science of that, is that going to answer what the energy you're referring to is?
It could. Maybe. I've just always thought, like, it's got to be energy. Because, like, how does electricity work, right? It basically flows in midair and creates things. So the whole universe must I just always thought about that. Whether it's happening on its own or someone's controlling it, I don't know. But I mean, it's a flow. It's a constant flow, right?
Is it? Is it constant?
Well, I mean, yeah.
How do you know that?
Well, because we grow, right? We're growing every 5 years or whatever, know, we're babies, we're toddlers. Well, I'm just saying, like, we're babies, we're toddlers, and then we're adults. You know, we grow from however many ounces to 5 or 6 feet when we're adults, right? So it's constantly growing. Just like as trees, they constantly.
What would you say the harshest critique of your own worldview is?
I don't understand the question.
I stole it from Rav. Maybe he can explain it better. Are you still with us, Rav?
Yeah, I'm here. I was told by somebody in the comments that I've been relinquished of my duties, so I wanted to be respectful.
What?
I'm taking up too much space.
Who?
We don't
Did it?
we don't care what that person is saying in comments, Rav. You're not taking up too much space.
Okay.
I
All
I don't
right.
know if I can speak. Speaking for myself, I do not think you're taking up too much space.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm not.
No, you're
Not
good.
okay. Okay. So, I mean, I guess like it seems to me that there's sort of this kind of going back and forth between wanting to be this larger purpose or larger sort of intention, and I was asking you, where does intention come from? And you said energy, and I guess I would ask you, where can we observe energy that produces an intention? And maybe I guess, do you, like, how are you defining intention?
Well, intention to try to figure this shit out. I don't know, man.
Great.
You know what I
Well,
mean? Like it's we're trying to figure something out, isn't that?
yeah. Well, I think you're right. Like we have the intention to try and figure something out. So
Yeah.
what's the, like, where is that intention coming from?
That's a good question. I guess from maybe a thought. We were thinking about it.
Nice. So maybe your mind is the source of the intention.
Yeah, you'd think so, right? That's where the thoughts come from.
Great. So where is the mind in the universe that is creating the intention?
I don't understand the question.
Me neither. That's kind of my point. Like you said that there is an intention, and that intention is from energy, but we just sort of came to the idea that intention requires a mind, and I'm curious if the universe has intention, where is the mind that's producing that intention?
Yeah, see, I don't think we're supposed to like know everything. I think that's the beauty of it, right? Like leave some things as a mystery. Cause like I know very little about any of this stuff. I'm not gonna pretend that I know. That's why I just keep.
Goes, leave some stones left unturned.
Yeah, I don't know.
You ever heard that phrase? Leave some stones left unturned?
I think I've heard it. I don't know in what context, but yeah, I have heard it.
Well, usually I've heard it as leave no stones left unturned.
So pretty much just let some things just be or whatever, right?
Well,
Don't even
the
try to figure it out or.
sorry, I Well, so the phrase I was sort of trying to be silly and cheeky, but it didn't come through, and I apologize. But the phrase is "leave no stones left unturned." In other words, uh, try and figure it all out. And I guess why restrict yourself from trying to understand more?
Yeah, but I don't think we can figure everything out.
Of
That's the
course
thing.
not. Of course not. But why
That's the
should
thing.
we stop trying to? Should we stop trying?
Like you mean at this moment,
Well,
or
I don't
like
know. I mean, like when do you give up? Yeah,
where
when do you
is
give up?
where's the next checkpoint of knowledge or something, or where's the next um how do I say this? I guess because we keep hitting a wall, right? And it's like shit. You can only go so far because
Do
we
we
only know so little.
do we keep hitting walls, or do we keep like moving? Like, do we keep asking questions, and that's what propels us? Like, I guess, like, I don't know. I feel like if we would just stop questioning things, we might not have, you know, made the wheel. If we stop questioning things, we might not have made the lever. And if we stop questioning things, we might not have built, the steam engine. And like,
That's a good point. So yeah, that's a good point actually. Because how else did all those things get invented, right? They
right,
questioned things and
right,
they defied things. Like physics, I'm sure someone came up with that and was mind blown.
yeah, I agree. So, like, what are we supposed to do then? If we like, should we just stop questioning things? Where would we be?
I don't think there's anything wrong with questioning things,
Me neither.
but I just also don't think we'll ever figure everything out.
That's okay. I don't know if there's an intention to figure everything out.
Yeah, I guess not. It is.
Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
No, I mean, that's
Why not?
because if I believe that there's a higher power and it's energy, what does it matter if someone else doesn't believe that?
What does it matter to you?
What my belief in it matters,
Hmm?
or why why that belief matters to me?
Hmm?
Because I find it to be a really cool concept, but also simple.
A cool, simple concept that doesn't matter if it's true.
I mean, it being true is subjective.
Are you sure?
What does
Well,
subjective
yeah,
mean?
because it's only my opinion,
You
right?
think truth is dependent on your opinion?
No, my opinion's my opinion.
Right. So not necessarily true. I mean, you could have a true opinion, but
It's
it
my
wouldn't be
truth, but it's not the truth.
okay. That's different, right? There's a
Yeah, so
distinction to be made there.
it's just my opinion.
Right. So not objective
Hmm.
then. Subjective. Like
Yeah,
your opinion would be subjective, but the truth
no,
would
that's
be
what I said. I
objective.
said it is subjective. I didn't say objective.
Well, you said the truth is subjective.
I said my truth is subjective.
Got it. I think Thrayle and I both must have misheard you then.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I just said
Why?
my opinion is subjective because it's only truth to me, right?
What does it mean to be truth to you?
I don't understand the question.
When you say the phrase, "it is truth to me," what does that mean to you?
That's just what I believe.
Then why do you call it truth
That's a
and
good
not
question
a belief?
because yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. Maybe it's not true. Maybe it's just my opinion. So what is actually true?
It's a good question.
Mm-hmm. To me, like, what truth is, if I can feel my feet on the ground as I'm walking, that tells me I'm walking with my feet. And that's about as far as truth goes to me, I think. Like, you know what I mean?
Your
Livid
experiences.
Livid experience. Yeah. Other than that, it's all really just belief. Someone's opinion on something.
Are you familiar with the phrase falsifiability?
No.
Do you know what a hypothesis is?
It's like, yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but I know what it is. It's like an end game or something, right?
Oh, no. Well, a hypothesis is more like a question, sort of a wondering how, like, yeah, I would describe it as a question.
Wouldn't it be like a solution too, though? Like a solution
Mm,
to the question?
no, no, I think
No?
it's
Okay.
quite simply a question. Yeah.
Okay.
And but the question is, how do you come to the conclusion from a hypothesis? If I have a question, how do I figure out? So, if I have a hypothesis, um, I think it's going to. How would I go about figuring that out?
Hmm. Well, you could check your weather app.
That's a good place to start. Yeah, for sure. And how would they go about figuring that out?
No idea.
That's fair. You might ask a weatherman how they figure it out. So presumably there is a way of testing what the weather will be like.
How?
Great question. If you were to try and figure out what the weather was going to be like, what kind of tools or things would you want to measure? Maybe you want to measure things like wind speed. Maybe you want to measure things like atmospheric pressure. Maybe you want to measure things like temperature, right? And so you have all these instruments that can tell us various pieces of the puzzle of what is the weather going to be like. And you might want to know what the weather was like yesterday and the day before that, and maybe what the weather is like upwind from where you are.
Like, maybe they're just guessing too, like, in the seasons, right? They're kind of just throwing out guesses, maybe.
So
It's
that's
like
where false.
if it's the season of winter, well, it's going to be cold tomorrow. But I mean,
That's
because
where false.
we see numbers, but do we actually know?
Yeah. So W. That's where falsifiability comes in, and falsifiability is the idea that things can be tested and retested and tested again with the full uh, effort of trying to prove something false, to prove false an assumption or a hypothesis. And by virtue of this process of trying to falsify these things, we find out what is true. It's how we're able to have this conversation right now. This process called the scientific method is precisely how people figured out how to create telephones and microchips and radio waves and, well, how to use radio waves. Those existed. We just had to figure out how to harness them. Cellular communication, so on and so forth. All of that depends on this unbelievable system that we've developed called the scientific method, which asks, I wonder, what if, let's try.
What if what, and let's try what?
Those are the questions of the scientific method. I wonder, fill in the blank, what if we tried this? What if it was this way? Let's try. Let's try to falsify it. Let's try to do this experiment, right? Like I'm trying to think of a little kid's experiment, but like
You're just saying you're just saying like our proceedings are scientific methods. That's what
I
you're saying.
wonder what happens if I put some baking soda in some vinegar.
Mm-hmm.
Let's try it. What do you think? What is your hypothesis? What do you think will happen if I put some baking soda into some vinegar?
I've never tried it.
What do you think might happen?
I've never tried it. I don't know.
What do you
Baking
think
soda.
might happen?
That's
Baking
called a
soda and
prediction.
some
You're doing the scientific process. You're making a prediction. What do you predict would happen? It doesn't matter that you've never tried it.
Yeah. So we're asking questions, looking for answers.
Yeah, but we're asking you to make a prediction.
Yeah. No, I'm still thinking.
Oh, sorry. Yep, I didn't mean to. Yep.
Okay. Baking soda or baking powder?
Baking soda.
Because I know baking soda, you can brush your teeth with that. And also it's good for heartburn.
Oh my. Really quickly, while you think this stuff may be in your head, I'm going to go ahead and thank Philly Red, also Shell, Jazz, Polly, Hannah, and 96. Appreciate all of you for helping with the goal. And thank you guys for 57,000 likes. Appreciate all the taps, all the shares. Of course, the more we do, the more we get out to the FYP and maybe get a believer who can question their beliefs. And also, there is a poll in the upper left-hand corner of your screen still going for about 20 seconds. If you want to have your voice heard.
Maybe the vinegar would take over the baking soda.
That's a great guess. I don't know exactly what that means, but here's what I'll recommend. I can't see the votes where it's at, but I think what I'm going to recommend is that you try it. But I would put out some. I would probably do it outside, and if you put a little food coloring in there also, you can make it look fun also. I think you should keep asking questions, and you should come up with a list of hypotheses, and you should try and test.
We're talking to you guys, but I'm not much of a scientist myself.
We're all scientists every day, testing all of our assumptions,
Yes,
especially when we ask questions.
I do like learning, definitely, because something in life that we'll never run out of is learning. That is something I believe.
Only if you're paying attention and you're asking good questions.
How do you learn, W?
Well, just, I don't know, keep an open mind and just question it. Scientific methods. Have you Rav, have you mixed baking soda and vinegar before?
I have, yes.
Okay.
It was a fun volcano experiment.
Oh, you just gave it away.
Oh.
That's all good. I can see it too. So like what do you use? You put it in a cup or in a bowl or
Okay.
styrofoam?
We're gonna go ahead and move on. Appreciate you, W. I don't know how much more of that I could have taken.
I especially like adding the food coloring.
Without any judgment. That was pretty wild.
Good to see you, Rav.
You too. Was that person genuine?
I don't want to make a judgment. I have an opinion, and it's where it belongs.
In the shed with the rest of them.
AK, your comment? Wow.
And then Nora says, I think everybody that has come up tonight has been AI. They sound the robotic. In what way do I sound the robotic?
Do I sound robotic?
Can I do a robot voice?
But that's like not even that's not even the robot voice anymore. It's wow, that's such a great idea. Thanks for the insight.
Wait, are you
Wow.
saying that taking pauses while you're speaking, that's...
I'll keep thinking about that.
Okay. Pauses in speech patterns.
I'll think
Sounding
longer
like
for a better
AI.
answer.
Oh, I'm in trouble.
Still thinking over here. Oh man, what a world.
If your understanding of this world includes a belief in a God, you are very welcome to invite up to have your beliefs questioned, especially if you can question your beliefs yourself. My first segue of the live.
Very nicely done.
Thank you.
Uh-oh.
By the way, my
Voodoo tried to pull a Thrayle, but failed horribly. You just gotta speak from your diaphragm, apparently, I think. I think that's what it is.
What does it mean to pull a Thrayle?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Ah.
You mean, like, bang your wrist against a doorknob in the hallway that you didn't even mean to step near. Stub your toe on a counter footing in the dark that you know is there. I'm not sure what pulling a Thrayle is. I might have just revealed more than I meant to.
You just unlocked like the only religious trauma I think I ever experienced, and I think the only like theology that my parents ever gave to me, which really was just from my mom. And every time I would stub my toe, she would say, "That's God punishing you."
Oh.
But I don't think she really meant it ever.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I don't even think I remembered that until just now. Like literally just now, the stubbing the toe thing was like that's weird. I don't think she meant it like really. I should ask her what I just
Find out if she really thought God was punishing you. Maybe she still thinks that.
yeah.
Have you stubbed your toe recently?
No. Try to avoid that at all cost. Like, pay attention where I'm going. No offense, Thrayle. Although I will say I'm very Midwestern when I do, and I go, "Oh, son of a."
I'm a very large person in a world designed for small people. It's not my fault that I bump into things.
But being, sorry.
Nope. I was just gonna ask how tall, like you are.
Oh, 6'5".
Damn, dude.
It's a good thing you can't bruise your flesh.
That's true. That's true. I think
How convenient.
Bones still feel it though.
Do they? There's no. Is that a vocal part?
It's a lot quieter than I meant it to be. It's like a little Saturday morning cartoon segue. I like it.
Yeah.
Wait, we have to do it again because it was too quiet.
Yeah, sorry.
Oops.
Welcome in. Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in God? A higher power or anything like that? Request on it.
Okay. Gotta thank Michael V for the segues, of course.
Or anything like that.
Oh,
I
was
get
that
a little.
the first one of those that you've heard?
Yeah.
Oh,
I like them.
there are so many.
I kind of get a little. Really don't mind if you sit this one out. My words but a whisper, your deafness ain't shout. You know, like a little Jethro Tull in there.
It's something with a flute part.
Yeah.
I think Rav needs to make us some musical segues.
I think so too. That was awesome.
Oh, get out of town. That's hilarious.
Especially with your guitar playing.
My wife calls it fiddle farting.
Fiddle farting.
I always called it noodling.
Yeah.
request, they disappeared. But if anybody does have a belief, as the song said, in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on it. I'm not here to debate. Just want to know if you can question your beliefs.
So funny if anybody has a god's higher power or anything like that, just keep it to yourself. Just kidding, obviously, sincerely.
I mean, in a lot of settings, I can understand.
Yeah.
Please keep it to yourself in certain settings.
Now I feel like I'm waiting in the lobby of a timeshare presentation, like at Club Med.
Is that what the music's doing now?
That's how we went on all of our vacations. Was having to sit through a 2-hour timeshare presentation. I feel like there's got to be something unethical about like telling somebody that you'll listen to their timeshare presentation without any intent whatsoever to purchase the timeshare.
I don't know if I have feelings on timeshare presentations, Rev.
No, I don't really either. I guess what I'm worried about is like the implications of being a well, I guess I do. Like being a tire kicker is like a sort of a uncouth. I'm judging myself and my family.
There have definitely been times where I've gone into the store with no intention of buying anything, and I have walked out with a purchase.
Well, I guess I'm describing the opposite situation, where people are expecting you to buy something. You know, like going to a car dealership, like, you know, asking a bunch of questions, making them work for it, think they're going to get the sale. I mean, I suppose we never really asked any questions of the timeshare thing. We just, whatever. Yeah, it wasn't just a $200 Visa gift card. It was like half off the stay at the resort. It was like crazy deals.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd go to a 2-hour presentation for half off a stay in a resort, and I would not feel guilty about it.
Well, if it's good enough for you, it's good enough for me. I'm good to go. I feel much better now.
Don't base your ethics on my morality.
And if you feel better now about having
Oh my
a belief
gosh.
in so bad.
I've tried so hard to never earn a WTF background.
I was going for the what the fuck are you talking about? And then you both sounded like you were just satisfied with your moral conclusion. So I just thought I'd make you second guess yourself.
Spoken like a true cult leader. Just kidding.
Dandelions from my neighbor's backyard, Tootski. I think there are some guest requests, Thrayle.
I don't know what order they requested. Let's start here. Hello, NYC. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I have a question. Why do you talk so slow like a pedophile? Like, you're not.
Goodbye, NYC.
I'd like to know why he knows what a Heath radio sounds like.
That's interesting.
Philly Red, can you spread that fucking pussy open, baby?
Oh my gosh.
Shit, we were just a team of them, apparently.
Yeah.
What is wrong with people? The tremolo, you know, just builds up that.
Right. Don't worry. Block that one. And that one. What do we think? The third time's a charmer.
Yo, what's good, guys?
Hey, Brady, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
24.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods higher power?
Yeah, those two niggas earlier were.
Oh my gosh. Ah.
What is wrong with people? Do you think they were coordinated? They had to be coordinated.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, for sure.
They're buddies. And they're all gone. I'm sure one of them had multiple accounts, or it was, I don't know. I doubt they'll be the last, but Rav is being hypnotized.
This literally sounds like the music at Temple, so. Ose shalom bimroma, hu yaseh shalom aleinu. Tutski's rumor is actually super close to an incident that happened, but like, I had a horrible experience last winter with seeing an animal on the road, and I feel like I might have even spoken about it here. There was a bunny that was on the road that had been hit, and it was in big trouble, and I made the decision to put it out of its misery. Which fucking sucked. So thanks for the reminder, Tutski.
Oh.
Now you all must suffer.
Well, I will bring you a bouquet of dandelions, apparently. Stolen from my neighbor's yard.
Did you aim the toenail?
Did I what the toenail?
Did you aim it? Was it intentional?
Yeah. You know me. My toenail aim is impeccable. Never miss. Bullseye. That's who I am.
That would be, I think, the first question I would ask if I saw this occur, which I think is what it would take for me to believe it occurred.
You don't trust me? And you don't trust Tutski? Got 2 witnesses. Consider it corroborated. I am not being honest.
This is how we know Tootski's making things up, because everybody knows. I am drinking blueberry coffee.
Is there just a little sprinkle of the bone dust of mammoth in your blueberry coffee, though?
No.
How do you know? Also, I appreciate the way 3 Pips wrote my mouth. There's a little bone dust of my mouth in there.
I think since Raph hasn't been treated to any of these.
Another one.
Yeah.
What is it? Oh, yeah. Let it rip.
It's better.
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on us. Not here to debate or argue, or even burgle your gods. But there's always room for one more. In the shed.
Request on up.
If you dare.
If you dare. I don't know if we have a spooky one. Maybe we do. Maybe we need one.
A couple of crows in there.
Oh, very good. Oh.
Which one was the
have
real
that
one?
Ready.
We had one request apparently scared away by the music, I guess.
I choose to believe that I scared them away. If you're not scared to question your God belief, then I respect you and would love to have a conversation with you.
Yep. Philly did it. It's all Philly's fault.
I take the blame.
Hello, Sovereign. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And which god do you believe in?
I believe in Zeus.
When you say you believe in Zeus, what do you mean by that?
I believe in the old god.
You're kind of muffled. It's a little hard to hear you.
Sorry. I believe in Zeus, the old god.
I've heard of Zeus. What I mean is, when you say you believe in Zeus, do you believe Zeus exists as an entity that, I guess, creates, or not creates, just throws lightning bolts and impregnates mortal women with strong men?
No, not in that sense. No.
In what way do you believe in Zeus?
I believe that he's an active part of our life.
What do you mean by that?
I believe that we all need electricity. So we all believe in Zeus.
Is Zeus the same as electricity?
Yes, sort of. Yeah.
Then why call it Zeus?
Because that's the easiest way for people to understand what I believe in.
You believe in electricity.
Yeah. Don't you use it in your life?
Is electricity conscious?
Not necessarily. But it's still useful in your life.
Do you love electricity more than the average person?
Probably.
Do you worship electricity?
Not in the way that religious people worship God.
Is Zeus the only god that you believe in?
No, I believe in all the old gods.
Are you able to put the microphone any closer to your mouth?
Sure.
You believe in all the old ones?
Yes, I believe in all the old gods. Can you hear me better?
Right at the end there.
Okay.
What do you believe about the old gods?
That they were useful in terms of humanity.
as concepts or as reality?
Both. Yeah, I said both.
Both.
Hmm.
So the gods are literal.
Literal and not.
What does it mean to be both literal and not?
Means that they exist and they are useful, but they are also symbolic.
They're also, what was that last word?
Symbolic.
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 Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Symbolic in
Any other
what?
question?
Symbolic in what way?
In terms of how people understood them.
What are we even saying at this point?
I don't even know.
I don't know.
Okay. I don't know if... Why did you request up, Sovereign?
Because I wanted to challenge my beliefs.
How are you doing that if you're not communicating them?
Well, I am.
In what way?
No one's asking me anything.
Philly's been asking you questions. Are you
I've
just
been
ignoring her?
answering. I've been answering them. What did she ask me?
I'm trying to understand what it means to
Okay.
you to believe in these gods.
Oh, okay. I
Literally,
didn't hear that.
symbolically. Oh, okay.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah. Philly was talking and then you talked over her.
I'm sorry. Did
Hard
you
to
say
get there.
something
Yeah, she
that I
was
didn't hear?
still speaking. So, Sovereign,
Okay. Mm-hmm.
you believe in these gods. You believe these gods exist in some way.
In some way, yes.
In what way?
In a, I guess, spiritual sense?
What does that mean?
That means that we respect them, but we also don't fear them in the way that most people that believe in God fear their God.
You respect your gods, but you don't fear them. How is that
Mm-hmm.
spiritual? What does that mean? How does that
I
imply in the way
mean,
they exist?
well, the fact that they're real, like the
How are they
sun
real?
is real. They're real in a very realistic sense.
What's real?
The sun is,
The
the
sun
sun
is real.
real.
How does that
Yes.
imply that there's any God behind it?
Well, it's not necessarily about a god. It's about a
So then
force.
why are you talking? I'm sorry, a horse?
A force.
I could have sworn you said a horse.
No, why would I say a horse?
What do you mean force?
No. Okay, so the sun appears every day, does it not?
What are you getting at?
Well, I'm asking you. You asked me a question.
Yeah, and you answered it with a question that doesn't lead anywhere.
Well, you never
towards an
answered my
answer.
question.
Why would I answer your question? I've asked
Because
you a
does the
question.
sun exist every
What
day? Does it not
does
appear
that
every
matter
day?
to my question?
Sovereign, do you even
The
remember the
answer is
question
yes
that
or
Philly
no.
asked?
Oh my goodness.
I heard him.
You're not capable of communicating. I'm just going to move on to someone who is. The hell? It was not just you.
You could feel it. It was electric. Boogie, woogie, woogie, woogie.
Rap. Electric, or it was Zeusy?
how does it go? I could teach you, but I'd have to charge. I'm feeling all charged up.
Milkshake. Hello, Tina. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay. Well, it didn't go quite as long as I expected. Thank you guys. Yeah, that's what I should be doing right now. Thank you guys for 63,000 likes. All those
Let's
taps
go.
really help. Of course, we could tap a lot more. We could be tapping that screen and getting out to the FYP of somebody who actually can communicate their belief and question whatever it is that they believe in.
Maybe get it to 67,000 likes.
67.
Let's go, 6-7.
How old are you, Ralph?
Boo. Boo,
I'm
boo,
37.
boo.
I'm gonna need your age for TikTok TOS.
Let me just say something. I had a massive shift in belief when I went to see the Minecraft movie with my kiddo, and it was like opening weekend, and these kids were just like raucously applauding and cheering at the most nonsensical things, and it was the greatest thing I saw kids giving a shit about something. And so whatever trend is happening, as long as it's not like openly like harmful or degrading to society, although you could argue that 6-7 is like somewhat that, but I'm for it. Whatever gets kids a sense of enthusiasm, I'm into it. Because there's so much to not be enthusiastic about. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Well, for whatever the hell that's worth.
If you're enthusiastic about your belief in a God, God's higher power, or anything like that, and you can question your belief, please request up. And if you don't have a God belief, like the live, share the live, help get the live on the FYP.
Welcome in.
Is that German?
Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on up.
Yeah, that needs more. I like that one. What'd you think, Rav?
It was like somewhere between like Monty Python, like the oh na ni na mo na.
Please tell me you just smacked yourself in the.
Oh, right on the forehead. Yeah, yep,
Did
absolutely.
Yes.
Full on. I'm committed.
Visually demonstrated.
I'm committed to the bit, man. These are really, I'm telling you, these are Jewish songs.
They're not. I mean, I don't know that they're not, but they're not intentionally.
Yeah, no, I know they're not intent. That I know.
Is it possible that Jewish songs have something in common with medieval lute music?
Like oud and lute are closely related. You have the Ashkenazi scales that are, so clearly Middle Eastern and European at the same time.
No believers at all. No. 100 people in the room, and not a single one has a belief that they believe they can question.
Surely you can't be serious.
Oh, I'm very serious, and don't call me Shirley. Morgan Le Fay has arisen. Well, thank you for the announcement. I think we might need another. We're just gonna keep doing it until somebody comes up.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll have a believer up before we run out of segues provided by Michael V?
Have I run my my piece about Numbers chapter 1 verse 2 and Deuteronomy 23:3 with you yet, Thrayle? And Jesus as bastard?
You're gonna have to tell me about that in just a moment.
Surely.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request honor. Not here to debate or argue, or even burgle your God. But there's always room for one more in the shed.
This one you've heard. I see.
Have you ever heard of the band Beats Antique?
No.
If you like this music genuinely, you would love Beats Antique. It's like Beats, but with sort of the Middle Eastern lute vibe, like a little bit of sitar, a little bit of oud.
You're gonna have to send me a link so I
Yeah,
remember.
Yep. I'll do it right now.
Wow, I have really high hopes for the name in the queue. Hello, disgusting slug man. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Oh, this is cool. So I get to ask the question, and rather than like debate somebody.
Well, we're asking you questions.
Yeah, cool. All right, I like this. Yes, I do believe in a god. Yeah.
What god do you believe in?
Just God.
Is it a particular god? Is there some descriptor you can give to it?
Just the one and only, like, you know, from the Bible, like Jesus, God, like the only God I really can really
the only one you've heard of.
Not the only one I've heard of, just the only one I can align with that I think is the God. I know there's other so-called gods, I would so-call, you know, false idols, false, you know, fallen angels, whatever you want to call them. But I'm talking about
Is it? It sounds like that's
the
what
creator.
you want to call them. So
the creator.
Why do you believe? Well, before we get there, have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No. So I'm what you would call like a 50-50. I mean, I do a little bit of Bible study. I watch some religious podcasts and read a little bit of stuff, and I kind of draw my own conclusion from the Bible. I can't say that I'm a Christian, but I believe in that God, whoever he is, whatever he is. And I've looked at other religions and stuff, and old world religions. Okay, go ahead.
I'm not asking for you to continue on. I was just asking, the one question was, had you read it from beginning to end?
No, I haven't. No, I've read a couple books out of the Bible. I've read Luke. I've read out of it, you know, and it.
When you read Genesis, did you believe that to be true and literal?
Honestly, no. Because it's such an enigma, you know. It's like it's such a riddle. It's so shrouded in I don't even know the word, like, you know, in mystery. But you know what I'm trying to say. Like,
I'm not quite sure what you're saying is the mystery or the enigma.
With everything with creation, like, you know, and then like the apple and the deception behind it, you know, I don't know how much faith I put into that. But then you find other parts of the Bible that you think like maybe something more is going on, and maybe something is true from it. And I'm not saying everything in the Bible is true, but I'm saying you find your own truth within it.
Yeah,
you know, there's other things you run into.
Disgusting slug man. I need you to slow down just a little bit. I'd like to jump in and ask you some questions here, but you keep going.
Yeah, sorry.
So you believe some of it is true and some of it is shrouded in mystery. You haven't said not true. So do you believe any of Genesis to be true at all?
I mean, maybe some of it could be true. I mean, I can't really say I could pick apart every verse by verse and say, okay, this is true. I don't know Genesis off the top of my head, to be honest with you. I can't say like.
Do you remember the 6-day creation story?
No. It's been a while since I really like picked up the Bible and read it. I'd like to watch a lot of like podcast stuff and religion and stuff and Christianity and Judaism and stuff, and you know, I've taken a lot of looks at a lot of different religions. And
the answer was no. Cool. So you don't remember the story from Genesis about the 6-day creation. You don't necessarily stake your faith in whether or not the Genesis creation or the Adam and Eve, or the Exodus? I assume you don't put much stock in that either. What parts of the Bible are true to you?
So there's a weird coincidental moment in the Bible where the angel of the Lord, the only angels who have seen the Lord's face, appears throughout the Bible and is a harbinger for messages and stuff, and the angels come down, but the angel of the Lord is not mentioned after the arrival of Jesus Christ. So my question, or my thought, I guess, is, was the angel of the Lord Jesus Christ before Jesus actually came? And then I also battle with the resurrection of Christ too. Like, I don't even know
so stop.
if that happened or not either.
Stop. What was the question I asked you?
Something about Genesis.
Okay, you're not actually having any kind of conversation with me. Does anybody else want to give it a shot? Maybe I'll listen to you.
I would love to ask Slugman, you say that you believe parts of the Bible. You wonder if Jesus was the angel of the Lord. Do you believe Jesus is God?
I do. Yes, I do.
Why do you believe Jesus is God?
Well, there's a big importance somewhere within Christianity and with the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. And I feel like Jesus was the physical embodiment of God.
Why do you feel that?
Because he was just incredible. Like, he was just so intelligent, and he was, he performed such miracles and stuff. And whether those miracles and everything that he did was true or not, like, he was a real person. He did live, and he is one of the most fascinating people that have ever walked the planet to me. And I've never not been infatuated and always wondered, like, what the mystery of, like, who Jesus actually was.
What
born of a virgin birth.
Stop.
And
Stop. The question was answered an hour ago. Can you stop meandering on and turning every simple little question into a sermon so that you forget what you're even answering?
All right, so why was Jesus God? Is Jesus God or not? Do you think he wasn't?
Holy crap.
Have you ever read Hosea 11:9?
No, it doesn't really ring a bell. I can't say that I have.
That's okay. Hosea 11:9 says, "I am God, not a man." Why do you think that, according to the Hebrew Bible, God is not a person? Why do you think that the Christian Bible claims that God is a person?
Because I remember there's some sort of passage or something where it says that something about the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and it says, "I am not the same. I am not the same person, but we are the same thing."
That's
I can't exactly phrase it the way like the actual scripture is, but for me, when I read that, I was like, okay, I understand. Like, it's part of a bigger thing.
I understand. Yeah. So it's not actually in the scripture.
Sorry, Raph, couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah,
he has absolutely no fucking self-control.
Yeah. No. I was actually going to say that person is, like, you should look at their page. Like, not a great, specimen.
Well, I'm not here to judge his life. I didn't see what it says, but
I hear you.
There's no self-control.
Yeah. If you had a car, would you try to rip it apart and key your own car?
Why would I do that?
Exactly. I think destruction of property is a really weird thing to do.
Oh, is that what's on his page?
Yeah, like personal and other people's property. Can I run this Jesus bastard thing with you?
I suppose so.
All right, here we go. Okay, so are you aware of the system of adoption within Israelite culture and within Judaism?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
No problem. Yeah. Are you aware of or have any knowledge of the system of adoption within Israelite or Jewish culture?
I can't say I'm familiar with the adoption system now.
Yeah, it doesn't really exist. Like there are instances in which people join homes or are taken in by homes, but you don't inherit. There's no inheritance in this system. Meaning, like somebody can become a part of a family, but you don't inherit that family name as a system of the adoption. That's kind of my just beginning of this whole thing. So Numbers 1-2 says that that their names or that their lineage or their tribal affiliation will be through their father's house. So
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I already know where this is going.
Yeah.
As soon as you say that.
Yeah. Okay, so the lineage that's listed, the Joseph's lineage that's listed in Matthew 1, ends, it goes from David, and then it goes to Joseph, and it says Joseph, who is the son of so and so. It says Joseph, who is married to Mary, who is Jesus's mother. So it doesn't, like, this text knows that Joseph is not Jesus' father, and B, that Jesus is not of the line of David. Like, it blatantly says so in the text. And, like, that to me is, like, just a wild thing. And so not only, and by the way, like, obviously the claim is that God is Jesus' father and that Joseph is not the father. And so Jesus doesn't have any tribal lineage, according to Numbers 1-2 and according to Matthew 1 in the genealogy. So why even give the genealogy? It doesn't make any sense. It literally gives this whole genealogy and then is like Joseph, who's married to Mary, who is the mother of Jesus. Like, what does that have anything to do with Jesus's lineage? That's the first issue. The second issue is that Joseph leaves this situation to go to the court. Why does he go to the court? Because Deuteronomy 23:3 says anyone who is born out of wedlock is considered a mamzer, and has no entrance into the congregation of Adonai, the congregation of God, and is cut off for 10 generations. So, regardless of whether or not Joseph goes to get the divorce, the child that is coming out of Mary is a mamzer, somebody who is cut off for 10 generations from the congregation of Adonai. And the combination of these two things means that Jesus is both not of the line of David and not even actually in Israel. both lines of his family are cut off from him. If you're speaking, I can't hear you. And if I'm can somebody else say if they can hear Thrayle? Because I can hear the music.
Hear Thrayle.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right.
So, repeat that last point, just the last one.
By virtue of him being cut off, well, by virtue of him not being related to Joseph, and by virtue of him being a mamzer, he is cut off from both tribe and Israel.
Interesting. Well, I understand what the argument entails and what it leads to. I'm not sure what it is you're expecting, or
so little, just to fill dead air.
You're hoping,
and hopefully rage baiting somebody into coming up here.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but it is like I think. Well, I guess the question is like, certainly they're not so dumb that they didn't know this. And am I the first person to sort of come to this conclusion?
Was it still the practice at the time Jesus was born?
What, of adoption and not adopting people?
Like, were they still following this law to the letter?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's like to this day. Being a mamzer is a total thing. I actually was talking to Cyber, and I actually wonder if like the mamzer thing is part of the point of the Christian Bible, is that there were so many people who were sort of out of wedlock because of the Greek and Roman, influence.
Are they the saviors of the ones who were excluded?
Right, the meek shall inherit the earth, right? Like if people are so concerned about not being able to inherit anything and that they have no inheritance in Israel, and that you need to create a new covenant that would reestablish people and their involvement or their, like, to me
What does that say about the practice?
What does that say about the practice? I don't know. I don't know. I like, look, if the vast majority of the people who are of concern in the Christian Bible are these sort of communities that are not in the land itself, but are sort of in the Roman Empire. And let's just say like everything is genuine, and like that Paul is genuine, and like all these letters are like, without regard for the mythicist sort of claim. Ask your question one more time, because I want to make sure
I'm asking what this implies about the practice of excluding people based on their birth.
I award you no points.
Sorry, I accidentally slipped and hit a button I did not mean to hit.
One of the greatest moments in cinematic history, though.
I know.
Nearby football rules. It's really sad, actually. That guy who like was the game show host like ended up being homeless in Canada.
It's really sad. But the question was about what that intends for the practice, or what that implies about the practice.
Oh, like I think like if I think like there's a genuine comment on, right? Like if the Christian Bible is focusing on, sort of the Isaiah mentality of caring for the widow, the stranger, and the orphan, certainly the mamzer would be within that sort of umbrella category, especially like orphan, and sort of recognizing that there's this inherent inequality, and sort of trying to figure out like a way to rectify this injustice. I think it's an interesting. I don't know enough about the Christian Bible, but it is something that I do. First, what I do know is that my assessment is I would be hard pressed to find somebody who would push back against it. That would be an honest. Like of course, people will push back against it, but I'm saying that if I were to speak to it, like if I were to talk to Joshua Bowen about this, I think that he would probably agree with my sort of assessment of the whole thing. But my question to him, and frankly anybody else, would be like similar to yours. Like, what's the implication? Like, are they so dumb that they didn't realize what they had done, or was it an intentional sort of rectification of the injustice that was being carried out? And I don't know enough to know.
Are we saying Christianity is justified in trying to find some way to unite those excluded by the laws of Judaism?
If that's the intention, but like, what the hell do I know about the intentions of Christianity? I have so many different thoughts that are completely conflicting, like streams of sort of understandings that I don't know that any of them are necessarily true. But like, I guess what I follow sort of what I am observing. So like, for example, there are moments where I see Jewish midrash play into the Christian Bible. And then there are moments where I see Roman influence in the Christian Bible. And then there are moments where I see sort of rectification of injustices in Jewish life. And then there are moments where I see just complete misunderstanding of Jewish culture in general. Yeah. So like, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's a really weird text, frankly.
We have a request. How about that? Shells is back. Hello, show me your age for TikTok TOS.
Yes, my age is 29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like this? Like that, sorry.
Oh, you're fine. I don't have a specific or particular belief in a single god or gods. I think last time when I was on, I was explaining that I think that whatever it is far greater than what our minds can comprehend.
What is it that you're saying is far greater than our minds can comprehend?
I think what I'm saying is far greater than what we can comprehend is if there is or what it is, the universe, a god, gods, the planets. There's so many things that you can encompass in that. But I think that when I say it or they, I think that the God or it is far greater than anything that we could try to explain or try to make rules out of.
You think that it is far greater than we can explain, whatever it is, whatever is godlike. Why do you think that there is anything godlike there?
I would say that the reason why I think that there potentially may be something, it, they, whatever we want to say, is that we have these complex consciousness and the ability to have emotion or experiences, hate, love, even when it comes to like mental health, like scared, fear. And then outside of the human body, I would say like when you look outside and you see the sky, or you're looking at a tree, or even the grass, or like microorganisms, you think of like the ocean and the microorganisms in that, and then how long this earth has been here, fossils, dinosaurs, the
I'm sorry, what about any of this is indicating that there's a God?
I wouldn't say that it indicates that there's a God, but I would say when you look at it, you have to ask yourself, where did that come from? And why does it exist? Hello.
Right. The question I had asked you was, what indicates that a God exists, or a higher power, or anything like it?
I'm not sure that anything indicates it. I just think that those things are what we look at and we ask ourselves why. I'm not sure that those are necessarily indications. Can they
Is it
be?
because the question why exists? Is that why you believe there is a God?
Maybe. I've never really thought about it like that, but the question why exists in many different ways outside of a God. But for me, I
Then
think
what is
that,
it that makes you believe a God exists?
well, I don't think that I necessarily think that a God does exist, but I do think that there is a potential for a God to exist. And yeah, there is a potential, yes. But I don't think that
What
God...
does that mean, potential?
What do you mean? Like, what does potential mean in my idea, or what do I mean by
When
like...
you're saying there's potential for a God to exist, what does that mean?
What I mean by there's a potential for God to exist is that all of what we experience exists. And so the question why is, it exists in the realm of where did this come from? However, when I say that there's also a potential for it just to be without a God.
Do you lean more heavily one way than the other?
I don't think I lean heavily one much so. I don't like to say that no, there's nothing, there's no God, that doesn't exist. And I also don't like to lean, or gods, I don't like to exist on the other side where I'm like, there definitely is a God, there definitely is gods. I lean more to the middle because I don't like to say one way or another, because the truth of the matter is that I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong
Sorry,
with
go ahead.
starting with that answer.
You don't know what exactly.
If a God exists or doesn't.
Yeah, I don't know, but
if
I
it's
think
potential or isn't, is that also part of it?
exactly. But I also, like I explained at the beginning, is that I think that, and even though I stand in the middle, I think that if there is something that whatever it is far greater. What it is so much more than we can even comprehend. I don't think that we can even put it in like human language.
Can we play a little game?
Sure.
What is God not to you?
What is God not to me?
Yeah.
So no one's ever asked me this question, but if I had to consider that, what is God not to me? I would say that a God is not someone or something that would... Well, I was going to say something, but even then I don't even think I believe it. I was going to say a God to me wouldn't create chaos or like death or like a child with childhood cancer or something like that. But then it goes to the other side where it's like, God doesn't always have to be good necessarily, which is why I think that we can't comprehend it.
I guess I'm a little confused because you said like it goes to the other side where God has to be good. Is that what you said?
I don't think that God has to be good. What I was saying is, you asked me what God isn't.
Right. And then you didn't say anything. You didn't really say what God isn't. I think you started.
Well, I did answer it. I said that if I had to explain that, I would say God isn't someone who would create like chaos and like death and like childhood cancer, like certain things like that, war, famine, those sort of things. But on the other side of that, I also think that it's something that we can't comprehend, and I think that that's kind of where I stand on that.
So those are two things that isn't, right? God doesn't create childhood cancer, in your opinion, and God doesn't create disease, let's just say generally, and God doesn't. What was the last thing you said?
Just like war, famine, chaos, those sorts of things.
Yeah, but there was one other thing.
That's what I would consider.
Mm-hmm. God, but there was one more thing that was really great, and I really liked it, and I can't remember it now.
I just said chaos, famine, war, childhood cancer, famine. Those are all of the things that I mentioned.
Thrayle, wasn't there one more thing?
Fear.
No, there was something. I mean, that's great. I love that. That's great.
Those are all of the things I named. I'm sorry.
Okay. No. Please don't be sorry whatsoever. It's my own fault for not
No, you're
tracking
fine.
fully. But I think this is my favorite activity, to say what God isn't, because it, like the notion of positive claims can be really contentious. But
I agree.
But saying what God isn't, sort of. Are you into art at all?
I am actually, yes.
I love art. I think when you like art is taking some like the maximally wide angle lens and focusing slowly onto a particular area of subject matter. And
Right.
I think that that's what negative theology does.
Yes.
It allows us to talk about something broadly without having to put anything or having any pressure of focus.
Yeah, of course. I think that when you ask me that question and I answer it, we have this idea that God is all good, but in my eyes, that's not how it works. And I think that that's why, like I've said before, it's something we can't comprehend necessarily, because these negative things do happen, like what God isn't. And it's
Where do you
hard
think
for
this
me.
notion?
Well, I think it comes from organized religion. I think it comes from humans have
What
only
is?
lived for a small portion of the entire time that Earth has been, here, and the universe. And so these
When you say
things.
organized religion, do you mean Christianity?
No, I don't just necessarily mean Christianity. I mean Christianity. I mean Islam. I mean Sikhism, Jain, Hinduism, Buddhism, all of these things. They're all sorts of organized religion.
Sorry, do you think that Buddhism has a god?
It does not, no.
And do you
But
think
it
that
is an organized
Hinduism?
religion.
It is?
I would consider Buddhism an organized religion, yes.
Interesting. And do you think that Hinduism says that God is all good?
No, Hinduism actually, like, their main focus is like their main symbol is the Om, which is oneness with all things. So while I don't necessarily believe that, I do think that it is an organized religion.
What are we questioning, Rev?
Well, I guess my question is, like, they were saying that that God is all good, and I don't see that.
I did not say that God is all good.
You're saying that that's the claim of organized religion, and
I don't think that that's the claim of organized religion. I said that it can be the claim of organized religion. Most of the time in organized religion, even in like religions outside of what I've mentioned, God is the purpose and can be the reason for all good. But I'm looking outside of that.
I guess, like, with all respect, what I heard was the reason I asked was, when you say God is all good, are you talking about Christianity? And then you proceeded to name other religions.
Said no. Right.
And then I clarified those, and then I'm
you
sorry.
asked me what organized religions, and I answered that question for you, but I never said that all of those religions did that necessary thing. I'm very confused by what it is that you're getting at here.
All I said was, when you say God is all good, are you talking about Christianity's perspective? And you said, no, I'm talking about all religions.
Right,
And
but I
then you
never
cited
said that
lists.
God is all good. And I think this is getting very circular here. I never said that God is all good. You just asked me, are you talking about Christianity? And I said no. And then I mentioned other religions. Anyways, my set of beliefs are, like I've stated, that I'm in the middle. I don't necessarily think there is a God. I don't necessarily think that there can be, there can't be. I think that the middle ground here is that, sorry, I'm reading the comments. I mean, can somebody else ask me a question? I don't really know with Rav. I'm sorry.
Are you asleep, Rav?
No, I'm perfectly conscious. That's why I'm like confused, because all I did was ask was whether or
Okay,
not.
so I answered that question. So what comes after that?
Okay. What was the question you answered, Shells?
So he asked me, like, what is God not? So I answered that question.
The one he just asked you.
Am I just talking about Christianity?
Yeah, my question was like, you had brought up all good, this notion of all good, and
Sure.
my question was, is this just applied to Christianity? And your response was, no, it applies more broadly. And then you started naming all these other religions, and I was like, oh, that's interesting, because I don't associate the all good thing with anything other than Islam and Christianity. And sometimes people like to apply it to Judaism, and I was going to push back on that, but you didn't go that way. You went with Buddha, associate all good with that particular Eastern tradition. And so that's why I was confused, and I think that's where we're at. But it doesn't matter if you want to pull back and say like I guess my question really underneath the whole question is like, where is this all good stuff coming from? Because like, there was yeah, that's really it. Like the all good thing to me is not in the text in the Hebrew Bible, nor is it in the Christian Bible. It's certainly not in Buddhism. It's certainly not in Hinduism. And so I guess, like, when you brought up all good, what was it that you were bringing up?
Well, I actually never said all good.
Yes, you did, but that's okay.
I didn't hear, Charles, you say that God, from my perspective, please correct me if I'm wrong, that there's this idea that God might be all good, but also you brought this up in the context of answering the question about what God is not. And you were exploring the idea that maybe God is not someone who gives childhood cancer, that kind of thing. I didn't hear you actually saying this was something you believed. Am I wrong there?
I
You
agree
are
with
not
that.
wrong. That is
Yeah, I agree. I'm
exactly
with
what I
you.
was saying.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's why I asked about the all good piece.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and that's why I clarified, because you asked me about Buddhism and you asked me about Hinduism, and I clarified on that.
Well, I didn't ask about Buddhism and Hinduism until you brought them up. I said, like, are you talking about Christianity?
No, I brought them up and then you asked me to clarify on them.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay.
I'm
So
sorry.
can
I'm
you?
not trying to be like argumentative or anything.
I don't think you are either. I think yeah. I
Mhm.
think you got. Look, let's cut through the Great. Let's put all that aside. I think there might have been talking past each other and misunderstanding, and I'm sorry for the role that I played in that. What is it that you sort of like? Okay, you said that you don't believe in God necessarily. You don't not believe in God. You're sort of right in the middle. What is that? What does that mean for you?
As terms in like how I live my life or just in general? Like overarching.
Is it that there doesn't seem to be a struggle, like it actually seems quite comfortable for you?
No, I was asking like, do you mean like how I live?
And I understand. I guess what I'm saying is like the notion of balance doesn't feel uncomfortable for you. It seems quite natural for you that like that.
Well, it's actually quite uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable. It's not always linear. It's not. Sometimes I find solace in it and sometimes I don't. Sometimes I find it very uncomfortable and sometimes I'm like, okay, I can sit in this and I can be with this. And so I guess for me it just means I don't know what it means for me. I guess living my life in a way that I feel is right. I don't think that I have like the overarching moral compass. I'm just a person but no, it can be extremely uncomfortable. Not knowing, I'd say. Red, I think that you were asking me a question and I just wanted to give you the chance to come off mute and ask me what you're gonna say.
Can I ask a question?
You sure can.
Sure.
Hello, Everlasting.
Hi, friends.
What's up, dude?
Hi.
How or let me ask what kind of questions do you have that the idea of any kind of God existing would answer? Or wait, let me rephrase it a little bit. Would it answer any questions for you, or would it create more questions for you?
Like if there was a God,
Yeah.
would it answer questions for me?
Would it answer for you?
I think it would do both. I think it would do both. I think I would have lots of questions and I think it would answer a lot of questions.
What kind of questions would it answer for you?
I mean, I guess it just depends on the God. It depends on what they stood for and who they were. It just depends. Like ultimately, when you ask me that question, I think that the questions it would answer for me is like why we're here. What is all of this? Where did the universe come from? Where did our solar system come from? What is human connection? What is connection in general? Like, what is consciousness? I would hope that it would answer those questions for me.
Do you think the idea of the universe as far as we can observe vast, do Do you think humans are affecting this vast universe in some kind of way?
I don't have an answer for that question. I don't know. I do think that the universe has an effect on us as humans and even animals. For example, I would say that the universe and even our solar system has an effect on us, like the moon has effect on the tides, or how the sun affects, like, even this is something so niche and minutia, but like how the sun can give us like a sunburn and those sort of things. Like we
Yeah,
interact with each other.
I get that.
I
I
don't
just want to. You're kind of flipping the question around. Because the reason I asked that question specifically is because it seems to me that so many people, they have this idea of a deity that is, you know, responsible for all of it, and a lot of people seem to think that idea of that deity is very human centric.
I don't think
Does
that
that
it
make sense to
is.
you?
Yeah, it does make
Okay.
sense. I don't think that that is at all.
Okay.
I don't think that it's human centric at all. And that's why when I say, like, when I came, I don't know if you've been like here since I came up, but my first claim was that I don't think that whatever it is something that we can comprehend. I don't think that it's human centric at all. I don't
Have
think
you ever
that.
heard the term atheist?
No, I haven't.
It's the idea that the idea of such a deity is incomprehensible.
Yeah, I feel that way.
That we Okay.
Yeah, I definitely feel that way. I think it's incomprehensible, and I think sometimes when, like, when Rav was actually up here, he was asking me like what God isn't. Like, I have a hard time answering that question because like I don't
That's the
have an
hardest
answer.
question of all time, by the way. Like, don't feel any way. Like, that's like the hardest possible question.
No, I know that, but what I was saying is that when you ask me that, like, I don't necessarily have an answer for that. Like, I can say my answer when it comes to my human mind, but like I said, I had a hard time answering that question because I stand on both sides where it's like there could be, but also sit in uncomfortability with that.
I think that negative theology is a productive exercise.
I do too. I agree with that. And I think when I was up here, I was actually up here last night, somebody else, and please don't kick me for this, but when I had come, don't take a deep breath.
It already tells me where we're probably going. My human mind is working, though. Go ahead.
What I was going to say is that the person up here was talking about psychedelics, and I have done psychedelics, and none of those have ever told me anything. Like, some people have this idea of that when they do those sorts of things, and I don't necessarily think that they take you they answer those questions that are truly there. What was your
Sandwiches.
Fair enough.
Human minds and sandwiches. Everlasting, did you get your question answered satisfactorily?
Yeah, I think I did. I was jumping in kind of halfway through this anyway, so I'm not like fully filled in on all the details. But those were just a couple of cursory questions, just to, you know, try to get a gauge on it.
Chills, what belief did you come up here to have questioned?
A belief to have questioned is, where do we think consciousness comes from?
Where do you think consciousness comes from?
Well, from where I'm sitting, I think consciousness comes from being born and ultimately, without your choice, having it.
So your mind is what you're saying.
Yeah. I think it comes. This is not a solipsistic sort of thing, but I think it's
I don't think believing that consciousness comes from one's own mind is
clarified.
Well, I think it would only be solipsistic to say that, like, nobody else has consciousness, but you are the only one with consciousness.
Yeah, I think that I think that consciousness just comes from being born. I wish I knew more. I wish that it was, but I mean, I'm curious to hear your guys' point of view of where you think it comes from.
Can I answer that, Thrayle?
Go for it.
Thank you. I think also that it comes from minds. I think that varying levels of consciousness exist in various different animals and maybe even to some degree plants. And I think that it is an emergent property of life, that at some point in the emergence of life over the course of 4 billion years, this sort of neurological experience of awareness through sentience or sentience plus emerges this thing that we are labeling or calling or describing as consciousness.
Yeah, I think that humans have always been in this situation in which, like, even early humans, where they, they're looking to the sun, they're looking to the moon, they're looking to the stars, that's their gods. And then it evolved, it's the rain, it's the seasons, and then now we're creating like actual physical non-existent beings who are gods, and we've always tried to assign these gods to appease our less ethical decisions and
How do you know something is less ethical or more ethical?
well, when I say less ethical, I mean like the things that I can't say on TikTok. Like less ethical as in,
I appreciate that you almost said lethical, which would be a great merging between less ethical, less unethical.
Yes.
Better than methical for sure.
Well, I think that that's also not necessarily ethical,
Damn
but
right.
that depends on
Forget
who
where
you're
you
talking about.
Too much, Thrayle, over the line?
A little close to the line.
Yeah,
Raps
Some
Breaking
people-
Bad over here.
Some people might think that that's
Over the
ethical, and that's
line,
okay.
Walter.
But I just think that we've assigned these gods to help us sleep better at night.
You think that's it? You think it's about sleeping at night and like a comfy pillow?
Okay, I'm using this as like an analogy, but like I think you understand what I mean.
Yeah, no, I understand. Like that, asking like you like I'm asking you to reiterate it.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
I wouldn't be. That religion or ritual or beliefs are for the sake of a soft pillow.
Sometimes, yes. Not all the time, no, but most of the times, yes. For example, are we allowed to use personal experience here?
Rarely.
Well, because it pertains to religion. I grew up Pentecostal.
Seventh-day Adventist?
Yes.
Amazing. Snakes?
Yes. Ohio. Appalachian.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I was adopted, and the people who adopted me were extremely religious. They were Pentecostal. My entire family's Pentecostal. Both of my grandparents, both of my parents, Pentecostal. I grew up that way, speaking in tongues, snakes, long jean skirts, not cutting your hair, the whole nine. Evangelism, 666, Jesus is coming back tomorrow.
Can I
Get
ask what
ready.
belief we're currently questioning? If there's a belief being questioned.
Well, the only reason why I bring that up is because I was raised that way, and that's what made me question my beliefs growing up. And so,
I have a belief to question, Thrayle. Why did you leave that? Why did you how did your belief shift from sort of engaging in this clearly tight-knit community to I don't even know if God exists?
So my answer to that question would be, when I was about 11 years old, I was being prayed over in the church to get the gift of speaking in tongues, and all of the elders of the church were praying over me, and I was not able to speak in tongues. And after that, I started to question why I can't speak in tongues, and I tried multiple times after that, and I thought that I had committed the unforgivable sin, which is blasphemy. And after further research and reading the Bible and outsourcing and looking outwards and looking within, I realized that it was fake and not real, and that you can't actually speak in tongues because it doesn't exist. And so that's what made me come to the conclusion where I am today.
You can speak the okay. I guess my question about the belief structure is oh fuck. I guess Thrayle, can I ask just a purely ethnographically curious question?
You've asked all of your purely curious questions, Ref.
I know.
I'd stop you now, but before you do, let me remind everybody there is a poll in the upper left-hand corner of the
That's
screen.
true.
So appreciate everybody tapping the screen up 78,000 times. Of course, we could tap a lot more and probably get out to a few more FYPs and maybe get somebody else who has a belief to question, to request on up.
I'm naughty. I apologize. May I, though?
You certainly may. Well,
thank you. Chelsea, so, okay, so you, like within the construct, not necessarily within your belief. I'm going for the Seventh-day Adventist piece here. Are you like, were there any dietary laws that were observed?
No real dietary, not at all, but there was like a pork situation, but me and my family did not observe that.
Okay, so some observed not eating pork.
Yes.
So what was the negotiation then between like how like what laws were observed and were prioritized and what laws were like rationalized out?
I mean, that was the only one that was really rationalized out. That was only with me and my family, but most of them that were they were observed was like the hair, the way that you dress, the jean skirts, the way that we did like fellowship, there was the like drinking laws.
And look, no judgment whatsoever. Like, are you still in contact with these people who are involved in this community?
I still talk to my parents, yes, but they have pulled back from the church a lot.
Why did they pull back from the church?
Probably because of just just modernity. And also, I think just seeing that the way that I live, and I've been very like harsh and critical of my parents and my grandparents, definitely not, but my parents, they've pulled back a lot and me just explaining like how I live and what I believe now. And they've actually heard me, which is crazy because before they did not do that, but now they definitely hear that sort of thing. So
Are you aware that like what they're professing is picking and choosing within the biblical context, and that there's very
absolutely.
little? Okay, all right. Okay.
Absolutely. It's not lost on me.
All right. And like, how have those beliefs affected your belief in God, and or lack of belief in God, or your sort of middle of the road sort of thing, hedging the bets?
I think that it's affected the way that I believe in God because the God that I was raised up on was a God that was omnipotent, omnipresent, and soon coming king. And he knew everything before it happened. And so for me, I had to ask myself, why would a God who knew what was going to happen create somebody who was going to do all bad? And I had to ask myself what the reason for that was. If you know that somebody is going to make certain choices in their lives, why would you do that? And also, we can bring it back to Genesis as well. Why would you create two people who have never ever had to make a choice in their life and put the Garden of Eden next to them and say, hey, don't do that? And they do it, and then you basically say, oh, well, all of humankind is damned to that. And I know that that's like an allegory. However, that's what they genuinely believe happened. And so I had to ask myself that question. And I don't necessarily think that in the biblical sense or any religious sense that Satan or that sort of thing is bad. I think that there's like good and evil.
Last question, I promise. Have you ever seen the movie Songcatcher?
I have not.
It's great. It's about Appalachian music from the early 20th century.
Well,
And
I grew up Appalachian, so I'll definitely check it out. Watch
great.
Gummo. That's from where I'm from. Gummo, Xenia, Ohio. Watch it.
You know, it's so funny.
Harmony Korine.
The town. So Xenia is a mislabel. This is the best part about the whole thing. Thrayle, I promise you, I'm so close to being done. So the word is actually Xenia. It's a Greek word, and it means it is a Greek cultural term where you don't ask somebody their name until you're leaving. So xenophobia comes from Xenia, and you don't ask them their name until you're leaving, so that you get a full understanding of who they are as a person. And then once they have developed their reputation, you say, "And what is your name?" And then you know them, and you'll never forget their name. It's a pretty cool concept. Xenia, Ohio.
Something I definitely knew. Watch Gummo. And it is near Dayton, Rachel.
Asking questions. And if anybody has a belief in a God or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and actually has a belief and can question that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'd love to see if you really can question that belief that you hold. That's a belief.
I appreciate the chuckle.
We do have a new guest, but before I greet our new guest really quickly, I do have to thank Philly Red, Dancing in Duality, Donna B. Yellow, Heather's Descent, Danny Grax, Dash 96, Polly, and Rachel for helping with the previous goal. Thank you guys so much. Really do appreciate you. Hello, Chem Shells. I think we've... Oh, you're not quite loaded in, are you? I think we've spoken to Chem Shells before, but they're not quite loaded into the panel, so why don't you try again and request back up? Never fails. We rush a guest off the panel and everybody in queue disperses. They all go running. Where are they hiding? Where are the believers? I have another one for you, Rav. This is what they do, folks. This is. We're going to start getting into, I don't know if I've already played this one for you or not. But it is a crowd favorite.
Goodbye. No, I'm just kidding. Who's snoring?
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on.
That one is quickly becoming a crowd favorite. I don't know. Maybe. Oh.
I feel like that's pretty close.
It's getting there. Somewhere around there. Smooth jams. So we do have a request. I don't know if they meant to. They've been up here before to question their beliefs, and I suspect this could be a sleep request. Unless I see differently in the comments. I'm going to go ahead and set you down, and if you meant to request, do it again. I'll bring you right up. Not me by accident.
Hmm.
Not me by accident. Okay, yeah. Didn't think so. No worries. I appreciate you though, Jessica.
That got weirdly contentious for a minute, didn't it?
What's that? The last guest?
Well, yeah, just the piece about like the all good thing, like.
Mm-hmm. We tried that, Shells. You did chat until other people requested, and then as soon as I dropped you, they disappeared. I think maybe they were just coming up to talk to you. But that's not what the live is. That's the only difference, Raph, between live music and having the track in the background is I can adjust the volume.
Ooh, fuck. Sorry. It's
all right. It's not
picked it up because like I was really enjoying it, and I walked over to the guitar and I picked it up, and I was like, I think I kind of have a little bit of the same sort of key here, and I imagine everlasting. Yeah.
I admittedly do sit here sometimes with a ukulele, kind of plucking along with some of the backing tracks.
It makes for a great tremolo. Like there's just so much space, you know.
Do you happen to have anything with nylon strings? It's a little.
No, I don't have any now. This is like a junker $99. My nice guitar's inside. It's not nylon strings either. I mean, I could go get the nice guitar, but
that's all right. But before you start taking requests like Django Reinhardt, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, do go ahead and request on up. We are just here to see if you can question your beliefs in whatever that god or godlike thing is. And as much as I do appreciate it, Rav, it is cutting out just a little bit of the nuance of what you're doing. So it's kind of cutting in and out a bit. And that's not your fault.
If I put it next to the internet
TikTok's
there.
noise gate. No, I mean, it's the noise gate.
Oh, got it. Yeah. Never mind. Never mind.
Yeah.
By the way, when I went to send the Beats Antique piece, I found one with Les Claypool that they played with Les Claypool. So I feel like that's pretty confirming. You know, I feel like that's affirming even. So, you know, for whatever that's worth. But, you know, Primus sucks. So.
I mean, that is what they say, anyways.
That's what they say. Objectively.
Objectively.
Everlasting, you ever heard of Beats Antique?
Rings a bell.
All right. All right.
Have you? I don't know why I'm thinking of this right now. Are you familiar with Stephen Gaskin?
Mm-mm.
He was the inspiration for the song Saint Stephen. He was kind of a hippie guru that settled in western Tennessee and started a bunch of hippie communes back in the early 70s.
I had no idea. I thought St. Stephen was about the St. Stephen from like Jerusalem in 120 or whatever.
I was under the understanding that he was the inspiration for
Love it.
What's his name? Robert
Hunter.
Yes. Robert Hunter was inspired by his whole story.
That makes the song that much more accessible for me, frankly.
I was curious because you lived in did you live in the
Cleveland
you were north
area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I'm familiar with Appalachian, you know, culture and whatnot. Rachel, we were neighbors. Have you seen the movie Songcatcher Everlasting?
Maybe.
It's a early 90s movie with Emmy Rossum as like one of the key players. But the gist of the story is that this woman was passed over by her department, her musicology department at some, you know, school. I can't remember which school. And so in sort of like, I need to get out of this situation, she goes and lives with her cousin in Appalachia and discovers that these European English love songs had been trapped in the Appalachian Mountains for hundreds of years, and perfectly preserved. And she recorded them, and like 'twas in the merry month of May when all gay flowers were blooming, sweet William on his deathbed lay for the love of Barbary Allen. You know, these sorts of songs. And by the way, Alex, yes, Schwongel's amazing. I've talked about Schwongel, I think, on here before. Anyway, the point is, it's a great movie with great music, and it's a cool sort of look into musicology. That's all.
mentioned, because I don't usually make it anybody's problem but mine, but I did start the live with a migraine today.
Fuck, dude, sorry.
And like, yeah, it's the way the guitar comes through behind the noise gate. Maybe it sounds that way to you guys from my end, but what I hear on my end from this music is smooth. But the way the noise gate lets the guitar through is kind of weird and grating.
I threw the guitar across the room.
I didn't mean to like inspire.
It may or may not be in one piece. I can't
I just
tell.
like-
It's hard to say.
I love guitar. I love live music. I do. I just...
That's to be determined. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm with you. Yeah. The compression is bullshit on these things. Because they're
really
trying to
is.
do for voices. Also, it's not a nice... Whatever. All the things. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yep. It's gone. It's on the other side of the room.
I've got a whole... I've got a whole mixer that makes it, like, kind of counteract some of that. And, that's how it comes through smooth on this. And even this gets cut by the noise gate. Just a little bit. But...
Watergate, Stargate, Noisegate.
It's been an interesting night. We've had all of, what, 2 believers.
I was going to say, I'm waiting for the interesting.
We've had 2 believers and then a litany of non-believers and agnostics. I don't know what was questioned. But maybe a believer with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or something like that might request up, and then, seeing if they can question their beliefs will be what the fuck we are talking about. I didn't forget the trolls, Philly. I just didn't want to remind everyone. Hello, Mix. Can I get your age?
Hi, bro. From Syria, need help for it, my family, please.
Sorry. That's
Please, bro. From Syria, need help.
That is unfortunate, but we are having a discussion about beliefs and questioning those things, and I'm not sure that you'd want that. And I'm sure he knows I'm not ignoring him. There is one in the queue that I may bring up soon. But I am hoping for a new voice, a new believer, to see if they can question their belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. Of course, if that doesn't happen soon, I'm sure I could find a question or two for you. Not you, Rav. No, I mean,
I'm almost out. I'm getting there.
Find a question for you, but yeah, you're gonna pass out soon.
Yeah, let it rip. I mean, I'm honestly, I'm like more awake than I am most nights.
No, you don't say.
Also, I wanted to correct myself, Rab. I don't think it was Robert Hunter. It was Bob's lyricist. Yeah, because he sings that. Well, Bob had his own lyricist for a lot of the songs he sang. Yeah, that's why I was just sitting here thinking about it. I was like, wait, Jerry didn't sing that. And I can't remember Bob's lyricist's name though.
John Perry Barlow.
That's it.
Yeah, took me a minute.
Azure is already loading up the good questions for the next round of Question the Questioner. Like, what is my favorite cheese? It's an important one.
I'm going to guess government.
It's an important question, and we will have to wait for that answer.
Second yawn.
Government cheese.
Hey, you know exactly what you're going to get. Consistency is key when it comes to cheese.
I have a guest you have questioned before, briefly, on your way to bed before. I don't know if you'll remember the conversation.
Here we go.
It's gonna go places, Rav.
Hey, good to see you again. You know, it's funny, I saw you on another live also, and I think I either wrote or thought to myself, at it again.
Yes, I'm much a believer in discussing things.
Are you a believer in questioning things?
Oh, I'm definitely a believer in questioning everything.
Remind me of your theology a little bit.
That made Thrayle laugh.
If you leave it out, I will put it in at the end as an amendment, an addendum.
Well, I just remember like the pomegranate-looking profile picture.
Oh, you just remember the picture, okay.
Yeah, and I can't remember too much of the theology. I'm sure it'll come back to me in a minute, but...
To answer your question, I believe in the Elohim of Elohim.
What does that mean?
Oh.
That is a particular quote of the Bible. Because
Where's that quote?
I believe it is in. Let me verify where that is. I know there's a few all over in different books, but I believe one is in Psalm 36, verse 2. Let me go verify. Yes, Psalm 136, verse 2. So in English, it says God of gods, which I'm fine with the English translation as well. I say Elohim of Elohim because I think Hebrew is, Hebrew term for Elohim.
Yeah, it's Eloheha Elohim.
I know in other versions there is...
Well, that's why I was asking, because Elohim Elohim would be like a calling out. Like you would say, Avraham, Avraham. But Eloheha Elohim is God of gods. Because there's a Smichut version. Anyway, what were you going to say? Sorry.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. There's also Deuteronomy 10:17. But yes, so the reason I say that is because I believe that there's multiple gods according to what Jesus said in John chapter 10, and also because he's quoting Psalm 82 in John chapter 10. So the reason I say God of gods is because I do believe that there's, multiple gods.
Do you think that that's what's being expressed there?
Oh, in Psalm 82, absolutely. And John chapter 10, yeah. Because when they're asking Jesus specifically, they're asking Jesus because they're ready to deal with it, because they view that he's said a blasphemy by saying the God thing. And so his response to how can you say that, you and the Father are one? How can you say that you are, God? His response is quoting Psalm 82, which says, you are gods. So I think the context is important because he's using Psalm 82 to answer their question about if he's, about the whole God thing.
Just to kind of clarify a little bit, are you familiar with the term henotheism?
I am not. Can you tell me? I can look it up. How do you spell it?
Heno. Sorry.
I was just gonna spell it, but I know you know how.
H-A-N-O?
H-E-N-O. You haven't heard of henotheism?
No. So, from the Google definition, it says adherence to one particular god out of several, especially by a family, tribe, or other group.
Right. So Israel was a henotheistic tradition, meaning that it was adherent to Adonai Ha Elohim and understood that other sort of nations or tribes surrounding them were adhering to other gods. And this is pretty common throughout the ancient Near East that people believed that their gods were sort of doing what they were doing, but on high. So if they were chilling in camp, so was their god. If they were battling, so was their god.
So,
are you familiar with? Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Everlasting.
Are you familiar with Deuteronomy 32:9? Is that a verse that rings a bell to you?
Oh, I love Deuteronomy 32:8 because there's different things that it says, depending on the translation. The way, if I could set up the context of Deuteronomy 32:8, it is saying that the Elohim of Elohim decided to put, when he divided up the nations of humans, he decided to put the sons of gods according to the numbers of sons of gods. That's how he divided up the humans. So it seems that he decided to put
I think your translation's a little off, just to be clear.
Is it?
Yeah, here, hold on. Let me, Thrayle, if I bring up the screenshot, are you able to sort of, can we parse it out? Yeah, okay.
We're talking about if it's the sons of Israel versus the sons of gods, right? Because I know that there's two different translations.
Two.
You
said there's two different translations.
Well, there's also two different, I believe, I want to say, maybe even two different manuscripts or something like that, yeah. So,
oh, you gave me a square one this time.
Yeah, sorry. Be'anchel Elyon Goyim. Yeah, Be'anchel Elyon Goyim. Oh.
Should be easier to read.
Be'anchel Elyon Goyim. This is like Hanchel is like settling. Elyon Goyim, that when God settled, when the Most High Elyon, it doesn't even say the Most High. It says in settling nations, Most High, I guess is how you would translate it. Behafri do b'nei Adam, and divided up, and he divided up the b'nei Adam, the children of Adam, meaning humanity. Yatsav gevulot amim, that the boundaries, the gvul, like the separations of the people, and assigned the separations of the peoples Lemispar, to their numbers, B'nai Yisrael, according to the numbers of the children of Israel. It's a very weird verse, frankly. It doesn't exactly say like when the Most High. It says Benachel Elyon. So what you could say like when Most High settled the Goyim, the nations. And by the way, Goyim does not mean that sort of pejorative sense of Goyim. It just means nations. Goy just means nation. It is only in later sort of circles that this becomes a word of sort of otherization. Anyway, that's what I'm saying. Like it's not really that clear. I think people really love this verse because it sort of seems to delineate between Elyon and Adonai, but you don't see anything else here. So, yeah.
Fun fact is that there's a certain number of translations that use a different Hebrew, where the Hebrew says Bene Elohim.
A different Hebrew.
Yep. Because
are you maybe in the Dead Sea Scrolls? Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah.
Interesting. Cool.
So some translations will say according to the number of angels, some will say according to the sons of God, because there's different things when the translations, they have to decide which route they're going to go. So they could go with this one or that one. So in my opinion, there's two possibilities. We either go with this one, which is definitely there, or we go with the other one that says it's Bene Elohim.
Why would you go with the other one?
I think the other one does make sense because it does say that there's principalities that are connected to each country, right? So it fits the theme of
like one Ben Elohim, like one son of God per nation sort of thing. That's sort of what you're saying?
Yeah, so if I would the way I interpret this as that possibility of saying like according to the number of principalities, that's the number that he used to decide how many to divide up the nations. Because he's saying it's like an equation that he's saying he's dividing up the nations according to how many like principalities there are. And it ties in with what I brought up yesterday about, I mean, not yesterday, like last time, where it said that he rented the vineyard, the earth, to these beings. So I believe that the Elohim, or as you said, what was the term that you used? Eloha something? Elohim? Anyway, I'll say the Elohim of Elohim.
Elohim.
So my belief is that God delegates in a way to test and give lessons to everyone. So he delegates power to these principalities to see what they do about it, and then he delegates he tests humans by putting the principalities over them. So in a way he gets to test everyone, really. A lot like the story of Job, right? Because in the story of Job, he's reasoning with Satan, but he's also reasoning with Job at the same time through like each other.
Yeah, but that's not what's happening here. Like that doesn't seem to be what's happening here. It seems to be this sort of word Elyon that everybody gets tripped up on.
Why do they trip up on it?
I don't know.
Okay. So they're tripping up on a word. Did you have any more questions for the guest, Route? Like the shape of the earth, maybe.
Well, the second verse is the issue. The next verse is the issue that that Adonai's portion is Jacob. So the next verse says like Yud He Vav He's portion is Jacob. But like, why would this God apportion to the nations according to the number of Israel? What does that even mean?
Yeah, I definitely lean towards the B'nai Elohim, like Septuagint Dead Sea Scrolls version. But yeah, I wouldn't know what this.
Even that doesn't make any sense. Even. How you doing over there, buddy? Here's the thing. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why is God? Let's just like seed the whole sort of a Most High God and a Yud He Vav He God. Why is this Most High God dividing up the nations based on the number of people in Israel?
Yeah, I thought that this links back to like the Tower of Babel moment. That was always my that's where my imagination goes when I read this, because we see Elohim of Elohim just do the dividing up with the languages and everything in Tower of Babel. So either
What do you mean dividing?
During the Tower of Babel, they were unified in constructing the Tower of Babel, and Elohim of Elohim decided he didn't want them unified, so he decided to divide them up, and he caused them all to have different languages, and that caused them to divide. So by giving them different languages, he was causing them to divide because that was his motive, to divide them. And so either this is another division that happened, or it's referring to that division that happened.
Except it's Yud He Vav He and it's Yud He Vav He and Tower of Babel, not Elohim.
That is so, because you're correct, the Hebrew does use different terms, but so we have the option of, are these different names describing the same being, or are these all different beings? And that's why different. Yeah.
Well,
and are you saying these are the same being then? Is that what you're saying now? That Elohim and Yod He Vav He are the same?
I do lean towards that, but I'm open to.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm
really quickly. I'm just gonna cut in for a moment and thank Philly Red, Dancing in Duality, Donna B, Yellow, 96, and Cat DeWitch for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Go ahead, Rev.
Yeah, so I think like what we were experiencing just a minute ago was that you were trying to separate this Elohe Ha Elohim from Yud He Vav He. You're sort of trying to designate these as two separate sort of things, and now that you're being confronted with the fact that you were sort of citing this as Elohim, whereas it's Adonai, Yud He Vav He, like, I'm happy to provide sort of a fix for you that's a pretty consistent one, if you're interested in that. But I think it's more about like why you believe. This is great, by the way, Thrayle. Whatever this is like fantastic. There's like Victorian double stops. Okay.
I love it.
Yeah, it's great. Okay, so what is your God provides best? Okay. That's keeps going. All right. I'm so distracted now. Okay, so like I'm happy to
GPB.
provide, yeah, right, GPB, GoPro bonus. I don't know how I feel about that laugh.
GoPro is
Thrayle.
great. GoPro
Yeah.
is great. Yeah, no,
Okay.
the laugh unsettles me too.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
All right.
I'll try not to
It's
laugh.
your laugh.
No, yeah. Look, it's
I'll
your
try not
laugh,
to
man.
laugh.
You know, you're the one who has to live with that. You know. Also, is it a pomegranate? That's the profile.
Looks like a
picture here?
pomegranate.
Yes, pomegranates remind me of God.
Can I do a pomegranate rant in a few minutes, Thrayle?
I don't know. We're gonna have to think about that one, Raph.
Okay. All right. You just let me know what you decide, and I'll come back to it. Trust me, it's in the can. Okay. So GoPro. The question is ultimately like, why do you like what is it now that you've been confronted with the fact that there is clearly a different text that's being assigned here? Like, I'm happy. Fuck. I'm happy to provide to you both the sort of textual criticism lens for this. I'm happy to provide a theological lens for this from a Jewish perspective. But I'm more curious in what your sort of,
Okay.
What are you dealing with here?
So the thing for me is like when Jesus quotes Psalm 82, and Psalm 82 is something because Psalm 82 starts off with like Elohim is talking
Psalm
to
82. We're in
Elohim.
Genesis 11. Come on, don't leave me now.
Yeah, but
Okay, Psalm 82. I'm with you. Yeah, go.
That GoPro just gets going and going and going.
I'm answering the question.
With Psalm 82.
Yeah. So Elohim of Elohim is talking to Elohim, but
is
then
Elohim in Psalm 82?
Yes.
Where in Psalm 82? Sorry.
Well, I mean, I start from the top. I could find specific verses if you want, but how it reads from the top is like, Elohim is in the assembly of the Elohim, but then one Elohim starts correcting the others, and the Elohim is basically tell them to get their act together, be more fair, do what's right, and then you're like, well, what's going on? And what are these Elohim that one Elohim is correcting? So when you first read this verse, it's complicated. But when we see Jesus talking about it, he's implying in John chapter 10 that Elohim, that term, also includes humans. So
this is a fascinating psalm that I don't know if I've ever read, frankly. I'm gonna have to take a much deeper dive into this. This is a very interesting, from a Hebrew perspective, a very interesting psalm that I think plays directly into what you are asking about. And I don't have enough information because there is a lot of weird grammatical play going on here. And I don't like the translation, frankly, of the JPS that I'm seeing, the Jewish Publication Society. So GoPro, I'm gonna not seed necessarily, but say weird psalm for sure. This lens.
Silla.
Yeah, you mean
Silla. It's a weird psalm.
Well, yes, I do look at the I use Blue Letter Bible to
What's a Blue Letter Bible?
Oh, it's a certain it's like a website that has Hebrew and Greek. So yeah, I do look up the Greek and Hebrew, if that's what you're asking, yeah.
Anybody else think of the Blue Plate special? When you hear Blue Letter Bible? That's the first thing.
I have a reprinted Red Letter Bible. All the text is black. I don't know
That's a Stephen Wright joke. That's got to be a Stephen Wright joke. That's so fucking good. I have a reprinted red letter Bible. All the letters. That's
So
so funny.
It's actually true.
That's so funny. I have a copy of the. That's the joke. I have a copy of the red letter Bible. All the letters are black.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
That's
and it's
so
truth.
funny. That's like really sorry. I'm like trapped. Okay, God, GoPro? What are you saying?
Yeah, I was saying that, like, Jesus gives interesting answers depending on when he's asked about this. So this is, I feel like, the most direct answer when he's asked, like, are you God? How are you connected with God? And he gives Psalm 82 as the reason that he is. And then, so that's why he's quoting Psalm 82. And so
where is that? Where is that in the Christian Bible?
that is in John, specifically John 10:34. But before that sets up the context, because the context is really important because he's answering a question and his reply is he states, you are gods. And then he's saying, like, if the beings here are being called gods, then why are you giving me a hard time, basically? That's what I'm like paraphrasing how he responded. But the whole John 10:30 through like 36 or something is very interesting. But in John 10:34 specifically is where he's quoting Psalm 82.
Are you familiar? Do you know what Midrash is, GoPro?
What is this?
Midrash. I'm gonna put it in the chat for you. I would look into what Midrash is. Midrash is a rabbinic genre of literature that begins in like the 1st or 2nd century BCE, and is essentially looking at their own time period through the text of the Hebrew Bible, and oftentimes either creating new stories or embellishing upon stories in the Hebrew Bible, or sort of interpreting law. So there's two types of midrash. There's halachic midrash, which is like interpreting law from the text, and then there's agadic midrash, which is like looking at the stories of the text and sort of filling in the blanks. So, like for example, Abraham, when he leaves his father's house to go to the land that God would show him, the midrash says Abraham's father was an idol maker, and so on Abraham's here, you are clearly seeing the way in which they're using the Hebrew Bible to bolster their own claims and sort of create a new narrative using the text of the Hebrew Bible as a sort of both a proof text and also a sort of legitimizer.
So looking at the term midrash, or I'm not sure how to pronounce it correctly.
It's not a rash around your midsection. Just
so it says that there was a method of interpretation that was developed a long time ago. I'm just reading the definition. It was developed between 200 CE and 1000 CE.
CE or BCE?
Let me wait. The earliest came from the 2nd century AD.
AD?
What?
No way.
The earliest midrashism. Okay, I'll have to look more into this word. But I do believe that verses can have multiple meanings. Like there could be a metaphorical meaning. Discussing proper interpretation, that is a good thing to do.
All I'm saying is that Hillel the Elder lived in the 1st century BCE. So, like, as far as I'm concerned, Midrash existed already.
What was that person's name?
Hillel the Elder. He's the person who said all of the Torah is what is hateful to you, do not do unto your fellow. In other words, love your neighbor as yourself. All the rest is commentary. Now go and study. Like, the Hillel is often cited as sort of the source of a lot of Jesus's sort of way of being.
So this is the first time I've heard of this figure, but yes, it sounds very interesting.
Why do you think that is, GoPro?
That I've never heard of Hillel?
Yeah, or Midrash.
I would say it's because when I study this, I study biblical text from the source, and I also look into like Gnostic books that are connected with the Bible, or also the book of First Enoch. So I usually go to the source because I want to read it for myself, kind of thing.
I understand. I guess what I'm saying is, why is it, do you think, that you have not heard of sort of the influential texts and figures that clearly contributed at least to the way in which these texts were compiled? Not necessarily compiled, but I'm saying like Hillel is not a contributor to the Christian Bible, but is the Christian Bible gathers inspiration from Hillel.
I see. So my answer is, usually if the dots that are connecting are not being brought up, it's because there's an agenda to not bring it up for whatever reason. And I do believe there are a lot of agendas out there. And usually when information is not brought up, it's intentional. So I would say that they're intentionally not connecting the dots for whatever reason.
I think it's odd. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would agree.
Sorry, I was so thrown back by the phrase "I agree" that I lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry for laughing.
No, it's yeah.
You lost your train of thought.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly where your rails are, but I can tell you destination is straight ahead on a limitless flat horizon.
Yeah, thank you. So helpful.
Flat
GoPro.
horizon.
Yeah. You think so?
Oh, I know so.
Oh my God.
Depending on
Can I ask
your
you a question,
perspective and convergence.
No, it's not dependent on perspective. It's just an absolute truth. Okay, GoPro, let me ask you a question. If somebody is, have you ever, you like, think of a pirate ship, okay?
Yep.
Okay, it's sailing on the open ocean. They're having a great time. They're drinking all the grog they want. None of the hardtack has any worms in it. There's a guy whose job it is to sit in this area way up high on the mast. Do you know what that area is called?
Yes, I was informed this is called the crow's nest.
Nice.
When I
Yeah,
first heard the
absolutely.
crow's nest, I thought it was being literal about bird's nest, but yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Definitely not that. But it is. It's sort of a basket on top of the mast of the ship. And as the ship is sailing through the ocean, the crow's nest will see land or another ship before. That's the purpose of the crow's nest, is that it will see land or another ship before anybody on the deck. Why?
Is that a theory, or do they go up there so that they're not like blocked by waves and stuff? Don't they have telescopes with them?
They're allowed to have telescopes on the deck too.
So you're saying that even if they had the same exact telescopes, and they're all using telescopes, that and there was no waves and nothing blocking their vision, that the person on the crow's nest would see it first?
Do you know how I know that it's true?
How?
Where do they put a lighthouse? On a shore.
Yeah.
On the cliff, right? A little higher up. Why would they want to put it higher up? Let me ask you another question. Let me ask you this way. You're driving down the highway. Have you ever driven toward a mountain before?
I believe I've driven with mountains around.
Okay.
You mean like driving up to the mountain?
Yeah, driving up to a mountain.
Okay, go on.
Okay, you're driving toward a mountain. Does the mountain stay the same size and just come towards you? Or does the point of the mountain start to come out of the forest?
You're saying like it looks like the mountain's getting bigger?
Shape in front of your face and just gets closer? Or do you see the tip of the mountain, then the middle of the mountain, then the base of the mountain when you get close?
Yeah, I would say as you get closer, like the shape begins to change. And when you're really close, it changes even more.
Right, because you're seeing more of the mountain that's revealed lower and lower and lower, right? It's almost like a curtain is being lowered so you can see more and more of the mountain as you get closer. Right? Is that accurate, GoPro?
Yeah, I would say as you get closer, you're getting a different perspective of what the mountain looks like.
Great. And so like as a sailing ship approaches another sailing ship on the horizon, they'll see more and more of the ship as they get closer, right?
You're saying the ship?
Yeah, so like one sailing ship, I'm in the crow's nest of the Black Pearl, and I'm heading toward Queen Anne's Revenge, and I'm gonna see on the crow's nest will see their crow's nest first, and as I get closer, I'll see their mast, and as I get closer, I'll see their sails, and as I get closer, I'll see the hull of their ship, and as I get closer, I'll see the water, the curtain lowers, and I see more of the ship from the top of the ship to the bottom of the ship. As I get closer to the mountain, I see more of the mountain from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. As I get closer to the shore, I see more of the shore from the top of the highest point to the shoreline. You with me, GoPro?
I'm following. Go ahead.
Okay. Why is that?
So with what you're describing, I would say like it's like when you bring an object really, really close to your vision, it's kind of like your vision can only see what's really close. That's what I think you're saying.
Can I ask you a question? Do you have like a soda can, an empty soda can near you?
I got an empty sparkling water can.
Perfect. Great. Okay. Do you have like a Sharpie, or like a permanent marker?
No, but can I imagine? Can I look at like an art thing on the thing itself and pretend that that's it?
Put a little dent in it. Put a little dent in it.
Okay, on the side?
Yep, and the side, like a point of the angle.
Yep.
Okay, great. Now rotate it so that you can't see any of the angle.
So then, you're saying from one perspective, it looks like there's no dent at all, right?
Exactly. You have the dent on the exact opposite side. So
Yep.
you're holding it. I'm holding my can currently. My right hand is near the mouth hole, and my left hand is near the bottom of the can, and I'm kind of holding it in my fingertips, like I'm about to rotate it either way. I'm even kind of sliding it and rotating it. I can even show exactly what I mean if I turn on my camera just for a moment, if that's okay with you, Thrayle.
Yes, to show your hand.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Go for it.
Nothing else.
It's a hand, everybody. Calm down.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not even showing
While
it
he
right
pulls
way.
that up, while he figures out how to work his camera, I'm going to thank Rachel, also Alex, Kyle,
Like this.
Miss Karu, 96, and Z-Witch for helping with that last goal. Go ahead now.
It's okay. You don't even have to. That's fine. All right. Okay. So we're all holding our can exactly the same way.
Yes,
And
horizontally.
I'm great. So I'm gonna rotate and now the dent is completely away from me. It looks like it's a perfectly normal can when I'm looking at it.
Yep.
Great. Now rotate the can, like turn your thumbs toward the ground so that the can begins to rotate towards you.
Okay.
It begins to, you can tell that it begins to warp.
Yep.
What do you see first?
Well, first, it doesn't look like a straight line anymore. At the top.
Yep.
That's how I know that something is different.
Yeah. So as you're turning it, does that mountain begin to get taller?
Yes, it becomes less and less of a straight line.
Great. It's not that it comes towards you all at once. Gradually, it's less and less of a straight line, and then all of a sudden, you're seeing the full peak in all of its glory, right?
So you're saying this is one way to verify if the Earth has a curve or if it's flat? I'm sorry for laughing. Go ahead.
No, that's it. I mean, that's it. It's just we just proved it to you with absolute certainty that the Earth is round, and I'm just a rabbi.
I mean, I'm still not convinced that the Earth is round. I have to do more questioning
How are you
about
not
it.
Convinced?
How am I not convinced?
Are you at least entertained?
I am very entertained. Thrayle, you asked how am I not convinced?
Yes. How strong will the telescope have to be for you to look out your window and see the peak of Everest?
It would have to be strong enough to see something that they say I shouldn't be able to see.
Do you think that is possible?
I
think
that's
no one has
incredibly
ever
possible.
tried?
Yes. I think you could either do it by seeing something or you could use a laser. So I'm very much waiting for those things to get strong enough.
Shine a laser at the peak of a mountain. I don't
Well,
understand. How is it you think that no one in the history of mankind has been able to take a...
Thrayle, I think he's being dishonest. I mean, we literally just observed the exact phenomena, and I'm sorry.
I've had suspicions for several days, and it is seeming more and more evident. Tell someone that they're obviously lying if they're not obviously lying. Could he actually be just so dogmatic in his belief that he refuses to accept the reasoning that he accepted.
Is it that you want a free trip to space? Is that?
No, it's I want the experiment where there's a laser that's on the ground that's pointing to it.
You want a laser? You want a laser? That's
pointed.
what you want.
Well, I want to see that experiment. I don't have to conduct it myself. I just have to.
Are you aware of
literally-
the laser experiments to measure the distance of the moon?
I know you brought it up last time, but you said that the laser bounced off the moon?
I didn't say the laser bounced off the moon, but technically it would be reflected back towards the Earth, towards the source. The way the reflectors they used.
Laser.
You should look it up.
What is the name of this? How would I find it?
Jewish space laser.
I knew that was coming.
I did too.
Sorry,
you could probably Google laser moon distance and get a lot of results on that.
I think there's 7.
GoPro, I gotta say, I'm a little offended. I mean, we did that whole experiment together, and you literally watched it happen in real time. You described it yourself, and it comported with all of the things that we discussed, and you agreed to ahead of time. And now that, like, all I can think is either you're dishonest, which I actually, like, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think that's true. Like, or you like Thrayle said, you're so tied to a particular dogma that that you're not actually able to sort of think critically. And I think that that's really sad, that you're restricting yourself like that.
Well, for me, I just want to give each theory its due diligence of research.
Well, one is a theory, which means that it has been that it has been supported by a wide body of evidence, and the other is a crackpot ideology that is harmful and repressive.
In my mind, I view them both as theories.
What is a theory?
Scientifically, theory is like, well, let me just say, I define the word theory differently than science does. I should say they're both ideas. Maybe that's better for me to say they're both ideas that I have to test.
Why do you feel that? Sorry, Thrayle.
Did you just diminish something as just a theory and then use your definition of theory to dismiss it?
No, I was saying that I know that science views the word theory as like a fact, right? Like scientific, like a scientific theory states that it's like a fact, but I view more of the word theory as like an idea.
Well, so like, that's great that you think that. And the reality is that a scientific theory, as you just said, is a fact. And so your notion of theory is not overly helpful when we're trying to understand and demonstrate scientific fact.
Yeah, so I don't view that as, I don't view that concept of that it is a fact. I view those as ideas. So there's two ideas. Either the Earth is a globe, or the Earth is flat, or another shape. And there could possibly be, something else. But I'd want to do tests to see, or see tests to verify.
You know, it's crazy. If you were to zoom out and the Earth were the size of a cue ball, the Mariana Trench, which is the deepest part of the entire Earth's like crust, would be the depth of a 1 millimeter cue ball. Zoom the whole Earth out to the size of a cue ball for like a game of pool. The Mariana Trench, deepest part of the entire Earth's crust, would be a 1 millimeter chip in the cue ball, which means that the Earth is extremely smooth. And so if you were to, by the way, if you were to like dunk a cue ball in water and spin it on a table, plenty of water would stay on there. And that's like a crap experiment, by the way. But because there is density of the cue ball, water will stick to it because there is density to it and it will hold to the ball. Like, I think what is the attachment to the flat earth idea? Like, what's the attractiveness? Like, why is that attractive?
Well, okay, well, to explain, the Bible has multiple times where it talks about the firmament, so I have to see if there is a firmament, so I have to test for that as well.
Wait a second. The firmament is the roundest piece of the whole thing. Even in the biblical model, the firmament is a dome. That's the roundest part.
So I would want to do. So yeah, my saying is, if the Earth was a globe, what would the firmament be? And like you just said, you just said that the biblical thing says that there's a dome that's over a flat. So like you said, the Bible seems to point to that concept.
So why is
That
the
at least
Bible dictating what is? Why is the Bible dictating your understanding? Look, why is the Bible dictating anything to do with science? Do you think that the Bible and science have similar goals?
I would say that the Bible has deep truths at certain places. So
Great.
if it
Not the question that I asked though, GoPro. Like sincerely, like no screwing around. Like I'm happy to say what I think, but like I'm genuinely trying to get you there, which is like, what are the goals of the Bible and what are the goals of science, and are those goals the same, or do they have different goals, or do they have opposed goals, or are those goals complementary? Like, you know,
that is a good question.
Is it possible that the ancient people that wrote the Bible didn't really, as Rab is pointing out, didn't really have any scientific endeavor? They were just describing the sky as it appeared to them, without the ability to kind of way.
I am not sure how they acquired their reason for stating certain things about the firmament itself. I'm not sure how they gathered their data or how they came to that conclusion, but it is stated.
How much do they talk about the firmament versus how much do they talk about this idea of Shabbat and a day of rest?
It is scattered throughout the Bible. Like sometimes they refer to it as like a strong mirror.
Yeah, I can think of a hand or a pavement of sapphire. Yeah, I can think of a few different times, maybe like 5 or 6 times that I can think of. How many times do they talk about Shabbat?
A lot.
Yeah. So, looking at this chapter 1 of the book of Genesis, what's more important, the firmament or this idea of a day of rest?
I mean, I would say they're both important.
That's fair. My question is really, what is the priority? See, I'll just pull back the curtain a little bit because I have to go to bed soon. Um, when you tell a story, you don't. When you tell a story, do you give the moral of the story at the beginning of the story or at the end of the story?
The moral of the story at the beginning or the end. Yeah, usually you tell the story and then you explain like the deeper meanings of the story. That's usually how it goes.
Exactly. So 6 days of creation. What happens on the seventh day? The big final moment, the payoff pitch. All these amazing acts of creation, and there's light, and there's water, and there's animals and plants, and all these amazing things. And what's the big payoff pitch?
You're asking me like the meaning?
No, what's the final moment? You have all these acts of creation, these amazing things, and the whole universe is coming into being. And on the seventh day,
he rests.
Yeah, that's the whole point, man. That's the story.
But
yeah, you get a second story, you get a completely separate story, brand new story, nothing to do with the first one, aside from the fact that they are both creation stories, but not the same story or related story for that matter. It says so in the Hebrew. Eila toldot hashamayim v'haaretz.
I do understand that is one way to interpret it. However, I do believe that sequels are endless, which means that I believe that there will always be sequels, and the sequel is always better, forever.
Love it. Yeah, love it. That's fine. Oh, yeah, but the sequel's always better?
Well, that is my belief.
The sequel's always better?
Yes, that is my belief.
I gotta tell you, the sequel to the Hebrew Bible wasn't that great.
You're talking about the New Testament?
Preach, brother.
I think there's amazing things in the New Testament.
Sure. As great as the Hebrew Bible? Not even close.
You're talking about the philosophy of love and forgiveness and mercy and oneness.
You don't think that's in the Hebrew Bible?
Is oneness in the Hebrew Bible?
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Hear, O Israel, our Lord is our God, our Lord is one.
Into that oneness like Colossians does?
Why would it? I don't understand. Yeah, I mean, Yotzer Or V'rei Choshech, Osei Shalom V'rei Torah. The God created all of these things as one. Like it's all. I mean, I don't understand what you're saying.
Is it saying that all those things are connected into the oneness of God? Like included in the oneness of God?
I don't understand how that has to do with this particular text. I guess is my question.
Well, because I was bringing up the concept of all things being in oneness that are in God.
What does that mean?
So, Colossians says that all things were created through and for Christ.
Yeah, but what we were talking about was whether or not it was an effective way of communicating sort of a fundamental truth, and I don't know that you were able to pull that off.
Pull what off? Fundamental truth?
Yeah, I guess it feels like a leap was just made, and maybe I missed something.
I thought we were discussing the concept of oneness being in the Bible.
I guess I'm wondering how we got to oneness. I'm feeling a WTF sort of moment for myself and for the conversation.
I
Thrayle,
was
thoughts?
letting you guide this.
Yeah.
You
No, I know.
proved
I
to
think
him that the earth was round. He's been
yeah.
somewhat
Yeah.
disingenuous about accepting his own reasoning on that. And then somehow you got to oneness while I was responding to a message.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like this slipped. I feel like I have fallen into a crevasse. Help. Help.
May I
GoPro.
respond?
I wonder if Everlasting has any questions.
Not cocked and loaded. Unfortunately, I'm in the crevasse with Rav over here.
How did we slip into this notion of oneness? Like, where did that come from, GoPro?
Well, you
had
said
a
that
whole
the
bunch
old
of alien gods that visited the flat Earth.
Yeah.
You stated that the Old Testament was better than the New Testament.
I guess I did say that, didn't I?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that my real line of questioning was always to sort of come back to this notion that there is a genuine misunderstanding. There is a genuine misunderstanding of the Christian Bible, of the Hebrew Bible, and I guess it seems to me. I just want to recap for a moment all the things that we've talked about. We have talked about this earth and its form. We've talked about the fact that the firmament is not a huge priority in the Hebrew Bible, and that this idea of Shabbat is a much greater priority. And the reason I bring that up is because the notion of the 6 days of creation is the firmament is only a little teeny tiny bit of that. It's only a little piece of the morsel that gets you to this idea of Shabbat. All of these 6 days of creation isn't about the individual things that are that exist in the mind of the Israelite, but it's about this notion that Shabbat is holy. And you were saying that everything is a new creation story or something like that.
I said that the sequels get better, but also I'd like to say that Jesus said that. Yeah, Jesus said that everything points to him, which makes me, when Jesus says everything points to him, that makes me want to look up everything that's in the Old Testament for to see how it connects.
Why did you start reading the Christian Bible? Now I remember. This is where we were the other night. Why did you start reading the Christian Bible in the middle as opposed to reading the Bible from the beginning? This is exactly where we were the other night and when I fell asleep.
So I was raised Christian where I was told, like, read the Bible, you could read anywhere. And I did read Genesis, but I did also jump around because I felt like jumping around. I would say it's because Leviticus is like extremely intense.
I'm forward to it with my son, frankly.
So I stayed away from Leviticus for a while because Leviticus got a bit too dark for me when I was young.
Are you speechless again, Rob?
No, I'm trying to form the question. I just really just can't understand why people read every other book from the beginning of the book to the end of the book, except for this book. They're like, I'm going to pick out half of a sentence here and a paragraph there. I don't understand that.
And would it be fair to say, GoPro, would it be fair to say that the the New Testament is written through like the lens of not from within the lens of the Hebrew text, but from an outsider's perspective, looking at it and translating it into this New Testament.
I mean, I would certainly admit that it's written in Greek, right? But
yes,
it still had the Hebrew culture. I would say it's like it's using a different language, but there were still Hebrew cultures that were involved, right?
Do you remember
Well,
when we
not
talked?
just-
Sorry, Everlasting.
I just want to just tack this on real quick. I'm not just talking about the language, but from the perspective of the conversation that was had in the original text. The people, yes, the culture. That it's written from an outsider's perspective to that culture. That's the heart of the question I'm asking.
So then my question becomes, well, who's in the New Testament that is Hebrew? I would describe Jesus Hebrew. I would describe Paul as Hebrew. So now there's a lot of Hebrews where it's a Hebrew perspective because they're Hebrew, right?
Okay, so I'm not gonna go. Don't worry. I'm not gonna go down to my usual script with that. But these are the characters in the story that are described. The authors that are writing this story. Do you think it's fair to say that they are writing these characters from an outside of Judaism perspective?
That's a good question.
Let me ask you this one more question real quick, and then I'm gonna mute up again and let Rav take back over. Who is the most powerful character in the Bible?
That would certainly be Elohim of Elohim, the Heavenly Father. The Heavenly Father is the most powerful character in the Bible, in my opinion.
Ask me, Everlasting. Ask me.
Rav, who is the most powerful character in the Bible?
The reader. Whoever's reading it. All right, back.
That's the only thing I kind of wanted to get across with my questions. And I would say, I typically say the author is the most powerful character,
nice.
But the reader is just as valid, I think.
The reader is so powerful that they can create a flat earth that's visited by alien gods.
Well, I can prove that the Bible does talk about aliens.
You're talking about
and
6.
Jude. Yeah, if you connect Jude with Genesis 6, it definitely says aliens. Because you have beings coming from somewhere else, and then they interbreed with humans, and there's a hybrid offspring. So it's different biology.
If the Earth is flat, does the planet that the aliens are coming from, is it flat as well?
That is a good question. Jude says they come from a different habitation somewhere else. I don't know what that habitation looks like. But
how did they manage to get through the firmament?
Well, theoretically they would have to have traveled through water, right? And then I think it states that the firmament has gates, right? So
are you saying the aliens came here in submarines?
Or a ship that is also able to travel through the air and the water and all kinds of different things. But yes, it would probably have to travel through water to get here.
So submarines.
Well, it would have to be a ship that can travel through air and water. So like a flying submarine.
Water. Flying submarines.
Yeah, and if you look at like the flying saucer thing, You know, that kind of looks like a flying submarine, doesn't it?
Can I ask you? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Raph.
Well, if your claim is that the B'nai Elohim and the Nephilim are these alien creatures that come from Elohim, is not. By the way, that's what it says. Is that version of Elohim here in this particular text? Yeah. So then, why is it? What's going on? I don't understand. I guess it doesn't make any sense. Like this sort of alien thing as opposed to a necessary thing.
I couldn't hear what you said. You're asking about Genesis 6?
Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. Like your reading of the text is not consistent with the text itself.
I think it's so. It says that the B'nai Elohim, right? They took wives, human wives, right?
Yep.
And then there's hybrid offspring called the Nephilim from the B'nai Elohim. When a B'nai Elohim interbreeds with a human, then you get a Nephilim offspring. So then, therefore, the Nephilim is the hybrid offspring. So my point is that
You're
B'nai Elohim,
conflating Nephilim and these Gibborim. There's two separate groups. It's not the same group. The text is saying that the Nephilim and the B'nai Elohim are the same group.
no, it's not. It's saying that the Nephilim are the offspring of a B'nai offspring from my interpretation. Although there are multiple ways to interpret this. And this is not the only time that the Nephilim are talked about in the Bible.
Well, they're talked about in the Exodus piece with the spies, but they're spoken about falsely, like they're brought up in false testimony.
There's also First Enoch, which I view as canon.
And then I gotta go to bed. Are you out?
Or is who out?
Oh, huh? Right. Okay.
You're trying to get that.
Yeah, sorry. Hanephilim hayu ba'aretz b'yamim hahem. And the Nephilim were on the land in those days. V'gam acharei ken asher yavou. And then they came. And then they came B'nai HaElohim. And also, so came the B'nai Elohim. El Banot HaAdam. They came to the daughters of Adam, the daughters of humanity. V'yaldu lahem Hema, and they bore to them Hagiburim, the heroes, or like the great ones, Asher Me'olam Anshe Hashem, that these were the eternal heroes of old.
So, if I'm reading this correctly, it's stating that every time these Nephilim appear, they appear every time that the B'nai Elohim interbreed with humans, and they have offspring, and then these Nephilim are born.
It's not the Nephilim that are born, it's Giburim that are born here. It doesn't matter. I don't really care, honestly, that much. The point is, there are two separate, like, Hanephilim hayu ba'aretz bayamim hahem. And so the Nephilim were on the land at that time. That's literally what it says. V'gam acher ken. And later too. Asher yavo. So, and thus, when the divine beings, El Banot Adam, came to the daughters of humanity, the Yaldu Lahem, and they bore to them Hema Hagaburim, like offspring of the heroes, Meolam, Asher Meolam, Anshe Hashem, like the heroes of old, or the heroes of like eternal great heroes of the world. Yeah. And
I do understand that there's different interpretations of Genesis 6, and I do look at all the, or I try to look at all the evidence to support each claim.
fair. Yeah. All right. The earth is round. Let me just hear you say the earth is round so I can go to sleep tonight. Oh. Dr. Bowen, this is so good.
Good morning.
Great morning.
Good
now.
morning, Dr. Josh. What a treat.
Good morning, Joshua. How you doing?
I am well. I've been listening in for a few minutes off and on, so just thought I'd come up, interact a little.
Yeah. Do you have any questions for GoPro?
Yeah, I guess, and sorry, Rev, I don't want to jump in on you here. So, earlier in the discussion, so forgive me if I have, but I'm just curious as to why you take like the Hebrew Bible, for example, to be, I don't know, like a historically reliable source.
Can you please, what do you mean by reliable?
Oh, sure. I don't mean anything deeper, but then it's not a trick question or something. I just mean like, I suspect, well, I shouldn't say this, make this assumption, but I expect that if you read like the Epic of Gilgamesh, you wouldn't say, so we know that there's a garden at the end of a long tunnel that you can run through to beat the sun. And it's got jewels growing on trees, and that there's like a bar at the end of the world just before the sea of death that leads to the flood survivor. I imagine.
You asked a very
way.
Oh. So
no, go ahead,
this is, yeah, this is a very good question. So the way I view everything is that I look if it contains at all deep truths. So if any collection of writings contains deep truths anywhere and it's connected to other writings, I'm willing to look into it. This isn't only the Bible, this is like anything. So it's because that I feel like the Bible contains deep truths. I would say that the deep truths are scattered throughout the Bible. And that's why I'm willing to look at the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean,
the
that makes
question
sense.
was about the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Oh, well, actually,
did you answer that part of the question?
Yeah. So if the Epic of Gilgamesh I felt like resonated with deep truths, Which I do think that there are things that I could learn from Gilgamesh and the Anunnaki. I at least
historical
I believe.
truths.
I do believe Gilgamesh is connected to the Anunnaki.
I know a little bit about.
Well played.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, so I hear you, and I think that's fair, right? If you look at an ancient text and you don't know an awful lot about it, and you say, "Oh my gosh, look here, Gilgamesh is, weeping for, 7 days and 7 nights over his friend, and realizes his own mortality," and that's a deep truth, like recognition of one's mortality, and then going on a quest to try to, rectify that. And I think that's reasonable to then say, well, I'm gonna investigate the text more to see if there's more there or something. But I think maybe that's where my question more precisely resides, is that when you do that further investigation, what led you to say the rest of this text contains, like, after it's I've verified, or I believe that the rest of this text presents historical reality, or reality of like cosmology, those sorts of things.
So I have to look into everything, right? So just because there's a deep truth that's there, that leads me to want to explore what's around that deep truth. So I have to look into everything. So it's the deep truth that I find within something that causes me to, like, let's talk about like the Anunnaki, what the Sumerians talked about there, about the Anunnaki. So if I feel like there's a deep truth, I'm willing to look at things around it. That doesn't mean that the things around it are necessarily what I would call as a deep truth. But
so what are the Anunnaki?
The Anunnaki?
The Anunnaki.
Okay. I believe they came to Earth, and it sort of ties into where the Elohim in Genesis says, like, let us create man in our image, kind of thing. And it ties in close with that. Where
why do you think that?
Because I've researched what I've researched about the Anunnaki.
What are the Anunna? Do you know?
I would say that they are extraterrestrial aliens.
What leads you to believe that?
Because of what I've been told. I mean,
sorry, we're kind of going circularly here, right? Like, I lead you, or what Akkadian text leads you to believe that the Anunna or the Anunnaki are extraterrestrials?
I know there's a few different. I knew the names of the different things, but I do not know them off the top of my head.
Did you read them? Did you study them?
Well, not. I would say. I know they're on YouTube and stuff.
Oh my!
But I did not read them like in like a book, kind of thing.
Where did you get this idea, if you didn't read them from the actual Sumerian and Akkadian compositions in translation? Where did you get this idea that they're extraterrestrials?
I believe it's usually somebody that's reading the thing and that's reading it kind of like an audiobook.
Okay, but I mean, like, who is that person?
I've heard different like researchers and that research it that give a.
Do you know any? If I start listing them, do you think you could identify them as the people that you heard it from? Is Billy Carson one?
I'm not sure the names, to be honest.
Zachariah Sitchin, does that sound familiar?
I know he wrote a book.
Okay. So neither of those two people knows Sumerian or Akkadian.
That's interesting.
this is why I ask, because listen, I'm with you. If there's deep truths that like I think something resonates with me as important and valuable, I'm gonna further research it, right? I think the issue though is how that research is done. And I think it's very easy for all of us, right? If we don't know who the specialists are or who the people that actually know the topic well, if we don't know who they are, which is a very difficult thing to do, by the way, to know who the specialists are in a field, that it can lead us down a path of just, as you say, watching a YouTube video that seems reliable, when in reality it's not.
That is a great point.
I would. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
No. I was blathering on for a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that it's not like I exactly have access to these things. I would say, or I don't even know how to get access to them.
That's what my question is going to be. Yep.
Yeah, that is the right question to ask. And my friend, I am here for you.
I appreciate that.
That's good. I'm sort of trying to be funny. So my PhD is in Sumerian and Akkadian texts. So if you want to jot this down, ETCSL, the Electronic Text Corpus of Sumerian Literature, is a website that was put together, I think it finalized in 2005. But this is from actual Sumerologists, Assyriologists in the field. Some of them are colleagues of mine, that put the vast majority of Sumerian literature online in both Sumerian translation to anybody that wants to go read it. So if you Google ETCSL Sumerian, it will come up. And it's a little clunky to navigate. I can help you with that. But because they're Assyriologists, so of course they're going to make it clunky. But that's where you can get the vast majority of Sumerian literary texts, and I can almost guarantee that all of the texts that you would want to read are on there in English translation. As far as Akkadian literature, there is a book by Benjamin Foster, Foster. I don't think they've published it online anywhere. The Muses, Before the Muses, an anthology of Akkadian literature. And, oh man, it's 1,000 pages maybe, but it's just, he's a brilliant Assyriologist, but he's just giving English translations with footnotes and bibliography, secondary literature for all of the most popular, influential Akkadian texts, and from a wide variety of literary genres, all in English translation, very accessible. So those are the two places that I would recommend going to start diving in.
I really like fascinating culture because they have a Sumerian kings list, which I will have to verify if that's real. And,
it is. Yeah. And you can get it. You can see it on that ETCSL website. You can read it in full.
I think that one's very interesting because their kings list goes back many years because they seem to include the lifespan of the king in the kings list, from what I understand.
That's right.
But you're right. I should have a way of verifying that it's as close to the source as possible for myself.
If this is going to sound horribly self-serving, and I'm sorry, I don't mean it to sound that way. So my wife, Megan Lewis, and I, but primarily my wife, who is also an Assyriologist,
talking about how proud he is of his wife.
I know. Sorry. So I don't know if you know who Bart Ehrman is, the New Testament scholar. GoPro, but my wife is his podcast host. But anyway, she runs a website well, it's a website, sure, but like a YouTube channel called Digital Hammurabi, just like the king, Hammurabi, Hammurabi. And this is what she does. I mean, this is what we do, but so there's tons of stuff on that. Like she and I wrote a book, learned to read ancient Sumerian. But it's just taken a while. But so this is sort of what we do. So I'd be very happy to help with any of this.
Digital
I just saw one of
Hammurabi.
her dialect.
Yeah.
One of her dialect videos I saw yesterday. It was very charming.
Yes. Did you see the love lyrics one? That was amazing.
I don't remember that one.
She's reading Sumerian. It might not have been a dial deity. It was just a video that she put out. But she's reading a short segment of a Sumerian poem. But she reads it very seductively. It's great.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
I'll look for that one.
Can I ask you a question, Dr. Bowen?
Oh, please, yeah.
Okay, so like the way that I sort of, well, I mean, it's not just me, obviously, but the way that the dating of the text of the Hebrew Bible goes, are you mostly concerned, or maybe not concerned, but like looking at the texts that are a result of or redacted during the Babylonian exile?
No, me particularly.
Well, because I guess what I'm like thinking of is certainly there. I assume you're looking thematically and grammatically in the Hebrew Bible. Is that accurate?
Oh, sure. I mean, it depends on. I suppose it depends on what I'm doing.
Okay,
but
that's
yeah.
fair.
I mean, certainly that's important. Yeah.
Well, I guess maybe there's a few questions, and one is like, where is the best place to sort of like I've already sort of done this myself, but I think there's a lot of work to be done to basically pull the thread to parse out what texts were written where, and basically look at the if you were to take a cross section of a mountain, you would see different epochs, not necessarily next to each other. You would see these like sort of strata that were sort of threaded together like a giant tapestry. And I think the same is true in the Hebrew Bible. So like Deuteronomy is older than the book of Genesis, but the Song of the Sea and the war song and the Song of the Sea is older than the book of Deuteronomy. And the book of Kings is older than the book of Deuteronomy. And Samuel is older than Deuteronomy, right? Like that sort of thing. And some Psalms are really old and some Psalms are post-Babylonian exile. And Genesis is very clearly in conversation with sort of Babylonian culture, maybe early Babylonian exile. And then we can talk about like clear sort of delineations, but then there are muddier delineations of how these texts are written out. I guess that's where I'm at.
Yeah. So I think, so there are two things that come to mind that I think are really important in this discussion. And rather, this isn't for you, this is for anybody listening, because I know you know what I'm getting ready to say. And that is that there's a difference between the canonical or like the final form and its like redaction history or its textual history, the way that it came to be. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of this stuff gets flattened where, someone will say, the book of Daniel is probably a really good example of this. The book of Daniel is clearly its final composition came, in the 160s. But that doesn't mean that everything that's in Daniel, therefore, must have originated in the 2nd century. Like, it doesn't work that way. And again, Rap, I know you know this. You know, like the Aramaic tales in the early half of the book, it may
You're breaking up,
maybe
Dr.
before.
Bowen.
We don't know. And they're I'm still
You've got
breaking up.
spiritual bards. Yeah. I don't want to speak for Dr. Bowen, but like the fact that texts are written over a period of time and compiled by multiple people and built upon, I imagine that that's where you were starting to go to say. Excuse me.
Am I back?
Yeah, golden.
You there? Yes, we hear you
Okay.
now.
Excellent. Sorry, I'm mobile. But hopefully it won't be too bad. Yeah, that's right. And so I think what ends up happening is, someone will say, for example, Exodus 15, obviously a very, relatively speaking, a much older text. And they'll, so somebody says, oh, look, here, Song of the Sea, really old. It maybe goes back to the 10th century or, I don't know, 11th century. Who knows where the tradition comes from. Therefore, like, Exodus is old. It's like, well, it's not really how that works. And so I think that when we have these types of discussions, like what Rav and I are talking about here, people should be very sensitive to the distinction between this section, let's say, of Deuteronomy 12 to 26. It is older, and then its later, redaction history results in the canonical form at a later period. And I think all those things come into play when we discuss the text, because when we look at the dating, and a lot of what I do, I'm more concerned about seriation. I'm more concerned about like which one came first, like which text came first, and then which one came after. Because if, like, when I'm looking, obviously, I talk about slavery so often and the laws surrounding it, but it's really important to the discussion to identify, did the covenant code come first, and then Deuteronomy 15, and then Leviticus 25? Because if it's in that order, there are implications for that. It's not necessarily as important when the covenant code was written as much as it is that it came before Deuteronomy. So I think it just, I think just depends on, I guess, the thing that you're studying or the topic that you're working with. But making that distinction, just like you were saying, I think is really, really important.
Can I offer one sort of moment?
Please.
Okay, so I think that Judges 19 comes before Genesis 19. Judges 19 being the section where the Levite man takes his concubine and essentially thrusts her out into the town square for the townspeople to have their way with her, and then he in the morning kicks her and says, "Get up." That's like the end of the moment. It's this very grotesque scene, and then he cuts her up and sends bits of her to all of the 12 tribes. And the text says nothing as horrific has ever happened in all of Israel. And then, but Genesis 19 is the Sodom and Gomorrah story. And the idea of the Lot pushing his daughters out into the town square, but the angels kind of pulling back on it. I think that the Judges story is earlier, and that the Genesis story is playing on this story as a critique of city life, or as like a polemic against city life, and sort of a reminder of the pastoral narrative of Genesis 18. like in contrast to Genesis 18 and saying you should be farmers, not city people, which is also in to me, the Genesis and Exodus become a hall of mirrors pretty quickly between sort of before the pre-Babylonian exile and the Babylonian exile itself.
Yeah, and I mean that. I think that would polemic fits very well with the primeval history of 11, because I think that's certainly the message of that narrative arc. And Rav, I know you know this, but like if people are interested in that discussion, there's a really good article by Ron Hendel, 2005 article by Ron Hendel. Of course, I can't remember the title of it, but if you look up his publications, it'll show up. But he's looking at the narrative arc that you see in Genesis 1 through 11, and how it's like a polemic against Mesopotamian ideology, which is that the city and civilization is like the best of the best. If you want to be at the top, if you want to be the ideal human, you're going to be living in the city. That's where it happens. And Genesis is, I think, reacting pretty strongly to that. But I think this is a really good example, though, of talking about the interplay or the relationship of Genesis and Exodus. Like there are two, and sorry, I keep saying this, Raph. I know you know this, but like there are two main theories in play right now, and I mean have been for a while among subject matter experts in the Hebrew Bible about how Genesis and Exodus, the patriarchal narratives and the Exodus wanderings narrative relate to one another. So on the one hand, you have scholars that believe that there are individual stories that run the entire length of most of Genesis and Exodus, and Numbers, so they each of these stories, they call them sources, run the length of those stories, so they connect at an early date the patriarchal narrative all the way down through the Exodus and the wanderings in the wilderness, and that there are different sources, 3 different sources that have this, and then they get combined at a late date to form the bulk of the Pentateuch. They call that the documentary, sort of like the main advocate or one of the big advocates for that. The other view, and you can read about this with somebody like Conrad Schmidt, is that the patriarchal narrative, the bulk of it, and the Exodus wanderings narrative were 2 separate stories, origin stories, that at the same time were in coexistence and developed independently of one another. And only at a later date, which can flex when that happened, got edited together. And then that edited together version got re-edited for theological reasons. And while that might seem like a slight difference, it's actually the ramifications for it are pretty significant. And so, yeah, I mean, I think even this is why, and I'll shut up. But this is why these discussions are incredibly fascinating. But they can only really be that way once you leave behind, like a single authorship view of the text. That's when it gets really interesting. But anyhow, sorry. You guys probably weren't asking me any of that.
I think it's important for everybody to be open.
Not angry that there wasn't a question mark at the end of that for some reason. Usually I prefer a question, but I liked that.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think it is a game changer. Like, like that's, makes the reading more interesting when you really put it into the context of who was writing it and who they were writing it to and what they were writing about
and what their motives and agendas are.
Yeah, I think that's right. Like, Kip Davis and I are editing a script together to respond on Paula Gia's channel to Paul Coban in a recent interview that he did on Melissa Daughtry's channel. But like, one of the things that Kip is talking about in one of the sections is the Joshua narrative. And of course, in these circles, we spend so much time, it seems, trying to say, okay, look, here are the archaeological, and yet,
which Joshua narrative? The slow one?
Right, you're right. Fair point. But it's almost like we never in these spaces, it feels like we never get past that discussion. But that's where it really gets fascinating. Once you get past it, and then you say, okay, so look, we're going to agree that, like, this conquest narrative, archaeologists and historians agree that this isn't what happened. But why is the story there, right? And what's the context in which it was written, and what's its point? I mean, those are the really fascinating questions that it seems like we never really get to. So, yeah.
That's because Kat asked for it again, and I got to go to bed.
Yes, you can rant about the pomegranates.
The pomegranate's growth cycle is the Jewish calendar. So when I lived in Southern California, which is essentially a Mediterranean climate and a very similar sort of agricultural cycle as the Western or the Eastern Mediterranean basin, aka the Levant. Let me back this up a little bit. So the Passover sacrifice was meant to be roasted on a branch of a pomegranate, from a pomegranate tree. And the reason you cull your pomegranate branches, you cull your pomegranate trees early. They're like a early spring sort of thing, which makes perfect sense. It's beautiful time to roast your lamb on, and you cull a plant in order for it to produce the maximum amount of fruit. And so they begin to bloom at Passover time. So you cull your plants before, and at Passover, the first flowers start to appear on the pomegranate trees. And 50 days later is the holiday of Shavuot, which is both the receiving of Torah at Mount Sinai and the celebration of first fruits brought to the temple. The pomegranate is the symbol of Torah. The idea is that there are 613 seeds representing the 613 mitzvot. It's a great way to get rid of a whole Sunday school session by having the kids count how many pomegranate seeds are in the pomegranate. We've gotten pretty close. I mean, it's been within 5, 10, 15, 20 seeds of 613. It's pretty cool. Truly a waste of time. And like by the time you get to this Shavuot, or the Feast of Pentecost, all of the flowers have fallen off of the tree except for the ones that are actually going to become. And then by the time you get to Sukkot, the harvest festival, the pomegranates are ready for harvesting. It is the moment in which you are harvesting these pomegranates. And these are the three harvest festivals, the three festivals that you're supposed to go to Jerusalem, the Chagim. Secondly, all of the priests had pomegranates on their robes and on their hems. The two pillars of the temple were Yachin and Boaz. They were named Yachin and Boaz. They had pomegranates as the capitals of the temple.
of the pillars, and then I think that's it. I think there was probably something else. Oh, I guess
there were.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. I was going to say there were many pomegranate decorations in the temple when they did the Solomon Temple. Yeah,
that's what I was saying. Yeah, that's what I said. But this is more of a modern Hebrew thing. Well, first of all, pomegranates make up grenadine, right? And that's what grenadine is pomegranate syrup. Granada in Spain is named for pomegranates, and grenade is also named for pomegranate. And then palm is hand in French, and granite or grenade, hand grenade. And in Hebrew, rimon is pomegranate, and rimon is also the name for a grenade in Hebrew.
And they're also round, like the earth.
Round.
Thank you, Dr. Josh, for coming by. I really do appreciate you being here.
I freaked him out.
How'd you freak him out?
I don't know. By going on a pomegranate rant. A pomegranate.
Pulled the pin on the pomegranate.
Yep. Fire in the hole.
I'm sure he's just busy, but I appreciate him being here every time we see him. It's always
I do appreciate you sharing all that, because I tell people that according to the Bible, I believe that the pomegranate is one of Elohim's favorite fruits, and I state some of the facts. I didn't know as many facts about it as you, but I did state certain facts that I based that theory on.
Are you familiar with the website Sefaria.org? SEFARIA.org.
I am not. How do you spell it? SEFARIA?
Yep. .org. I put it in the chat. It is all of Jewish text in Hebrew and in translation for the most part.
With translation options.
With translation options too. And also you can like double click or click and hold if you're on the phone app on any word and get a full write-up of the semantic range. It's BDB entry, Jastro entry, and concordance entry. And you can also search for particular words throughout all of Jewish text. So, with great power comes great responsibility, said Rabbi Spider-Man.
I appreciate you sharing that. That sounds incredibly useful. Because I believe that the Hebrew is a more complex language than English, so...
Well, it's not that it's complex. It's just there is in any language that a text is written in its original language, you're going to have more nuance and more the fluency of its original language. There is amazing wordplay. It is a brilliant document that has some seriously problematic elements, but it is a brilliantly compiled document, and there's some really beautiful and cool things that are happening linguistically, and there are some things that are progressive about the document, and there are things that are some really fucked up horrible things about the document. GoPro, just want to hear from you. Can I get a verbal yes on the Earth being round?
I'm not sure.
Oh my fucking Lord.
It's better than flat. No, it's really, no. Maybe.
Keep turning that Coke can, man. Watch that line.
Keep turning that Coke can.
But
appreciate you, Rav.
Oh, you know what? There's a Mishnah that says, turn it again, for all is in it. And the rabbi that said that is Rabbi Ben Bag.
I do appreciate what you said about appreciating everything and that there's beautiful poetry and the way that the linguistics are set up. I do think it's important to appreciate everything that should be appreciated.
I appreciate the appreciation. Kick me the fuck out of here. I'm just kidding.
Appreciate you, Rav. Take care. W's for Rav.
W's for Rav. Good morning, Thrayle.
Good morning. How are you, Bats?
I'm doing good, just trying to balance on this round earth over here.
It can be difficult. What with
Yeah,
all
would want to slip
curvature.
off. Yeah. But I saw the life goal just got met. That's awesome.
Hell yeah, it did. And that is awesome. And I can't show my appreciation enough for Polly and Gabby. Also Cat DeWitch in 96. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. Did you have any questions for GoPro?
Yes, I did want to ask why he goes to religious and potentially problematic scripture to find proof and not science or history or more reliable sources.
I would like to think that I go to as many sources as possible, but I look to see how deep of truths each philosophy has, and that gets my curiosity to while I'll look into that. But yes, I'm doing my best to look into all sources as much as possible, including other views of other religions too.
Why would religious views be important to determine the shape of the earth or things like that?
Because if there is a testimony that is saying that the earth is shaped differently, then I have to open that up to a possibility. Because for me, those possibilities have not been confirmed.
Do we find it anywhere than old, outdated texts that were written years before science had advanced? Is there any other things that we find? Like, surely there has to be other sources than just ancient texts we all disagree on.
That is true. I suppose there are legends that are passed from generation to generation through spoken word.
But how would those people in early civilizations without so much as a 3-story building know the shape of the Earth's curvature more than us?
That is a great question, because I believe that the Earth was visited by extraterrestrial aliens in the ancient past. Actually, this whole time. I think they've been around for a very, very long time. And so, if they did share with a culture advanced knowledge, that's how that ancient civilization would have access to that knowledge.
So more or less, you believe in the Anunnaki?
Yes, we just talked about that, actually.
Yeah, he didn't listen to almost anything Dr. Josh said, did he?
Yes, he was kind enough to share more source material because I said that it was difficult for me to find source material to really look into it. So I was forced to listen to witnesses of the source material.
Forced to listen to witnesses.
Yes. I mean, if I wanted access to the information. Go ahead.
I got part of it, and it was delightful to hear the source. I don't often get to chance to look at text through Hebrew translations, and Rav makes that possible. It's always wonderful having him on. But I'm also wondering now about the aliens, because if we're getting closer and closer to the whatever science by rockets, by even just drones that we can fly out of our backyard, if we're getting closer to the sky, how come we haven't found the aliens yet?
Oh, I believe that the extraterrestrial aliens have been involved with Earth for thousands and thousands of years.
And you probably then also believe that somebody's a group is hiding that information from us?
That is correct. I believe it is hiding. I believe there is information that is being hidden. I believe there is a motive and agenda there, yeah.
It's a long time to keep a secret.
Who's hiding it?
I could only imagine the implications of the public, how they tell the public. Because imagine they tell humans that they're advanced beings with all kinds of motives, and some are nice, some are not nice.
Have you ever
and
heard
they're...
a statement saying that two can keep a secret? And do you know how that one finishes?
No, I've not heard that saying.
Two can keep a secret if one of them are dead, right? How is it that you're able to reconcile that every single person in the history of humanity who had any knowledge of this at all would have to be lying and keeping a secret?
So yes, either we're being lied to on a massive scale, and there's also whistleblowers that try to tell the truth and then are dealt with or
Whistleblowers
silenced.
that try to tell the truth that are dealt with.
Yeah.
That are dealt with. There's a show called Ancient Aliens. What do you mean whistleblowers are dealt with?
Well, I'm saying that Ancient Aliens isn't the only group of humans that have told the humans about this phenomenon.
Right, and how many of them are being dealt with? What does it even mean?
Dealt with either means they convince
Is
those
this a
people
Christian persecution complex broadened out to flat Earth ancient aliens?
It is just my understanding, my theory, that they tell these people to be quiet, or they step in to try and stop them from sharing certain information. Information is very powerful.
Who's stopping them?
Whoever has the motive for this information not to get out.
Of someone being stopped?
There have been people that have either suspiciously stopped talking about it, or they left the Earth in very mysterious ways.
Which people mysteriously left the Earth?
There's certain whistleblowers like Phil Schneider, for example.
So Phil Schneider, you're saying, left the Earth in a mysterious way?
Yes, in the fact that he was, he's no longer with us. And the way that he left the Earth is mysterious in the way that, like, I'm trying not to use negative words, is what I'm saying.
He is unalived, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I try and stay away from that word.
Okay.
Let me just verify his name.
And how is it that you verified that that his unalivement was in any way related to his supposed whistleblowing?
That's what I'm saying. There's multiple possibilities. So...
What do you mean there's multiple possibilities?
So when I say it's multiple possibilities, one is the whistleblower even telling the truth, and number two, what's the true reason and motive for what happened to him? I'm saying there's multiple possibilities.
Could it be possible that he was not doing very well mentally and ended himself out of an illness and not out of some sort of conspiracy?
Well, the way he left the Earth was very specific, and I believe it is public knowledge.
Yes, I just
What do
looked
you
it up.
mean?
Medical examiners believed it was self-inflicted.
That is a... Let's just say, because it was so specific the way that it happened. But you're right. I should very much look into more the type of way that it happened to see all the possibilities.
It's very easy to look it up. I looked it up in under 5 minutes and saw exactly what method and manner he used, and it was very easy to look up. It's all public record.
The point is, when somebody leaves the Earth, there's different possibilities for how it happened, right? It's kind of like a mystery to be solved through like investigation and all the, you know, like it could be set up to be framed or something, you know.
Is there any indication that that this is anything other than what it's reported to be?
Is there any indication of anything that it's reported to be? I mean, for me, it's a very interesting sequence of events. You have this whistleblower, and then they leave the Earth in a very unique way.
What was he blowing the whistle on?
He was talking about underground bases and all kinds of stuff, and extraterrestrial aliens, and their agendas.
So he claimed...
So does...
Go ahead, Everlast.
I was just going to throw in, so does Bob Lazar, you know, and he still gives TED Talks or whatever, you know, like gives interviews. And so kind of back to what Thrayle asked earlier is the amount of people that, you know, claim to, you know, have this special knowledge that they are trying to suppress. They continue to, you know, speak publicly. So you don't find that curious that there are so many people for so many years that have, you know, made these claims and even sold books, like Whitley Strieber, you know, he's still making these claims. He still claims that they're trying to suppress him, but I don't really see any evidence of this suppression.
Oh, you bring up an excellent point. So I think what we should think about is how much each whistleblower knows. Like what Bob Lazar knows is he has stated the whistleblowing of reverse engineered craft. That's what he knows about. But I think that Phil Schneider knew way more about like the underground bases, the agendas, what the extraterrestrial aliens actually look like.
Okay, so
How
I'm
did
sorry.
these people...
Go ahead, Morgan. I'm sorry.
How did these people get this information? Like, how do you know that they know it?
They could be lying, but from their testimony, it's because some of them are like direct witnesses to being around there to witness it themselves.
Is
so they
testimony always reliable?
No, that's why it's worth thinking about. Because if there is a whistleblower, we should be open to what they have to say, right? If we're really seekers of truth.
Really quickly, I'm seeing a call for a poll in the chat. Did I run a poll already on this guest? Because I feel like I did, but that might have been wishful thinking. We will. Poll in the upper left-hand corner, guys. If you want to have your voice heard, go ahead and make sure you click that clipboard up there and let us know what you're thinking. Go ahead, Morgan, sorry.
No, actually it was GoPro that was speaking.
Oh, I thought you were asking him a question.
No, he was answering the question.
So yes, I think it is important for there to be whistleblowers and for us to listen to whistleblowers, even though they could possibly be lying. They could possibly be telling the truth. And that's why it's important to consider whistleblowers.
So I think I'm not sure whistleblowers is the right word to use here.
What word would you use?
No, actually. But I don't think whistleblowers is the right word because more often than not, being a whistleblower comes with a lot of backlash regardless of the topic. And I don't think many people would be willing to take on that level of heat is the best word I can think of. Not many people are willing to take on the heat that they'll receive from being a whistleblower, especially if they're going to lie about it.
There are people who choose to do that.
Have you ever looked into his employment history?
Phil Schneider?
Yes.
Yes, he presented documents. So he has a lot, and I believe they're archived on like YouTube, where he presents documents that he uses to verify his
He presented
employment.
documents that he uses to verify his employment. Has his employment been verified through any other means besides documents he produced?
I will look into that more with the employment history. You're saying with like public records, you're saying?
Yes. He claimed to work for the military or the government with a high-level security clearance, correct?
That's what I remember.
That is my understanding, is
So
that...
wouldn't there be some record of him having that employment?
There would, unless they erased it.
You're saying that they would have erased every single record of his employment. They would have MIB'd him.
Theoretically.
But surely there's like, you can't erase everything. You got witnesses, you got coworkers, you got like, if there was transportation, there would have been so much evidence to erase.
Not even any of this. This is the military. They're not clean about anything. They say they are. They're not.
And this actually happened to Bob Lazar, where they tried to erase certain of his employments, but he had certain verifications.
Yeah, how did you verify his verifications?
How did I personally do it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That is a good point. I did not look to the public record, but from his testimony, he said that only certain of his employment was erased, and he said that certain employments were still intact because he worked for different groups.
That's a little convenient.
Certain employments were still intact. What does that mean?
Well, so with Bob Lazar, he was a scientist, and he saw a job opening involved with the reverse engineering. So the reverse engineering job was the one that was erased, but the other science jobs that he was doing previously...
So you said he was a scientist.
I'm curious, where was he supposedly a scientist at?
Where did he get his certifications, degrees?
That is a good question. I know he understood nuclear things very well.
You're saying he understood things. Where did he get his certifications or degrees?
I am looking it up right now.
Do you tend to not look up the work history or educational knowledge background when you look at these people?
I usually look into their testimony, but you're right. I should, from now on, start looking into the public record. But no,
you tend to take things at face value. So, like, as people say it to you, that's it. There's nothing. Is that?
If they say something intriguing, I will look into it.
As far as I'm aware, Bob Lazar claims to have like a master's from MIT, but the only public record that can be found of his education is junior college.
He claimed Caltech and MIT separately. There's no record from either institution.
Do you recognize that sometimes people on the internet may lie or forge documents about their credentials?
Yes, I am aware that paperwork can be a lie. I'm aware that they could lie themselves.
I'm curious.
But yet,
why?
Go ahead.
Why are they trustworthy to you then? If you're already aware of this.
I actually don't trust any human. But some humans do tell the truth. So I have to be open that any human could tell a truth. And therefore I have to listen to what everybody has to say.
But surely their background and their credentials would play a big part in that, right? For their accuracy. Because if I could study like quantum physics or something and not go to school for it and be able to talk the lingo, but unless I get an actual degree or an education, I really don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm under the belief that any human can say a profound truth at any time. I don't necessarily need a background. I'm more willing to look into the wisdom or truth itself.
And what's your method for finding truth then?
That is a great question. I believe in communicating directly with the Heavenly Father for verification.
And you know for a fact that the Heavenly Father is truthful?
Up to this point, it's the most glorious, best thing that I have as an option. So yes, I'm very grateful for it.
Are you willing to question that?
Yes.
So you're willing to question the fact that whether God is real or whether he tells the truth or not?
Yes, I am.
And you take from the Bible, right?
That is true. The Bible is a book that I'm willing to look into for truth and test it as well.
So who lied first in the Bible?
You mean which character lied in the story? Or what?
Yeah, when you read the book from Genesis, starting in Genesis, who was the first to lie?
Well, according to what Jesus said about Satan, Jesus said that Satan lies. So then the first chronological lie in the Bible was when the serpent was talking, I suppose.
Well, all he said was, you will eat of the fruit and you will know good and evil and be like God. And when they ate of the fruit, they knew of good and evil like God did.
I mean, it's going to gloss over the fact that the serpent and Satan are two separate.
Yes, that's. Yeah, but Morgan is saying is. Go ahead, so Morgan. I'm sorry, I was not muted.
No, you're good. I just said, are we just going to gloss over the fact that the serpent and Satan are two separate entities?
He believes they're the same.
Yes, as per in Revelations,
How do you
who
know it's
deceives the
talking
whole
about
world.
that ancient serpent? How do you know it's talking about this specific serpent from Genesis?
When was that one written?
Revelations?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I would think it was written much later.
Mm-hmm.
But
what happens as time progresses? You can see it from like Chaucer and Shakespeare.
I think the Bible does a nice job of connecting dots, and I believe it's connecting the dot to the Genesis serpent.
Has Satan been
question,
cursed? Oh yeah, sorry.
What is your question?
So as time progresses, what happens to written literature? You can see it in works of like Chaucer, you can see it in Shakespeare. What is different about those compared to how we write now?
Are you stating that because there's different vocabulary and different things, and because time moves on, they choose to use like different words and writing styles?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
think about words from Victorian era that mean something completely different now.
Well, the Book of Revelations is unique because it compiles things from all sorts of books. Like it combines from Daniel and Ezekiel and Isaiah and Genesis. It's kind of like a super culmination of a lot of books.
Almost sounds like you're describing an evolution of thought. Like, imagine 100 years from now, do you think they're gonna see the phrases butt dialed and booty call, and they're gonna think it means the same thing? And we know those two terms to mean completely different things because of the time we're living in.
Well, with Revelations, a lot of it is quoting Old Testament things.
Right.
Do you think that Satan is cursed to slither around on his belly, as is described by the God cursing the serpent in the garden?
So, I do believe that one is a... How should I say? That one has a bit of a deeper meaning. I would say it is both.
Oh, it has nothing to do with crawling on his belly, though?
It does.
Oh, so then, yes, and.
So, I believe that is connecting with the earth itself.
What?
Yeah, when it says crawling on the belly, I believe it's referring to the earth.
What is the earth is crawling on its belly?
Well, so in
saying?
Revelation, it says that the dragon is forced to go to earth and is unable to travel into the heavens anymore. So I believe that's an allegory. But it's a literal allegory. It's referring to the...
You're saying crawling on its belly is meaning it can't fly anymore?
Yeah.
You're implying that it was flying at some point?
Yeah, it says that the dragon and its angels were at war in the heavens with Michael and his angels. And then there was no place...
in the future or in the past?
Revelations is mysterious on the timeline. I will say that I'm still looking into the chronological viewpoint of Revelations, but at some point, either in the past or present or future, that event...
And you don't think there's any possibility someone later wrote Revelation in a way to make it seem as though it references Genesis, but that Genesis had no intention of it being Satan? You don't think that's possible at all?
That is certainly possible. I have to be open to every possibility.
Go ahead, Bats.
Is it possible then that it was added because the if you I don't are you familiar with how the Bible was canonized in the Council of Nicaea?
You're talking about when they voted in what books would get in and what books would not get in?
Yes.
When they formed the Bible?
Are you aware of the argument that took place about whether or not they should add Revelations and who it was that insisted it be added?
From my understanding, there was a few options that they could go with, because I believe Peter had a version as well.
Well, Peter wasn't there at Nicaea. Which Peter? Sorry,
I understand. I'm saying that they went with John's Revelation. I'm saying that there's a book called there's like Peter's version of it. This is John's version of Revelation. So there were different writings about the future, is what I'm saying. And they
yes, but are you aware of who was trying to insist that it be added?
I have looked into this council. I know they discussed what books should get in or not. I don't know all the exact people that were there or how many there were.
I would encourage you to look into it, because apparently the main donor of the council was the one who insisted that it be added. And as we all know, financial influence can often lead to corruption.
And that's why I'm open to reading more books that are not included in the Bible.
If you wrote a biography, I'm sorry, Bats, I didn't mean to hijack your line of questioning. I'm sorry, I'll wait.
No, go ahead. My questioning was about the lie, but that's since past. Go ahead.
I was trying to kind of keep it related. If the question is just, if you were to write a biography, and then like say a few years after you pass away, I come along and I write and I try to insert a bunch of things that weren't part of your original story. Does that seem like my account would be unreliable?
You both raise good points, and the points that you raise are connected. So yes, the motives matter, the agendas matter. However, could you bring forth new truths that are truths in that? And if there's any truth that should be considered, then it's worth reading, because there's certain truths that are involved in it. But yes, we should view the bigger picture. And I agree, because of this council meeting with the voting, I do not like how they did that. I do not like that. And that's why I'm willing to look at the books that were not included, because, like you're both saying, they could have agendas to not include certain books and therefore be biased with the books that they're deciding to include and not include. It is very vulnerable.
How else could they have decided?
Are you there, GoPro?
Yes.
I believe Thrayle asked a question.
Oh, what was the question?
I said, how else could they have decided? Sorry, a musical interlude started playing.
Well, they could do it the biblical way, where they all pray and ask for the Holy Spirit to speak to them, and then cast lots, like the way they decided Matthias. They could have done that for each book. I don't know if they used a very good way
Cast lots. So they would have prayed and then voted.
So the way that they usually decide things is either the Holy Spirit speaks through somebody and they verify that, or they pray and the Holy Spirit and the casting of lots.
Casting of lots referring to dice?
It's still a mysterious thing, but I from my understanding, that's the idea. 'Cause
like rolling dice.
Yeah, actually, yeah. It states in, I believe, Proverbs 16 that like every lot is decided by the Lord. So it's basically understood that God controls everything, and therefore when you roll dice, it's like God's decision. That's the thinking. I will look up the exact Proverbs of the lots.
Too bad Rav
Every
isn't
lot.
here. I believe it is ancient Jewish tradition.
Yeah, it's also in the New Testament. It is Proverbs 16:33 that says, "The lot
So
is cast
is that
into
the
the
way?
lap."
Yeah, is
Go
that the
ahead.
way that you think that the Bible books should have been decided, is by casting lots?
I think it should have been through the prayer and the seeking the Holy Spirit and then casting lots, yeah.
What would the prayer or seeking of Holy Spirits really, what difference would that make if the lots are going to decide?
Because this is a great question. So they decided kings this way, even though the prophet, like for example, Samuel knew that Saul was going to be king and even told Saul that Saul was going to be king. But when it became time to choose a king, they had that lotting event to verify. So basically the lotting is just extra verification proof. It's like extra proof. Because they would have believed Samuel if Samuel just said, well, I spoke to God and God said that Saul is the king. However, to your point,
so you would prefer that they cast lots after praying and Holy Spiriting, and do you think that would have better determined what books should be in the Bible?
Well, you raise an interesting point, because actually Caleb was promised by God the land that he would get, and everybody knew that. But when it came time to cast lots for Caleb's land and what land he would get, he said there's no reason to cast a lot. You all heard God speak. And then so they didn't do a lot. So I would say actually the prayer and God speaking is enough, theoretically.
The prayer and God speaking is enough. So they should all pray, and then they would all then agree on what they heard God say.
And if extra verification is needed to be proved, they would cast lots.
And this to you would have been a better way to determine what books should be in the Bible and shouldn't be.
Well, especially if they're claiming that they're Christians. I mean, this is what they have done throughout the entire Bible, was this prayer, prayer, Holy Spirit, cast lots thing. Why would they deviate from that?
Does that mean that does that stand to reason then that they didn't believe the book that they were compiling?
That is a great point. That is a great point.
If they didn't believe the book that they were compiling, why would you?
Well, that's why I don't trust that they didn't include certain books that should have been added. So I don't...
Why should you believe any of the books that they did include? They clearly didn't believe them.
Because I'm searching for truth. That means that I have to look at the books and test those.
Why would you think that these... Yeah, but why would you think these books are true? And you say test them. I've never heard you actually test them.
Oh yeah, I test each book and what each person says and everything.
How are you testing it if you are just looking for verifications that it is true? How is that a test if the only result is agreeance?
No, I compare with like Paul and Jesus.
No. I guess what I'm saying is, any time we ask you a question about a book in the Bible, a contradiction, a flaw, an error, anything that might be obviously questionable, you have a readied response constructed in a way that makes it agreeable for you. You have already concluded the book is true. Your questions tend to be on how it is true rather than if. Do you disagree?
Yeah, I don't think that was accurate because I don't think lots of things that Paul said were. Some things that Paul said clash with what Jesus said, so I don't think that I agree with a lot of things that Paul said.
I thought a large amount of your theology was built upon things that Paul said, or supposedly said, considering it was pseudepigrapha.
Yeah, so I think Paul did say certain amazing things, but Paul also in other places said things that I incredibly disagree with because it clashes with Jesus. It's his philosophy.
So you agree with the things that Paul said in dispute of what Paul said?
Like, for example, Jesus was very much dismantling hierarchies by saying, like, don't call anyone rabbi, there's one rabbi, don't call anyone father, there's one father. He was dismantling hierarchy a lot and saying, like, go straight to the Heavenly Father. But then we see Paul setting up all these human hierarchies, which seems to contradict exactly what Jesus was saying. So that's the part that doesn't mix well for me, personally. And there's a lot of Paul setting up human hierarchies.
So the only problems you have with what Paul said are the human hierarchies.
Yes, and the way he said how women fit in, which I don't like either. He wasn't very inclusive.
If he said that, right, that would have been Timothy, one of the disputed books.
I do believe so. Yeah, I don't agree with what he said about women. There. That they... I think that...
Have you looked further into the claims that Paul might not have written at least 6 of the letters attributed to him?
Yes, I have looked into it when I found out that you raised up that point. I didn't even know that existed until you brought it up, but once you brought it up, I did look into it.
And what have you discovered?
I've discovered that there is unique vocabulary, there's unique writing styles, so it does stand out a little bit, but Paul says of himself that he has the ability and wants to blend in. So he speaks that, like, to the Jews I present myself as a Jew, to the Gentiles I present myself as a Gentile. So it could be that he's changing his writing style based on the crowd that he's writing to.
From one letter to the next, even often to the same recipients.
He's stating that he has very chameleon-like abilities that he uses, and he justifies that for being for the good.
If they're chameleon-like abilities, then why would his message change from one to the next across the same recipient? Like, I believe 1st and 2nd Thessalonians was the one we discussed last time, where the message changes, the style changes, the imperative changes, the code switch is, as you're referencing here, from 1st to 2nd.
So, from what I understand, Paul set up like a network where he would plant congregations, but then he would keep in touch with them and get feedback and stuff. And so I believe his letters were either responding to feedback or he's telling them what he thinks they should know. And so with the example of 2nd Thessalonians, I think he was getting feedback from them.
From whom?
From the Thessalonians themselves. And there, I guess, would be messengers that bring messages or sending letters.
So he goes from saying that the basically the end is nigh to, well, there's a bunch of stuff that has to happen first, because they gave him feedback.
Yes, and I do think the first letter should have contained way more information. But yes, the first letter seems to be very much about the imminence and urgency and
how he basically knows it's coming, and yet what does he say in the next letter?
He tells them that there's a bunch of stuff that must happen first, and encourages them to look into biblical prophecy. That's what I believe. Because there is lots of Old Testament prophecies about how this whole thing plays out.
So no longer imminent, no longer end is nigh, no longer, I know it's about to happen, but we've got a whole lot of shit to do first.
Yeah, so theoretically, maybe he felt like they weren't urgent enough. So he was like,
so he
hey,
dial back the urgency?
Yeah, so first, I guess, they weren't urgent enough, so he sends the first letter, be like, y'all have to be more urgent because this thing has an imminent thing about it. And then maybe they got too paranoid.
Your maybes are really doing a lot of heavy lifting here. We did a poll earlier, and it was pretty, it went the way you thought it might, God. So we're going to go ahead and move on. I appreciate you being up here and answering the questions that you did. But you say that you're questioning because you already have these disputes between Paul and Jesus, but only certain things, and yet you still base a lot of your theology upon supposed writings of Paul. It doesn't seem like you actually disagree with him. It doesn't seem like you're actually questioning beyond the cherry-picked pieces you've decided to leave out for convenience sake. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Appreciate you, GoPro. Hope you keep asking questions.
Yes, I'm testing all possibilities. Thank you for having me. Appreciate and love you all.
Take care.
Hi, GoPro.
I let that carry on way too long past the poll. But appreciate everybody's patience with us. Also, appreciate everybody tapping the screen up to 113,000 times. I really do appreciate that. All 150 of you in here. Of course, the more we tap, the more likely we'll get someone else who's actually capable of questioning their beliefs. Yeah. So, Clinton, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 37.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, we've actually spoke a few times, and it's always really enjoyable. I was going to ask you, do you know Tiny?
Yep.
Because you sound a lot like Tiny. He's one of my favorites on here, but for some reason your voice really reminds me of his.
Interesting. I think we sound pretty different, but
I don't know.
I don't hear it.
I don't know. But yes, I do believe in Jesus, and that's the God that I'm trying to follow right now.
Mm-hmm. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I have. Recently, things have changed in my life a lot, so like I felt like maybe coming on here would be good for me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Do you believe this stories in the Bible to be true and literal?
So that's where it's tough for me, because right now I see, like, especially like the Old Testament not having a lot of it's like so far back, and there's like more evidence towards like Jesus's life and him in history and stuff like that. But like the Old Testament, people will say, well, Jesus took the Old Testament seriously. I got to look into that more. But I tend to, it's not that I don't appreciate the Old Testament. I just don't know where I'm at with it. You know what I mean? I've been actually telling people for a long time that I'm starting to consider myself an agnostic Christian, which is because I feel from a philosophical standpoint, you can't claim to know anything with absolute certainty. Like, you can't even prove anything with absolute certainty. So, you know, the whole, I think, therefore I am, we could be a brain in a vat,
Right.
all that. But
to wander back away from the cliff edge of solipsism before we end up getting jar lids screwed on over our brains, can we go back to whether or not you believe the Bible is true and literal?
I don't think that, I think there are parts in the Bible that are literal, but I think that
are there parts that are not true?
Well, it depends on what you mean. So, like, Jonah and the whale, for instance, like, that could have just been a metaphor. So it could be.
It's a metaphor for what?
I don't know. Like, I was just giving an example. Like the even like Adam and Eve, like, that could just be like a moral metaphor.
Adam and Eve.
Like us falling away from God because we all want to be our own gods and make our own.
Where does it say we want to be our own gods?
Oh, I'm just saying from my own experience. Like, I've been trying to do things my own way for a while, and
You're saying you want to be your own god.
Well, that's the way I'm wording it, because lately I just quit a lot of addictions in my life, and I've been trying to turn back towards Jesus, and I've just noticed a big, like...
Why are you trying to turn back towards Jesus?
Because the times that I did it in the past, I noticed my life was going a lot smoother. Like, in bad circumstances, I would be able to handle the people in my life better, and the situations I dealt with them with, like, I would.
Are you saying that Jesus, somehow the idea of believing in Jesus or being towards Jesus gives you some kind of psychological benefit?
So, like, for instance, right now I've been spending more time with him and trying to keep him at
What do
the
you mean
center
with
of my
him?
thoughts.
I'm sorry, what do you mean with him?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain it. So, like, I start my morning by getting in the Word, reading the Bible, getting the devotion, praying to him about that, and
so
then
you spend time thinking about him. Is that what you mean?
Throughout the day, I try to take my thoughts captive and, like,
take your thoughts captive. What does that mean?
Just like, is this thought even my own? Like, is this my thought that I'm having, or is this, like...
Why would they not be your thoughts?
Well, I've heard the idea recently that not every thought is yours. So
why would that be the case? If they're in your mind, why would they not be yours?
They could be coming from the enemy. They could be coming from Satan.
Sorry, what enemy?
Well, I mean, he's got a lot of names, but I just like to call him the enemy because he's trying to...
Why? Why do you call him the enemy?
That's a good, man. These are great questions, bro. That's why I love coming out here. Probably because I've heard other people call him the enemy.
Have you done your...
Go ahead, Ben.
Have you done your own research to look up who Satan may or may not have been?
I've heard from a lot of people that have, like, their own takes on it, and I've watched videos with my friends and stuff that have their own takes on Satan, because, like, I have some friends that are Asatru. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that religion, but I have other friends that believe that, like, Satan is God. Like, it's this, I don't know what that religion is, but I've like watched videos with them, but I haven't, like, done anything outside of that.
So you've watched, but you've not done your own research.
I guess, what would that look like? What would that look like?
Well, have you maybe looked up this particular passages that talk about, that use that word, or that may reference something that someone might call a Satan? Because do you know what the word Satan means?
You mean passages in the Bible?
Yeah, or where else would you, unless there's somewhere else you'd want to look to see where we talk about Satan, but I would think the Bible would be the foremost authority if you believe in it.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked up passages in the Bible several times. I'm bad about looking into the context sometimes, just because like I don't always find that as fascinating. I used to like be into more like debating and stuff, but I realized that that's. Oh no, I know. That's why I like coming on here. That's why I like coming on here, because I really like just challenging my thoughts.
Just out of curiosity, do you know what the word Satan means directly?
I'm trying to remember. I used to know. What was it? Morning Star, or was it?
No, I think you're thinking of Lucifer. Lucifer means
Lucifer's morning
yeah,
star. Satan.
Yeah.
Wasn't it like the Satan? What was it? What is it? I can't remember.
Adversary.
Adversary. Okay, yeah.
Or accuser, or challenger.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, no accuser.
Yeah. You'll find that if you ask me a lot of questions, I knew at one point, but my memory is very bad, and so I don't retain information very well. I have to take a lot of notes.
Would it surprise you to find out that there are other passages where Jesus or even his disciples were called Satan?
No, I'm pretty sure I remember somebody calling Jesus Satan in the Bible.
Yeah, because it generally just means adversary, accuser, things like that. Like if you and I got in an argument, we would be each other's Satan. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So we're adversaries, we're enemies, we're accusers, we're pointing the finger at each other. So we'd be each other's adversaries.
Yeah. I think the reason I'm calling them enemy is because, like, if I have, like, thoughts that don't seem like, why would I be thinking that? Like, where is that coming from? Like, that's not
be evolution.
I mean, yeah, it could be. I mean, I'm open to possibilities. I feel since I've been getting more connected to Jesus, like, things have just been flowing correctly. I don't know how
have just been flowing. What does that mean?
So hard to explain. It should. It's not.
You say the way it should. What does that mean?
So, like, I don't worry as much, and I'm not as depressed, and I don't have as much anxiety.
Is it possible that you have found some aspect of belief that reaps a psychological benefit without it necessarily being supernatural?
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, I think we talked about that last time. Like, I'm open to the possibility that it could be like psychological, but like, hey, if this is working, like, I'm gonna keep tapping into it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Could there not be more efficient ways to tap into it?
I don't know. That's the thing, man. I feel like I've tried everything that I've been trying. Like, I always end up like really depressed. Lots of worry, lots of
Joe
anxiety.
put in the comments. I know it seems a little sarcastic, but ever since, kind of quoting you, a little bit paraphrasing, ever since I started meditating and reading for half an hour in the morning, my anxiety went down. Does it not seem like maybe slowing?
I don't take it as an insult or anything.
Maybe slowing down and taking time to think about things, gather your thoughts, organize your mind in the mornings might be something that's actually giving you the benefit.
Yeah, that's possible. But like, I have to keep going back to it throughout the day. Like, I constantly watch like TikTok videos on like sermons, and I'm listening. Like, I've been doing DoorDash part-time. Sorry.
The way you're describing it, it's sounding like an addiction. Is that what this is?
Maybe. I mean, it's a good addiction, man. I'm feeling a lot better.
Would you say that this brings you a level of comfort, this religion?
Yeah, I'd say it brings me a lot of joy.
Then I have to ask which you would prefer then. A comfortable lie or an uncomfortable truth?
A comfortable lie or an uncomfortable truth? What would uncomfortable truth look like?
Like, say I tell my 5-year-old that Santa doesn't exist. It's an uncomfortable thing for him to experience. Oh my gosh, who's been giving me all these? Oh, your mom's been giving you all these presents. There's going to be a moment where he's going to be like, oh, like you lied to me, but this is the truth, and it's better that I know the truth. And then he's going to get over it. So it'd be an uncomfortable truth.
Oh no, I meant like for me. So like if I started taking like medication and meditating on other things, but they didn't bring me joy, and I was still anxious and I still was depressed. Like, is that a good example of what you mean, or?
Would it be an uncomfortable truth if the truth were that you beat the addiction on your own and that you're accountable for your own well-being? Is that an uncomfortable thought for you? If that were the truth.
I don't know that I don't think I'm accountable for my own well-being.
Well, that when everlasting God stopper says that, is your automatic response to be, oh yes, I did that, or is like, well, God helped me get through that, and I have to give the glory to God?
Man, I think it depends on like the circumstance, because a lot of times I'm used to just taking like I'm used to just being like, oh yeah, I did that on my own or whatever. But like, honestly, if by chance it is God doing it, like I don't want to take any credit away from him, you know?
Do you think God would care if you did?
I mean, it's a good question. I mean, if I was God, I would care.
Why do you give God your characteristics?
No, I'm just saying, like, I don't know how else to, like,
Isn't that kind of disrespectful to assume God is as fragilely emotional as you?
Yeah, I guess that's true. Man, dude, you guys are good. This is some good stuff. I don't know, I just, like, I've struggled with depression my whole life. Like, I have mental illness and stuff. And, I just feel so good right now. And I've been really just not wanting to spend time with God for a long time because I feel ashamed of the things that I was doing in the past. And I just had a hard time coming to him. But my one buddy was just like, you know, just go to him anyways. And like, the more you seek him, the less you'll want to do those things. And like, that's what's been happening.
Respectfully, so is God basically like a walking aid? You were not in a state of walking, and then you used the walking aid, and now you can walk?
I don't know. I mean,
like, say someone breaks their leg and they use a crutch for a while so that they can walk again. Is that more or less what it is?
I don't know. I don't know if that's a good analogy or not. I'm not sure. I just like so like happy to be in this place right now.
I'm very glad that you've reached a place where that you feel less anxiety. You have gotten away from maybe harmful habits. That's all wonderful. But I'm wondering if you can reconcile some of the contradictions that your beliefs state. Like, yes, there may be some good in some things, but is there not good and a bit of truth in lies too?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that's a good point. And like I saw somebody 96 Kawi 09 said, would finding out your God doesn't exist, would your life fall apart? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think it would. I would have to like figure out what it is that's I don't know, like what is it that's got me into this place then, you know, like.
Well, if tomorrow morning you did find out God wasn't real, would you start treating people differently and just go back to old unhealthy things and give up on yourself?
I mean, if God is the thing that's helping me treat people differently, then it would only follow that maybe I would start treating people differently. But like, I hope not. Like, I hope I would treat people good, because I've always tried to treat people that's one thing I feel like I've done a good job of, even when I wasn't following God. But I've noticed now that I have more patience with specific people, like my mom, because she's got a lot of stuff going on in her life that makes her really hard to be around, and I have more patience with people that like oftentimes I find that we treat like our friends and like our coworkers better than we treat like our wives or our husbands or our own family sometimes. And I don't know, like it's put things into perspective for me.
What if you found out God wasn't all the wonderful things that you aspire to be, the patient man who walks with grace? Like what if you found out God was something maybe darker?
I don't know. Then like,
have you read the Old Testament? Because you said that you think you said that you had read the entire Bible, I think.
Yeah, no, I've definitely read the Old Testament. I mean, when I used to go on debate lives, I mean, that's pretty much what people always bring up is like the babies and innocent people and all that stuff being like unalived, and the flood and slavery and all that stuff. Like, it's definitely all really good points, but I got to a point where I was like, well, if I don't even know if there's evidence for the Old Testament, why am I even like debating about it? You know what I mean?
Well, what about the things Jesus did, or the things that Paul said, or the things in the New Testament that are talk of slavery and mistreatment of women, and even a point where Jesus calls a woman a slur at one point?
Yeah, all I know is there's like more evidence for the New Testament, but I'm not saying like there's like evidence for all of it, or like I need to spend more time. It's been a new thing that I've gotten to this place where I don't really, because like I'm friends with a lot of Christians on here too, and I go on their lives, and they don't like it that I say I'm a fallibist. You know, like I don't think the Bible's infallible right now, and I came to that place when I started finding out more and more that like there's not a lot of evidence for stuff. So like, I'm not saying that like it's absolutely certainly not the case that it's true, but like, I want to be open-minded and look more into like what evidence do we have for the New Testament, and like, what, I don't know. I just want to keep searching. You know what I'm saying?
Well, have you looked into if Jesus is real or not?
From what I've been seeing, even like Alex O'Connor, I don't know if you're like know who he is. He's like a really well-known atheist.
Yeah, we're aware.
Yeah, I like him a lot. I've been watching a lot of his videos, and he said that that if he was to buy into any religion, it would start with Jesus, because there's more evidence for the history of Jesus than there is for any other prophet.
Do you know what evidence he's referring to?
He explained it at one point, but I don't, like I said, like my memory, like I probably should have took that down in my notes, but I didn't.
Don't you think if that evidence withstood scrutiny that he would indeed be a Christian based on that statement that you just quoted from him?
Well, I don't know if he'd be a Christian, but I think that he would start like, I think what the question was like, if you were to become any religion, which one would you go to? And he said most likely Christianity.
But the fact that he found proof to the contrary.
Well, no, he was like really hardcore atheist at one point. Now he's moved to like agnostic atheist almost in some of his recent videos that I've been watching. So it seems like he's like starting to become more and more towards the opposite way of it. So I feel like
would that prove anything with him?
No, it doesn't prove anything. Like I said, you can't really prove anything, but I'm just saying it.
Well, apparently, maybe you could prove or not whether or not Jesus existed. Can I ask, have you looked into any of it yourself? Like you mentioned, you've heard someone talk about Jesus and the evidence, but have you looked into any of the evidence yourself? Maybe the Shroud of Turin or
Oh no,
Josephus or
I don't agree with the Shroud of Turin. There's some guy on TikTok that like
yeah,
swears
it's been discredited a lot.
he swears by it, but that's been discredited.
Yeah.
But there was some other person that sent me some articles that I was looking into for evidence for Jesus, and that seemed pretty good evidence. But like the thing for me is like I never know like when people are like fact checking like how you can trust anything, because it's like,
well, you can go to history that was around that time. Like when I go to look for see if somebody was real, I first go to their birth, and there's a lot of contradictions over Jesus's birth and who was reigning at the time, and there's like over 50 years of discrepancy.
Well, 10 years at least on the birth narrative.
On the birth narrative, yeah, 10 years, but on something else. I know Everlifting Gobstopper has extensive knowledge on this. Would you?
Are you Clinton? Are you familiar with the two different birth narratives in the Gospels?
Yeah, I just don't remember exactly what they were.
So Matthew and Luke are the only two Gospels that record a birth narrative, and Matthew places Jesus's birth under the reign of Herod the Great, and this is the client king that ruled over Judea during the last portion of the 1st century BCE. He died in 4 BCE, and this is where we get the story of the slaughter of the innocents. And so if that's the case, if he was born under King Herod the Great, then we look at the Luke narrative, which states that he was born under the reign of Governor Quirinius.
Yeah.
And he performed the first census in 6 CE. And this is the explanation Luke gives.
Yeah, I'm remembering this now. Yeah, because I actually I forgot who it was on here. It might have been Bought by Blood, or I'm not sure who it was. Like I started asking him like what he thinks about that. Man, that's the hard part about all this stuff is like anytime you like there's like a claim against God, whether it's philosophical or like theological, like then there's always somebody that like has an answer for it, and like you.
Yeah,
like,
he goes. Well, John goes. His answer. He goes with the biblical scholarship on this. And do you know what that answer is?
I might, if you tell me, I might remember that. That's what he said.
Most biblical scholars just say Luke is in error, and they just kind of brush it to the side, and they don't really address it.
I don't know.
Yeah, no. But I've talked to Bought by Blood a bit, and he's got no problems acknowledging. He's not a an inerrantist either, like inerrantist, whatever, however you pronounce that word.
He's the person I've talked to probably the most on here, because he's like the only person that I have as like a mod on mine, and I'm a mod on his. But like he's the one that helped me get to the place where I feel like he doesn't call himself an agnostic Christian, but like I've gotten to a place of like calling myself agnostic Christian, because he helped me understand that you can't take the stance of like knowing that God exists. Like it could be more probably the case that, or more likely the case that you think that God exists, but like there's no way to have absolute certainty, like to know anything. And like that was from a philosophical standpoint. He like helped me understand that.
Yeah, well, specifically on this discrepancy between it makes you question. Okay, then what are we calling reliable? So if we just go with the Matthew narrative, then we look at the story that like how can we verify that there's some kind of historical reliability there? So let's take the slaughter of the innocents. This is a pretty significant event that if we're to give it to some historicity, we would expect to see some evidence for it in history, right? That would be front page news. That's in fact that would concern the Roman government to the point that why is this client king that we've appointed wiping out an entire generation of taxpayers in our province?
Right. Yeah.
And at the very least, somebody would have questioned, hey, why did you do this? You know, like some baby born in Bethlehem is not a threat to your authority that we gave you. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. No, for sure, man.
So it's
like,
not really an absence of evidence thing. It's where we would expect to see evidence. This is that kind of situation.
I guess it's because like I've talked to so many people and I've tried to been so open-minded. I always get to the place where like if I'm talking to somebody that's really convincing, I start to be convinced. You know what I mean? Then like I'm convinced like more towards the atheist side, or I'm convinced more towards the Christian side. So like lately in my life, that's why like I remember the last time I like started following Jesus, like really like keeping him first center in my life, like life just got better. So I'm like, well, there's only one way to put this to the test, because like I can only like people have good answers on both sides of this. Like I just have to test it out for myself, and just like if I follow him and things start to change, then I don't know what else that is. You know what I mean? All I know is like it keeps working for me every time I do it, and I try other things. Like I have taken medications. I have tried like therapy. I've tried meditation, going to the gym, like everything. You know what I mean? It's just not working for me.
Would you, because it works for you, would you continue to use it even if you found it to be unreliable?
Well, I mean, how is it unreliable if it's working?
Well, even a clock is right twice a day.
Well, I mean, I'm saying like
broken clock is right twice a day.
Sorry, even a broken clock is right twice a day. Sorry,
I'm saying if I'm like relying on Jesus and to like help me in my life, and then he does help me, then I would think that it's reliable.
Could you not be looking to your own self conscious, like
I mean, I don't know, when I look,
how do you know for sure that
like I want to do like, I mean, I don't want to be I don't know.
Well, since you've been up here, like you've stated that you'd hope you'd be a good person even without God. I would say that's part of yourself too, right?
No, it's just me. Like I'm saying, like I have an addictive personality, and like it's just like when I do the things I want to do, like life does not work out so well. I'm not saying I'm not saying I treat people bad. I'm just saying like I have addictions. You know what I mean?
Have you ruled out placebo?
I think we talked about that last time. Explain what that is again.
So the placebo effect, an example would be like you go to the doctor for a pain in your arm, and you tell the doctor, I've taken ibuprofen, Tylenol, nothing seems to work, and the doctor gives you a prescription for a pill, and you take it, the pain goes away, but it turns out the pill was nothing more than a sugar tablet, a sugar pill. So the pill itself actually had no medicinal qualities. It was
it's like the water at Space Jam, right? Space Jam water or whatever. Like I haven't seen that movie for a while, but like he makes them think it's like magic water or something like that. Wasn't that the whole thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
and I want to kind of just add on to that just slightly with the idea that, you know, if you have experienced addiction, there's a good chance that there may be some some self-esteem issues, that are unresolved. And this might be the reason why every time you try to do something on your own, it fails. That cure is coming from outside of you. It succeeds. even though the cure is inside of you.
Definitely had self-esteem issues, man. Like I've had all kinds of issues just with the mental illness and stuff, you know, like I'm not ashamed to admit that. And like it very well could be the case that it's placebo, but like it's like anything's possible, right? But like wouldn't it still be possible that it could be Jesus as well?
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If it's the case that it is a self-esteem issue and you did suddenly repair that self-esteem and became confident in yourself, imagine those possibilities, as opposed to Jesus did it, I have no control over myself. My fate is in Jesus's hands. You know, like if you swapped out that for, I believe in myself, imagine the possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, I have done like a version of that before because I got a buddy that recovered from stuff that he was addicted to. I know I can't say stuff on here, and he doesn't believe in God, and I tried doing it his way, and it didn't work for me, man.
What if the other way happened, where someone tried your way for, say, over 2 decades, and they found they were a horrible person, and once they left the religion, and again?
Wait, say that one more time.
Say the opposite had happened, and someone such as even just me, who lived two decades trying to be a Christian, found that their life was horrible, and after they left Christianity, found out that they were a wonderful human being and started helping everybody and doing kind to their fellow human. What is that proof to the contrary? Then, if your existence is proof to that it is.
Oh no, I don't think I'm a better person because I'm following Jesus. I'm just saying, like I don't want to give off that kind of.
No, I don't think you're giving off that kind of vibe. No.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I'm better than anybody. Like I'm just average.
If your life is proof of
just
God,
another guy.
But if your life is proof of God existing, and my life is proof of God not existing, how do we determine which is the real proof?
I don't even know if I've ever thought about that. I've never said that out loud, that my life is proof of God existing. I don't even know if I would I don't like the way that sounds.
Well, no, you say, I think what Bats is referring to is when you commented a few minutes ago, you said that when you look at the evidence, there's good arguments on this side and good arguments on that side. So all I can really do is test this for myself. And your test is with Jesus in your life. It's not, you're not a better person than anybody else. You're a better person than you were without Jesus. I think that's the way you were trying to communicate that.
Yeah. I wasn't saying that you were a better person, just that with God you're better, and for some reason without God I'm better. Not better than each other, but just better versions of ourselves.
Yeah, I don't know. Like it's so hard to like wrap my mind around that because it's so subjective. You know what I mean? Like I'm better in my sense of like I'm like becoming who I want to be. You know what I mean?
And that's a wonderful thing.
But I don't like the word better. I guess I shouldn't have used the word better.
Yeah, I don't know if there is a alternate word. I almost said a better word. What if there's an alternate word? Maybe positive versions of ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, man, like most of my friends are not Christian, and they're great people, and I've seen them turn their lives around when they were in bad places. So like, I don't.
Do you not think that quality lies within you too? Maybe buried somewhere deep you also have that strength somewhere?
I don't know. Like I don't know what I'm trying to get at here. Like for myself, you know what I mean? Like I feel so blessed right now that I'd rather give that credit to God, because I really do truly believe that that's where it's coming from. But like I'm not trying to compare myself to anybody else, you know.
You believe that it comes from God. Can you question that belief, or are you not? Or is it not a good time to question that belief right now?
I'm sorry, say that one more time. I was reading that stuff on the.
Yeah. That belief that God is the one doing this in your life. Can you question that belief, or do you need to hold on to that to maintain any sense of comfort?
No, I'm fine with questioning it. That's why I got on here. Yeah, I'm totally fine with questioning it.
What does questioning it mean to you?
What does questioning mean to me? Like, I guess I have to think about that.
Time.
I think questioning is trying to like search yourself and like it helps to talk with other people and get their perspective, because you learn more when you like hear other people's perspective on their own life, and like the way, like I don't know, like you guys give good questions, so it helps me reflect. And like I don't just come up here for like the sake of coming up here, but like I'll go to bed thinking about the questions you ask me, you know. And I've been questioning this stuff my whole life. Like when my dad passed away, like he was the biggest example I had in my entire life of somebody that turned his life around because of Jesus. And my mom tried to unalive herself several times, and I started to really question if like any of this stuff was real, because I'm like, well, why would he take away my dad when he did all, like at 50 years old, you know? And so I've been questioning for a really long time.
Do you think maybe you're searching for Jesus and God is in a way in remembrance of your father and his faith?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Is your searching for God maybe in remembrance of your father's faith?
I mean, I definitely started like trying to find out if everything he lived by was like it actually mattered, because like it really mattered to me, you know. Like I saw the difference he made in the people's lives around him, and like he really did a 180 in his life. He was on all kinds of stuff, man. Like he was addicted to so much. He probably passed away because it all caught up with him after 10 years of being sober. But
I understand having parents who may have not always made the right choices, and we have to look to them to remember the good times and the good things and take the good things and learn from the bad, I guess. But when you reach, at 50, half his life, do you reconcile with why God would do that? Because you said that was a problem earlier or something.
like I just couldn't like reconcile why he would take them because like I saw how badly my mom has been affected this whole like I'm literally at my mom's house right now because I have to take care of her because like she's a wreck, and like now my mom just got diagnosed, like she might have cancer. Like we're going to find out next week if she has cancer. So like I have a lot of stuff that like has been making me question, you know what I mean? But like for some reason my mom got really bitter with God, and I saw that like just eat at her life and become an alcoholic. And like for me, when I decided to try to put my faith in it and like follow him, I was able to like be there better for her. And like I don't know.
Could it be that you saw qualities in your father's religion that emulated love, patience, kindness, things you wanted to give to your mother?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I saw he was a really good husband, especially the last 10 years of his life. And I don't know, I guess I want to be more like my dad. And I was starting for a while there, like not too long. Like I literally just started trying to follow Jesus again like 5 days ago. This is brand new. I was calling myself a Christian, but I wasn't following God. I wasn't following Jesus. Like I was.
What does that mean to you?
To like die to myself and like do the things that I know I should be doing. Like I think he writes it on our hearts. We know what we should do. We don't do it. Like there's too much pleasure in doing things the way we want to do them.
In what ways do you want to do it that following Jesus keeps you from doing? Can you, I mean, if you don't mind sharing, like, can you just give maybe an example to help me understand where you're coming from?
I mean, it's kind of embarrassing, but like one addiction to like sexual things, like corn, and that led to other things. And like I'll be straight up with you guys, like on this live right now, everybody can know I had an affair at one point with my wife, like just terrible things. And I it all like stems, like I can see it leading back from like my addiction to like the corn in my life. And just like I got to that place because I was like so depressed about like trying to be there for my mom and stuff. Like I'm not, before I even met my wife, like I got like addicted to that.
So you're saying because of your addiction to that, you therefore were unfaithful?
Oh, well, no, that was like years ago that I was unfaithful.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that wasn't recent.
So then
I'm just saying, like, one of the things that I've always been addicted to is like sexual things. You know what I'm saying? So like,
yeah, you said that already.
In different forms. Yeah.
Are you sure that's an addiction and not your own mismanagement of your evolutionary drive?
I mean, could be. I've always seen it as an addiction.
Why?
Because it's something that I started doing to when I was depressed, or when I was just like had bad anxiety. And then like the more you do it, the more you do it. So I feel like it's kind of like alcohol or like gambling or whatever.
maybe gambling. So because it helps you cope with things, and you utilized it for that, then you saw it as an addiction, and then that addiction you blame for the infidelity with your wife. I'm not sure how this leads back to your 5 days ago
no.
finding Jesus.
Oh no, I'm not saying that, like, you know, I take accountability for what I did to my wife. I'm not saying that, like, that's
So
like,
what was this detour about then?
oh no, I was just saying that, like, I've seen how one thing can lead to the next. Like, have you ever watched, like, the documentaries of
What was the question that Everlasting asked that got you to share all that with us?
I don't even remember, bro. Yeah, I was trying to be vulnerable for a second and, like, just open up to you guys.
I can appreciate and understand that, but I mean, if it's unrelated, I'm not sure why.
I don't remember what he said, to be honest.
The question was if you would share an example of you know, something that you would do without Jesus that somehow having Jesus in your life solves.
Oh yeah,
That
that's
was
what I'm saying. Like,
general gist of what I asked.
when I have Jesus in my
Without-
life, like, I'm not doing those things.
I see. So Jesus stops you from using that sort of gratification.
The more time I spend with him, the more I don't want to do those things. So, like, I'm not doing those things because I don't want to. Like, I feel connected.
Could it be those things just made you feel good and now Jesus makes you feel good?
How do you know you're not replacing one addiction for another?
It's a good question. Let me think about that.
Is it possible?
Well, no, because temporary. Like, they felt good at the moment, and then I felt terrible afterwards.
Is it possible that this can all be linked back to this self-esteem issue?
I don't think I have, like, major self-esteem issues. I'm just saying, like, I've dealt with self-esteem issues at different points in my life. It depends on, like, what period you're talking about, you know?
Well, the addicted personality we discussed earlier that you know, could be a self-esteem issue, maybe tied into this kind of gratification that you feel like gives you the downfall. For example, I know you kind of took us on a side journey with the past that you had with, you know, your downfall in your relationship and your marriage, but again, that could also be ascribed to a self-esteem issue. You know, here's somebody else maybe shows some attention to you that gives you that self-esteem boost that, say, perhaps alcohol or drugs might have given you in the same respect.
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, I don't feel like it was, like, something I felt from them, because it was, like, a one-night thing, and, like, I told my wife, like, literally the next day, and, like, we have grown a lot, actually, since then, just, like, because I've told her, and we've come a long way since then. Like, I'm still married. I don't know if that answered the question, though.
No, I think what Lady Huggy just said down in the comments is really where I'm coming from. Could it be just an external coping mechanism? The idea, whatever it is that you're trying to fill that gap in having that self-esteem, self-respect, you know, that you could just be replacing Jesus with some of these other things that you've used to fill the void, and which, as you pointed out, you know, like that you could perceive that as a healthy thing, and that's understandable. But if it's not you repairing your own self-respect and it's just a placebo, then I think you should leave space for the idea that you could be empowered by repairing that core. The core issue is the self-respect.
That's fair. I don't think you're asking too much.
On that note, I think I'm going to depart. Thank you, friends. I love being here, and I love what you
Appreciate
do,
you,
Thrayle.
Godstopper.
Set
Yeah,
me
man.
down gently.
Thanks for your input, bro.
Thank you. Have a good night. Or good morning, rather.
Big W's for Everlasting Godstopper. And if you're not already following him, give him a follow. He does great lives. Clinton, does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not, if they're just providing you this mental stability?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be pretty cool if they're true, because that means that there's like some being in the universe that wants a personal relationship with me. I think that's pretty cool.
And if it's all not true, would that be an uncomfortable truth you could handle?
Yeah, the problem is I don't think we're ever gonna like know until we die, or unalive. Sorry.
Will it matter to you if you get there and there's nothing?
I don't think so, because I wouldn't have any thoughts.
But you're hedging your bet that there's something.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. If I had to put money down on it, like for one way or the other, yeah, I'd put money down on it.
Can you give a percentage? I don't want to say odds. A percentage, how much you actually think it's real versus how much you think it might all just be something that helps you?
Yeah, I'd say the only reason I can't put it at 100% is because of the whole thing that John taught me about anything being possible.
Would it be upsetting if there was something but it wasn't what you expected?
Like, do you have like an example? I'm not sure what you mean.
So I imagine that you have an idea of what it looks like after, yes?
I don't really have I don't really have a good idea. My only idea is like,
But you have an idea, yeah?
kind of. Yeah, I don't really think about that very often.
So there are multiple different ideas for what happens after.
Oh, you mean like reincarnation and stuff?
There's reincarnation, there's various different realms that you apparently arrive at after that event.
Or like Asgard and stuff?
Right, those kinds of things. So if it wasn't heaven, it was something else, would that be upsetting for you?
I don't know. It depends on like, I don't know all the rules to all that stuff. So like, if I go on living my life like this, then if Asgard is real, where do I go? I don't know. I don't know how that works.
Are you familiar with the scale, the heart, and the feather?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Oh, okay, I was asking about that one, but okay.
Yeah, so that's the Egyptian afterlife.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That sounds cool.
Definitely a really good read.
The basics of it is basically if you've lived a good life, your heart is light. If you lived a bad life, your heart is heavy. And at the end, your heart will be judged on a scale against a feather. And if it's heavier than a feather, whoops, if it's lighter than a feather, you proceed into the good afterlife.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if I keep living like this, then I got a chance at that too.
There was a similar process in the Greek afterlife, where your deeds were weighed on a scale, and your good deeds and your bad deeds added to either side of the scale, and depending on which direction the scale went, determined which afterlife you went to.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like my answer would probably be like a lot of people say that don't know if they're agnostic or whatever. They just say like, well, if God does exist, then I hope he accepts me when I die. Like, I feel like my answer would be, well, if any of these other things are the other option, then I hope that, I live my life to the fullest in the best capacity that I can, and that I get accepted to whatever it is that's beneficial.
Is there any one particular one that you know of that you would hope it was?
I mean, it'd be cool if there is a place where, because I don't really know if they go into the detail about this. I can't remember, but like if there is a place where you can like see people that you no longer get to see, I mean, I'd love to see my dad again.
That is the tradition across many afterlives, so I don't think that will be a problem.
Yeah, I mean that's just the big thing I want to see is my dad.
If you could create an afterlife where, well, if you could create an afterlife, who would you let in? Would you let in all the people who did good deeds but never believed in you or never followed your son?
Say that one more time.
If you could create an afterlife, what would you create? Would you let in all your family members, even though not all of them believed in you or your son or whatever? What kind of afterlife, what kind of heaven, I guess, would you create?
I don't know. I guess maybe I wouldn't even create an afterlife. Maybe I would just make it so we can choose where we want to go, and like I don't know, like I was almost going to say maybe we just all live forever and there would be no dying, but I know some people don't like the idea of that. Or maybe if you want to live forever you can, and if you don't want to keep living, then you don't.
That would be
because the saddest thing that happens in life to me is like people pass and like you lose those people, and it really puts things into perspective. Like my buddy right now, he's 36 years old. He's got 3 kids and a wife, and he's got like only a year to live from cancer. And like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's the saddest thing to people to pass away. So like I would make it so everybody could choose if they want to live forever or whenever they want to pass, they can pass.
If that is preferable, if that in your mind would be the preferable route, why do you think the God of the Bible wouldn't do something like that?
I think it kind of is like that in a sense, because like he creates a new heaven and a new earth, and we just keep living on. And from my understanding of hell, it's something we choose for ourselves, and it's not like fire and brimstone, and it's not eternal either. It doesn't last forever.
So you believe the new heaven, new earth story from Revelation?
I can't even remember if that's where it's from, but like, yeah, the like new heaven and new earth, like the way
one with the big cube-shaped spaceship.
No, I don't mean like in the like literal sense of what
So it's
described.
not literal. It's just there's gonna be a new heaven. Just kind of the vague idea.
No, I just mean like us having new bodies and like basically
so just the parts you want.
Existing how we do here.
Do we do that in the spaceship?
Is there a spaceship in Revelation, bro? I don't remember that.
Well, it's the city is described as a cube, half the size of the moon, and that it lands on the new earth.
Yeah, but I mean, there's so many metaphorical things in the Bible.
Spaceship?
Yeah, I mean that could just be a metaphor, though. There's some
a metaphor for what? How is it like if it describes the measurements of this cube-shaped structure? What is that a metaphor for? Why would it include dimensions?
Yeah, I don't know.
Do metaphors usually define themselves with like dimensional descriptions?
Yeah. No, man, I haven't like read up on that enough, I guess. Like I know I read it before, but like I don't know in context what they're talking about or anything. I'm just saying like I believe that what I shouldn't even have said new heaven and new earth. What I mean is that we're gonna just live forever, like I was talking about.
Live forever doing
the people that don't want to live forever can choose to.
Sorry, when you live forever, what are you going to be doing?
I have no idea.
But you assume that you'll live forever?
Yeah, I guess not assume, but like I'm pretty sure that's what I read.
What you're signing up for, that you're going to live forever and do what for that eternity, though?
I have to go back and read those parts. I don't. It's really weird. Like a lot of people find it interesting about like heaven and hell and like where you're gonna go when you die. I don't really care about that.
So it's not relevant at all to the belief?
I mean, I care about like seeing my dad again, and you know,
no more the people that didn't believe.
No more suffering and all that.
Do you care that the people that didn't believe are gonna be thrown into a lake of fire, and that I guess you'll still somehow be happy about that?
So I watched a whole thing about that made me start realizing that hell's not like that's like Dante's Inferno getting thrown into like.
No, I'm quoting the Bible. The unbelievers being thrown into the lake of fire is from the Bible.
I know you are, but it also talks about like it being a dark place, so there can't be like fire in a dark place. Like,
are you sure?
He goes into explaining that like
which part.
Well, I'm not going to represent this well, but it like I could send you the whole thing.
Describes their take on it. Could you tell me where in the book it is?
No, because I didn't like take notes. I didn't write it down. No, I can't.
So if it describes wailing and
he's not the only one. There's a lot of different.
Still speaking. If it describes wailing and gnashing of teeth, along with later saying they'll be thrown into a lake of fire, I mean, how is that? I guess I'm not sure what you were actually trying to say to get out of answering the previous question.
No, I'm not trying to get out of it, man. Like, I can't.
So does it matter to you if the unbelievers you know will be wailing and gnashing their teeth in a lake of fire while you enjoy your eternal afterlife?
Yeah, it definitely matters to me, but I don't think that's the case. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Why is that part of the Bible not true?
No, it's not that it's not true. It's just he explains what it means. This,
Who explains what it means?
A lot of people, like different.
Who's a lot of people?
What's the word for them? People that.
Why do you believe them, Clinton?
Because you have to like take the context of things in the Bible.
You have to take the context of what other people say is the context. I'm not sure I understand why you're believing these third-hand sources.
Well, no, it's the case for anything that you read in history. You have to like take into context what it's saying.
By watching a YouTube video of somebody else's interpretation?
Well, that's one thing I did, but I've read books on it too.
You read books on hell?
Yeah.
And in the books on hell, none of them cited what verses say that it doesn't exist the way it's described in the other verses?
No, they did. I could probably just go chat GPT it or something, but I told you, bro, like I don't remember a lot of stuff. I know it sounds very convenient, and you probably don't believe me, but that's all right, man. You don't have to believe me.
It's not about believing you, because you're not presenting anything to believe. You're just saying, I saw a video of this guy who said a thing once. And sometimes I read some books too. You haven't said what the books are, what the video is, or really what chapters or verses any of these are mentioned in the Bible. It's not about believing you. It's the question was about your beliefs in the afterlife and whether that would be comforting to you to know the unbelievers are burning and gnashing their teeth, but you're saying that it's just not like that according to a guy on YouTube. So it is dodging the question, but that's fine. I'm not sure, Clinton, that I've got any more questions for you. I appreciate you, though. Maybe Morgan or Bats do.
I'm still a little stuck on the lightless flame, like not being real. Are you familiar with hydrogen? Or potentially methane?
If you guys would give me a chance to explain myself, like I can explain, like if you just give me a chance.
I would rather you answer my question.
Explain what, Clinton? She's just asking if you'd ever heard of how methane or hydrogen burn without light.
No, I know, but like when you say that, like you're not going to listen to some dude on YouTube, it's not like that, man. It's like a collection of
I didn't say I'm not going to listen to some dude on YouTube. I had asked why you did. Actually, I didn't even ask why you did. I pointed out that it was kind of interesting to do that without being able to cite any of the things that they're referencing. And then I said I didn't have any more questions. But
yeah, no, I'm
Morgan
just saying I don't do a good job of retaining information, so I have to take notes, and even then I have to go back. Tons of people that.
Why are you referencing the video? There's just tons of people believe a thing. There's this thing called popularity, and a lot of people popularly agree on this thing, so it must be true. Is that what you're saying?
I'm talking about Bible scholars. That's what I'm talking about. That was the
Which
word.
Bible scholars?
That's the problem, bro. I don't.
So some Bible scholars somewhere say that this thing is interpreted this way. It's not helpful. I'm not sure how it's answering the question, Clinton.
Well, I'm not.
I guess I understand.
I'm not trying to convince anybody.
Right. I understand, but it's not you questioning your belief either. It's you avoiding questioning or avoiding addressing the question just to say, well, I can dismiss it because a guy on YouTube said.
Well, no, just because I don't remember the names of the Bible scholars doesn't mean I didn't at one time read.
And did you look into the evidence that they were using to to come to these decisions? Did you look into their hermeneutics?
I did at the time, but then you're going to ask me what was it or what was the book or all that stuff. If I don't remember those things, then it just sounds like I'm making shit up, and I'm
No,
not.
it doesn't just sound like you're making shit up. It just sounds like you're saying things without being able to expound or evidence or even cite them. It's just kind of like, well, there's this idea I have where I can say a thing and then I can say someone else said it once somewhere. And just trust me, bro. But it's not telling us how you question your beliefs. It's you avoiding it.
I really like you, so I don't want to, like, I feel like I offended you or something, man. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry if I offended you, bro. Like, I really, that's not the case. Like, I like coming up here. I like talking to you. I didn't mean to offend you. I know
When
that
did I say I was offended?
Well, I know that I'm bad at retaining information, and I know
Right,
it sounds...
but I didn't ask you about retaining the information. When did I say I was offended?
No, you didn't. I'm just in case you were. I'm just saying that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was my contention?
Just when you said, the whole "just trust me, bro," that's a typical thing I hear on TikTok when people are, kind of mocking someone.
Do you think I'm mocking you by saying that?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know your intention. But just in case I upset you, I'm just saying, like, I apologize.
Why make that assumption?
I don't know.
Do you remember the question I asked that you answered with some guy on YouTube said it's this way? Yeah. It wasn't about a guy on YouTube, I'll tell you that. It wasn't about necessarily your interpretation of Revelation. It was just about if you being in a paradise while others were burning in torment would be something that would that you would be happy about.
Oh no, I wouldn't be happy about that.
Mm-hmm. See, it's a lot easier to answer it that way, right?
I think I said that. I said
instead of some guy on YouTube said that it's not even that way because darkness and fire.
I said that I wouldn't want that to be the case, but from what I know, that's not the case. Whether or not it was the books I read or the scholars that I looked up online, or it was talking to John on here, Bought by Blood, or whoever it was, whatever source I had that told me that it wasn't, like, it seems to be the collective that most people think hell is
most
just
people,
like most scholars think hell is just
scholars now. It went from a guy on YouTube to there were some books about it, some scholars, and now it's most scholars.
Well, no, it's all the above. There's YouTubers.
So it's always been most scholars.
No, I'm saying, like, the thing that makes the most sense from everything that I've read, every YouTube video I've watched, the scholars that I've looked into, the people I've talked to on TikTok, the thing that makes most sense in my heart is that it's something we choose for ourselves. Like,
so it's just something. Sorry, what's something we choose for ourselves?
Hell,
the being thrown in a fire.
No, it's just a separation. We have this entire life to choose if we want relationship.
Stop for a second, Clint. Yeah, this is a different point you're making now. Now you're making a different point. This is a sermon about how you choose your hell. When I wasn't asking about choices of hell, I was asking you about burning in a pit of fire and if it would make you happy. You see, you're not and you've answered it now, so I'm not trying to get you to answer it again, but you're still kind of going on to tell me your interpretation of hell based on other people's interpretations of hell, which I would question more, but you can't question it because you don't remember any of it. You just kind of say it because you feel like it, right? Because it feels right. Is that why you believe it that way? That we choose it and that it's not burning?
I mean, I don't really feel anything. I
see. I thought that was what you said, that it felt more right to you.
Oh yeah, I guess I did say that. Maybe there's a part of it that feels right, but there's also, it seems to be more likely the case compared to all the other scholars.
More likely the case based on what?
Just like the consensus of like believers.
Consensus of the ones that you have looked into. And notice the thing you said a minute ago was that it's the consensus of scholars, and now you're still saying it's the consensus. What is the consensus? That hell isn't burning, or that it's a choice that we make for ourselves? And is this biblical scholars who scrutinize the Bible or agree with it? Or is it a majority of both?
The problem is when it comes to like the theological side of things, because I'm so bad at retaining information, I probably won't be able to answer your questions. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I understand that. Which makes me wonder why you keep going to it. Why do you keep making a point about it if you can't answer questions about it?
I mean, we could talk about something else. That's fine.
I think I'm ready to move on, Clinton. So appreciate you being here and answering the questions that you did. But yeah, I feel like I'm ready to move on to another guest who might be more interested in questioning their beliefs. But appreciate you being here.
He was good at questioning to a point, and I think we reached that point for tonight.
I think there are, I'm not saying he's not questioning his beliefs at all. I think there are a lot of points here where he doesn't, and he refuses, and he uses certain apologetics and tactics to avoid questioning. But I wish him well, and I hope he keeps questioning. And maybe another time we'll have more questions.
Yeah, good luck with your mother's doctor's appointments, too.
Mm-hmm.
There was, of course, and this happens every time I drop somebody, there was somebody in queue, and I was trying to make a smooth transition, and yet they were gone as soon as I did.
Oh no, not ghosts. How's the coffee hanging out, Thrayle?
I finished my last blueberry coffee for the day a little while ago.
Womp womp.
Yeah. I could make more, but then I'm going to be up all day. I'm probably going to be up part of the day more than I'd like to be anyways, but I don't know.
It in fact be like that.
It do, in fact, be like that. I could have water. You're right, GoPro. I have water next to me. Always keep a bottle of water next to me.
Yeah, but do you drink it?
Yeah. I do.
I can see my water bottle from where I'm sitting.
I can see it. It's still got water in it.
It's still got water in it. Ooh, now that sounds like an interesting idea. Pomegranate coffee?
delicious.
I would question that.
Pomegranates are my favorite fruit. They're my favorite anything, really. Like your blueberries are my pomegranates.
I don't know. Can you question that?
Can you?
I mean, we're gonna have to compare the desirability of each. I don't know how we'd measure that. We need
Well,
some
it would
kind
have
of
to be the desirability of each of ours.
That's
how
what I
does
mean. It
that
would have to
compare?
compare that. Yeah, we need some sort of standard scale rather than just your desirability versus mine, because I
Versus
desire
yours,
blueberries.
right?
You'd need to. Not me. I drink Ghost Energy.
Not me.
I think we just got an anonymous mediator who clearly has a good head on their shoulders.
Very clearly.
Blueberries beat pomegranates every day of the week.
They both have the same level of antioxidants.
I don't know, is that, I'm going to need to see a source on that.
I'll look it up.
I'll just sip my green apple Ghost Energy drink and listen to all you bicker about horrible coffee. It's bitter. It needs milk and sugar, or it's not any good.
Not me over here drinking Cafe Bustelo Black.
Ooh, the orange cream is very good, Mika.
Ooh, I lied. Apparently pomegranates have a higher concentration of antioxidants.
What about raspberries? I do like raspberries.
So, just for this, per 100 grams, blueberries have 200 to 500 milligrams per 100 grams.
Pomegranates are the win this round. Ding ding. I don't know. I just said that. I'm not mediator. Round one. It's a 3 round.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on up. Not here to debate or argue, or even burgle your God. But there's always room for one more in the shed.
I mean, for all you know, I was just rushing the guest off so that we could hear another one of those segues.
I love all the segues. They're so nice. Oh, hello, Marlon.
Hello. Hello, Marlon. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 18 years old.
What year were you born?
I was born in 2007.
Oh, somebody had a quick finger there. I think 2007 still works. You can try again, Marlon.
I think it was the hesitation that got a mod a little suspicious.
For the record, those pomegranates, blueberries, raspberries for antioxidants.
Are you talking about like in order of quantity?
Yes.
Marlon, you said you were born 2007, right? Making you
Yeah.
18. What month was that?
May 7th.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in a higher power. And I believe there's energies that control.
What is energy?
What is energy? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I feel like it's everything in this whole
Is there
supposed
anything that is
world.
not energy?
No, I think everything is energy. Everything is the same.
And when we say energy, what is it we're actually saying?
Frequencies.
What is a
wavelengths,
frequency?
vibrations.
What's vibrating?
How fast we're moving, how fast
what's moving?
seeing things. I
I'm
guess.
sorry, you said vibrations, frequency, energy. Can you slow down just a little bit and stop using buzzwords and hear what I'm asking you instead of just jumping to another word that doesn't describe the previous? So when you said frequency,
So what are you trying to really ask me?
I'm asking you a question right now. So when you said frequency is vibration, what is vibrating?
Everything is vibrating.
So everything is vibrating. When I said, what is energy? You said it's frequency. Frequency is vibration, and vibration is everything vibrating.
Correct.
So what is it you're actually saying energy is?
Energy is frequency vibrating, I guess.
Frequency does the vibrating now. So I thought it was everything, but now it's the frequency. What
It's
is
all the
frequency?
same. Everything
Stop.
is
I'm
the
asking you a
same.
question. What does
I
frequency
apologize.
mean? What does the word mean?
I'll look it up. I'd like to know that.
Okay. And maybe when you've, I don't know, had another birthday, come on back.
I knew everything at 18.
Sorry, I just...
Except maybe the definition of energy. But I do have to get my kids ready for the gremlin buses before they get here and all their yellowness. So maybe I should go off into the comments, Thrayle.
Appreciate you, Bats. I hope you have a great day.
Thank you. See you guys later in the Discord. Link in bio.
Link in the bio.
Which
Big
bio,
W's for Bats. Well, either mine or the Batcolytes. Either one takes you there, and that's where you can find the Discord link, the YouTube link, the Cash App, the Venmo link. Pretty sure you can find all of those there. You weren't removed for questioning your beliefs, Marlon. I don't know. Did he question a belief? When did that happen?
No, that's not what happened.
I must have missed something. He thinks he questioned a belief. You absolutely were not removed for questioning a belief. That never happened. I really should put 21 plus down there. It's kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, I always hesitate when it comes to limiting age. Maybe 21 plus to request up, 18 to be in the chat.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not not going to kick people out for being 18 to 21. Not out of the chat.
A discussion we can have later.
Right. I don't know. Usually when I hear some age under 20, 21, it's usually going to be a very either circuitous conversation where the person's just slowly getting agitated at their inability to answer, or I guess their perceived perception that I don't understand. Or they're just going to outright be full of, what's the word I'm thinking of? Shit. Actually, I was going to say testosterone.
I don't think that's the word you were looking for.
Slurs, Miyaka, yeah, that too.
You could just say hormones, just hormones.
Yeah. We have actually had a few, I will say, we've had a few conversations with 18 to 21-year-olds that weren't terrible.
Right, and that's why, like, I don't think it's not necessarily like we shouldn't be in this space.
Well, I mean, even coming up on panel, there have been a few that were capable of questioning their beliefs well. I just, as soon as I hear 18, and they already sound younger than that, I don't expect us to get very far.
Right.
But it could be my prejudice, and I should question that. Hello, Alvars. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Absolutely, 31.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, so I believe in God and Christianity as a whole and as a concept. I mean, I was raised Catholic, but I very quickly, in teenage years, got out of being a follower of any denomination because I realized that they're all screwed up and flawed.
Interesting.
And
so you're Christian, but you're non-denominational Christian.
Yeah, I rather
Bible
follow a
from beginning to
concept of
end?
Christianity than a strict belief.
Sure. Have
And
you read your
rubric.
Bible? Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
As a kid, yes, but I have heavy.
Does it matter to you if the Bible's true or not?
No, because I don't think it's all true.
You don't think it's all true. Can you tell me part of the Bible that's not true?
I have a belief, well, and I won't say necessarily that the whole thing, like a whole part wouldn't be true, but I think that factually, I would not say that we could pin a factual basis on it because it's written by man.
Pin a factual basis on what?
The stories and the facts of the Bible.
Any
there's
particular
just,
ones?
in my world, not enough evidence.
Yeah,
Well,
so I was asking about any particular ones. Are there any particular stories?
Specific instance where
not off the top of my head, because I just haven't dove into the Bible in years and years and years.
Interesting.
Just
But
as a
you say
whole, I
that-
kind of write it off as a book written by man and their opinion of religion.
So then I guess the better question would be, what is true in the Bible?
I believe that some of the concepts and the acts of Christianity, the guidelines of what Christianity should be, I believe to be good. I wouldn't say that I could pin anything that is said as a factual statement in the Bible to be true, because I just don't have any baseline of evidence that could pinpoint that this is accurate and true.
Are you saying that there's nothing you can think of in the Bible that is true?
Not that I can personally attest to being true. Now, like, you could take the...
Right, I'm not asking about your personal attestation that it is true. I'm asking, do you believe that any of it is true?
Yes, there are certain parts that I would believe are more likely than not true.
True. Can you give me an example of one?
I do believe that, in like the story of Paul being imprisoned for his beliefs and teachings of Christianity as a whole, I do believe that the Romans more than likely imprisoned him and other followers of Christianity at the time for that belief. There is scripture and scrolls and enough evidence of their writings that this is the statements of this, so I believe that they existed and the stories are more than likely accurate.
So, I'm sorry, you said that there are writings and scrolls about what? Let's focus on Paul, because you said Paul and other early Christians. How do you know Paul was imprisoned for his beliefs?
There have been scrolls, some of the
scrolls?
Dead Sea Scrolls that were written by him.
I'm sorry, you said Dead Sea Scrolls were written by Paul?
Some of them, yes.
Where did you get that?
From the fact that he's signed off on them as himself. I've not done a dive into them. I'm not a theology professor.
Is it possible that you're mistaken on this?
Oh, absolutely, because it's possible I'm mistaken on everything with religion. Because
what are the Dead Sea Scrolls?
I haven't dived into all the backgrounds of them. I just, from what I've known of them, I do believe that there could be some validity of some of
I'm sorry, I missed something for a moment. What scrolls were in the Dead Sea Scrolls? What's in there?
I guess a lot of it is my view on religion and faith is more so how you treat people and...
Okay, so that wasn't what I asked at all.
Mm-hmm. What was the question that was asked? Yep. Okay.
You can go ahead and ask him a question. Oh, never mind.
Oh, no.
He left.
No, I can't. He's gone.
I guess I was holding up the...
Oh, wow.
I had the little half menu open, so I didn't see it. Leave.
I understand.
How interesting. Paul writing the Dead Sea Scrolls now.
I mean... No, I can't even explain that one away. Sorry.
I wonder if that's a left cheek or a right.
Be kind, Thrayle. Jeez.
I am being kind. I thought that was very kind.
We may think it's kind.
What Paul's signature looks like is a good question. It's a really good question.
Can I get memorabilia with his like signature on stuff? Is that an option?
Wow, peg the patriarchy. Marlon is still just going and going.
My friend, there needs to be a little bit more reading done.
He's 18, he's not going to read anything, he's just going
I
to assume
know. I'm just gonna watch YouTube videos. I get it. I know.
assume that he knows things.
Man, I do not miss being 18. My friend, you are getting very emotional about something that is not emotional at all. And I'm not trying to invalidate your feelings, but you're putting a lot of meaning where there isn't any. If you came here to learn, this is a place to learn about yourself, not other belief systems. I mean, that comes up in conversation on occasion, but this is a self-exploration exercise. Everyone, keep tapping the screen. We're already at 125,000 likes. That's super awesome. If you haven't already, please share the live, repost it, send it to a friend, a neighbor, your ex-lover, anybody. Wonderful. Thank you, guys. Best audience on TikTok. Ooh. That's pretty. What's doing over there, Thrayle?
Apparently bumping something with my finger that I did not mean to bump.
No, it doesn't matter which ex-lover. Send it to all of them. That's a very, very big sigh, my friend.
Yeah, it is a big sigh. I see that we're at 125,000 likes. There's 115 of us in the room, and of course, the more of us that tap that screen and share the live out, the more likely we'll get someone in here who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. If that sounds like you, well, then go ahead and hit one of those buttons up there. You know, the request ones.
There's 5 of them right there. I don't bite hard, I promise.
I don't remember anybody arguing Marlon doesn't know what energy is. Did we say that? Maybe you did.
No, nobody said that. We just keep asking him to clarify it. And then he uses a word that we also ask him to clarify, and then he uses another word that we also ask him to clarify because we're trying to understand his comprehension.
Well, energy is vibrational frequency. Well, what was the other one he used? Vibration, frequency,
Vibration, frequency. He didn't use the word oscillate, did he?
He didn't say wiggle either. No, I don't think he said wiggle or oscillate. Wiggle is a great word, Joe. I think it's my favorite one in this context.
One I think I would attribute in this context. Oh, was it just vibes? I used vibes and vibration. Sean, you're more than welcome to request up. I would very much prefer to have this conversation verbally.
Good morning. How are you?
Hello, Sean. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
43.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
So, if we look at something from a, let's just say, a non-religious standpoint, okay? And that's what I'm going to start off.
My friend, just answer the question.
I don't know why people can't just answer a fucking question. What's the matter with people?
When I invited you to request up, it was to participate in the exercise, which at some point we would have eventually gotten to the discussion we were having.
I asked a direct question and got completely fucking ignored. When we're talking, like, can you just answer if you believe in a god or gods?
He was being that way in the chat, but I do try to give people the benefit of the doubt.
Yes,
An answer is
no,
more than one.
maybe. Yes and no, but. No and yes, but. I don't know. You could. Do you believe in a god or god's higher power? I don't know is even an acceptable answer. I'm not sure. So in order to answer that question, we need to go back to the year 1963. Yeah, that's kind of the feeling, right, Sage? Like, if you can't answer the question, why? Like, why? It's not about, oh, no, condescension. I was about to invite him back up to try again, but he's showing his colors.
That's really disappointing. It's not about answering the way we want, it's about answering the question. You did not answer the question that was directly asked to you. If you would like, you can stick around and see what happens here when somebody comes up and engages with me with the prompt and the exercise.
I'm gonna guess, since he didn't bother requesting back up, that he just decided to scroll on, so.
It is a choice he is free to make. It does not cost. I am definitely not the main character at all. I'm a quest giver at best. borderline non-speaking NPC.
Yeah, I didn't catch that part, Cat Witch. That's true, he would not have lasted long if that's the case.
NPC is short for non-player character, Catwitch. Basically one that you can't control. It exists as something to interact with. Or it's just a prop. I feel like I'm not a low-level quest giver. I definitely feel like I'm in like an Easter egg, like if you go through the wall at like just the right angle, and I'm just like sitting there and I give you some like wild quest that seems impossible, but it isn't because it was within you the entire time.
Hello, Bummy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Goodbye, Bummy. Mm-hmm.
GoPro, I think you're getting that confused.
I'm pretty sure that's the Lady of the Lake, not Morgan Le Fay.
Fuck that watery tart.
Watery tart. Is this music by Michael V? No. This music is, well,
Handcrafted.
Handcrafted by AI. I might have used the same tool.
Lady of the Lake was Nimue, wasn't it? Pretty sure.
I think you're mixing up.
It's a yes and no. Yeah.
No, I think you're mixing up mythologies. Different versions of the story. Jimmy says he's laying down his guitar. Don't lay down your guitar.
What the hell? How is AI going to be able to do anything if you lay down your guitar? I'm sorry, I couldn't even take that seriously.
No finger squeaks. See? Sometimes the finger squeaks are nice.
The finger squeaks make it human.
Okay. You can actually make the AI do the finger squeaks too. Sorry. There's a couple of tracks on here that do finger squeaks. I didn't make it do it, it just did it.
It just happened.
But what it can't do is write the original piece of music that is in your brain that you want. It can only approximate based on prompts and ideas you've given it. Sounds it has in its database. Sage, if I said something not true, I am happy to be corrected. Are you saying that it can create the entirely original song that is only in your brain? Or are you saying that it can do more than what it is fed with? I'm not sure which part.
So it was bothering me. Nimue is one of many names for the Lady of the Lake. Apparently she is Ninian.
Interesting.
Or Nynaeve.
Nynaeve, I've heard that one. Sage, what did I say wrong? Because I'm sure it was something I was mostly talking off the top of my head.
Hi, long-time caller, first-time listener.
Yeah, sure.
So you said that AI, which would be an algorithmic program, can't write the piece of music that's in your head. Are you aware of the Library of Babel?
The Library of Babel.
Mm-hmm. It's an algorithm that can produce any string of, like 500 word characters. It might be 5,000. I don't remember how long it is. And you can use the Library of Babel to look up any phrase you want, and it will have a place already written in this digital library. So things that haven't been written yet are already in there. The sentence I just spoke and everything up there is in that library already. The same could be done with music, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so you're saying because it can produce essentially any musical phrase? Is that what you're saying? That then it can produce the original piece of music in your mind?
Yeah.
What I meant, what I was implying though was that it cannot create the entire composition that is in your mind as it exists in your mind unless you prompt it to, unless you have some way to do that. And even then, as a musician, there are going to be nuances and details that you're going to prefer, that you'd have to detail the AI to do in some way.
That seems almost as pedantic as I am.
Well, if we weren't pedants, what would we be?
I'm part of the bourgeoisie.
I thought you were going to say certain.
You said pedants, not peasants.
Yeah, pedants. Yeah, pedants. Not pissants either.
And if you're a pissant who believes in God or some other weird wacko belief like that, come on up and get some shit about it. I mean, questions.
Really nailing the respectful part of the prompt. Way to go. What do you know? It worked. Hello, Adam. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
It doesn't matter.
I'm sorry, what?
It doesn't matter my age.
Cool. You go find a TikTok live where it doesn't matter. Hello, Starseed. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, I'm Melly Starseed. I'm 34, the Gemini Paradox.
Fascinating. I only asked one of those. So, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Of course. I do. I believe in a higher power. I do have that type of faith and understanding within my experience. Yeah. What do you want to know?
So you do believe I'm sorry, I just asked if you believed in a god. You're saying you do. What god is it you believe in?
So when we're referring to gods, in my experience, I don't believe in one god. I believe in many of deities that walk this earth as gods or, whatnot. But when I have my higher faith of what I believe in, is not your god that you pray to. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mention any god that I pray to. I don't know why you would assume that there is a god I pray to, and you didn't hear the question I asked you. So, what is your deity or god?
He's an entity. He's not a deity.
He's not a deity, he's an entity. What's the difference?
Well, one's stuck in the dome and the other one's not in a dome, so...
I'm sorry,
yeah.
what dome?
What is So in my experience, I only can speak for my experience in my journey. As for you, like,
We don't
I
understand
can't...
what you're saying, so we're asking.
Well, I don't, like, with my belief...
That's all. That's all. Abity.
Arnar.
I'm not trying to mock the guest with that.
Behave yourself.
I really, yeah, no, I'm not mocking the guest. I'm not going to, like, there was no answer to the question. You're not answering questions. You're just kind of...
Just saying things.
Okay. Taking stock. I might be particularly spicy tonight. It might have happened that I have become somehow more inclined to drop people than usual. I'm not sure what I'm potentially, I don't know. Maybe not. But I'm willing to accept the possibility that it's me. And maybe another time we can question Starseed's belief. But I didn't feel that that was going anywhere. I wonder if it's... Is it time?
It can't be time already.
It's never time. Time isn't real.
Time is a man-made construct.
Apparently time wiggles.
Is it wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff?
I thought it was wiggling. Now it's wibbling.
It's wibbly wobbly.
The hell is a wibble?
The opposite of a wobble. Yup. See how that didn't explain anything at all? Ah, see. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Amore.
What? Oh, timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly.
Indubitably.
Now where's my sonic screwdriver?
We're just gonna bring the Hoovians in here, is all we're gonna do.
I think Doctor Who is my favorite character on the Enterprise in Star Wars.
That hurt on so many levels. So many.
I think I agree. And yes, that is actually the best question, Aaron, is which Doctor?
I'm personally preferential to the 10th Doctor.
Which Doctor? Ooh, yee, ooh, ah, ah, ting, tang, walla, walla, bang, bang.
That is the correct answer. Also, somehow, me, negligent host, I do this sometimes, but I did somehow let it slip by, so I've got to make sure I thank Heather's Descent, Philly Red, Joe Chupacabro, Dragon Daddy, also Polly, Cat the Witch, and 96 for helping with that goal. Appreciate all of you. And Cat the Witch also has the correct answer. It is the 4th Doctor.
I also like the 4th Doctor.
Objectively, the correct answer.
Blackadder is the Forgotten Doctor.
I did see that holiday special too.
What I really appreciate about Doctor Who is how throughout time it's not only taught history and science, but also ethics and morals and things like that without any religious undertones.
I liked Christopher Eccleston. He was my favorite.
Oh, one of the shortest lived Doctors.
I say he definitely does not get the attention he deserves.
He was good.
I was rather upset when the 10th Doctor came around, but then fell in love with the 10th Doctor.
But then you met him, yeah.
Hey, I do not like Matt Smith's Doctor.
There's something wrong with you. I'm sorry.
You know what?
I like all the 3 Doctors that I am aware of. But I like River Song even better.
Very sad. Makes me cry every time. I'm not saying that the 11th Doctor arc was bad storytelling. I just did not like that version of the Doctor.
Yeah, but bow ties are cool.
Yes, they are. I'm not disagreeing. And I think that was my problem. Cat DeWitch pinned it. Matt Smith was the dog poncho, and that's what I didn't like.
I do agree. There was more of the pawns than I would have liked. Though I did like the characters.
Exactly. Like the storytelling, great, sure. But like completely removed the focus from where it's supposed to be.
I detested Rory until I found out he stood watch for that long.
Same. Hated him until I found that out.
The Lone Centurion.
So badass. So fucking badass.
Yeah, they really did, Aaron. Now
That's the kind of love you need to find.
we are diving deep into Doctor Who lore, which is really tempting to put up a what the fuck are you talking about, but you found one of my soft spots. And to keep me from caving, I'm going to remind everybody that we all believe in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm just here to see if you can question that belief.
What about a belief in a big bad wolf?
It's pronounced Blade Droog.
Pronounced what?
Blade Droog.
Blade Ook.
Oh, I thought it was pronounced bad wolf because that's what Rose said.
Yeah, bad wolf.
It's bad wolf in Welsh.
They do spend a lot of time in Wales, don't they?
Yeah, and even the offshoot Torchwood.
What else spent a lot of time in Wales? Jonah.
That was a fish.
No, it was a whale.
According to what?
I know it was a fish.
Since they're birds, then whales can be fish.
Whales were considered fish until we found out they were mammals.
How long to mute Barfing Toaster for Doctor Whom? I don't know. The part of me that enjoys grammar wants to give him just a little bit of a pass, but I think he should have known better.
I just said the appeal to Doctor Who, Toaster. Pay attention.
Yeah, who likes stories that have happy endings and clever resolutions?
Didn't the show start off intending to be educational?
Yes, that's why I love it.
And yet,
It's
I
still
don't learn a damn thing except lore.
No? You don't learn
Yeah, you learn
anything
lore.
I think I'm gonna have to do a full rewatch then.
I mean, you learn lore.
Right, but
I
it
started watching
starts
it
the
because
process.
of Craig Ferguson's enamor with the show.
Ooh, that's a that's a solid hook right there.
He says
But
the
no, yeah,
overarching lesson of the show is that love and good can triumph over.
it started out as essentially almost like was it Mr. Peabody and Sherman and Mr. Peabody, the cartoon where they like had the Wayback Machine and they went back in time, da da da. There was still the lore of him being an alien and etc. and the spaceship and whatnot, but it was meant to educate on historical events as well as morals and ethics, and then it made it to modern media, and we all know what we do with modern media. We have to make it interesting.
Did you know that Mr. Bean? You're just gonna go along with that, huh?
Anything's educational.
Hedonista, I would absolutely give Marlon another chance if he'd request backup. He hasn't yet, and he only wanted to complain in the comments, but he's welcome to request backup if he's still around.
Toaster, I have to ask, how do you feel about Mork and Mindy?
Nano.
That was a very, very emotional and detailed answer, and I appreciate the courage it took for you to say that, Sage.
You know, sometimes you have to do these things, you know.
I miss him.
I do too. I appreciate you reaching out and talking to him, Hedonist, and if he's interested in requesting backup, he certainly may try again.
I think without Robin Williams, we don't get Eddie Izzard, and Eddie Izzard is also amazing.
I think I concur.
Another classic. He was actually one of the first stand-up comedians I actually watched a special of. That and Mitch Hedberg.
I think everyone can agree that the best comic is Sam's.
Is who?
The Comic Sans.
Ha ha ha. You just got tomatoes thrown at you.
Texas Ranger. And if you also think that my jokes are terrible, you can come up and talk about your God belief instead. We've got spaces. Act now.
Yellow pear tomatoes are superior to cherry tomatoes.
I like the yellow ones. I can't remember what they're called.
Yeah, the one I was just talking about, probably. I'm oddly preferential to non-red tomatoes. Paniac, you're not alone. My dogs also do that, which is why my garden is fenced off, because they're jerks.
I believe we've spoken before. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, we have. So, I do have a question.
I said, can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Just 20.
Cool. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that? Fuck off.
Why?
Why would you do that? We've spoken before. You're gonna come up your second time and troll. Maybe I'll give him. Maybe there was a ringtone or something, and an alarm.
I hope that was
just
the
at that moment. We'll give him that. so I better get one ready.
Did what's
Maybe there's one I already have ready.
Wait a
Colin
second.
Brown.
Are you guys telling me some shrimp fried this rice?
Yeah, it looks like it was a call or something. Colin just commented.
He said, "Give me 2 minutes." Why? Why are we giving him 2 minutes? He don't have the Haga. What?
No, he's saying you don't have to. You don't have to give him 2 minutes.
Oh, I see. I was like, what the fuck is Haga?
I also read. I was like, what the fuck are you trying to say?
Is it like the
It's typed haha.
I thought it was some kind of Scottish slang that I wasn't familiar with, like
Some bizarre abbreviation.
well, you know, I'm gonna be the man who's hateful into you.
Yo, Philly, what up?
Yeah. Hey, Philly. Oh, look who we got. A hammy. And eventually Cullen decided to make his way back. Sounds like he's driving a car, though.
Yes, I am driving a car, but I will be parked in a minute.
Clearly you're Ubering.
Howdy, Thrayle.
Howdy, hammy. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Just got home. About to be on mute for a while I scarf down my my taco truck burrito that I'd gotten.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I did have to say, Cyberman is still the correct pronunciation for a singular Cyberman. Because they are a collective, they are a hive mind,
Is that what you learned from Doctor Whom?
No, it's just what I know about hive minds in general. Yes, I saw everybody saying hello to me. Hello. Hello to Philly. Hello to Chupacabra Joe. And and Clown King said hi. So hello.
Yeah. Hello,
Hi.
clown. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm trying to get my dogs to calm down. Give me
One back, and hopefully he's not driving a car or getting a loud phone call in our ears.
Yes, this is me.
This is you. And you're how old again?
20.
And you believe in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yep, I still believe.
You still believe in what?
Something higher than me. I like to call him God.
And what are you calling God?
I call him God, the English word for it.
Yeah, what is it you're calling God?
Oh, I would say that the Bible kind of talks about him a little bit.
Yahweh?
Are you saying you believe in the biblical God? The God
Sure.
referenced in the Bible?
Yeah, he's referenced.
Sure. Which God referenced in the Bible?
Yahweh, not like the side gods.
I see. And so you believe in Yahweh?
Sure. I don't call him Yahweh, but...
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
No.
Why not?
I like to read it thoroughly. I like to get deep, so it takes a long time.
And so you haven't started at the beginning and read through?
Well, I've definitely read through like Genesis and Exodus, but
Sure. Do you believe Genesis and Exodus to be true?
I believe it's a foggy view into history. So some of it's true, a lot of it's just kind of morphed.
What do you mean by more?
Well, just kind of the memory of, escaping Egypt. There's some sort of thing that they escaped from, but whether it was Egypt and whether they crossed the Red Sea and all this stuff, not super important to me, but it's a memory of some sort of movement that they're describing.
Why would that memory be different from what happened?
Well, I think as stories develop over time, it starts to grow and become more colorful and
So you do not believe the Bible to be true and literal?
well, there's still something true about what they're saying, that they are coming out of a certain area.
How does this idea affect your belief?
So it doesn't affect my belief too much because I don't really view the Bible as some sort of scientific text or text that's supposed to be historically accurate. It's more just a group of writings from faithful people and obviously political overtones, but still some sort of direction, you know.
do you believe that direction that the Bible is leaning towards would be correct to your belief? Or is it something separate?
Well, I'm not trying to take it too literal here, but the Bible isn't going in any sort of direction. The people reading the Bible are. So I could say, yeah, I think that like the whole American Christianity is kind of lost.
Science of religion, Colin?
Cognitive science of religion. No.
I think you would you should look into it. It's like understanding the way that religion and religious texts and iconography interplay with society, human psychology, and evolution.
Would he be classified as one of those guys?
No, he's classified as an idiot. Dan McClellan would be in that field.
I don't know if I'd call him an idiot, but
Not everybody who has a PhD is the brightest bulb. There's a lot of PhD holders that are, yeah, idiots.
I may be wrong, but I'd still call him that because I don't like him.
Is the best way to describe him is that he is this is going to sound really, really mean, and I don't mean it to, but he's the dumb person. He does have a PhD, which, don't get me wrong, I will credit him for getting a PhD and normally speaking about the relevant, topics that concern his PhD. However, it's either basic or it is so convoluted with word salad that it renders it absolutely useless.
I get what you're touching at. I don't think that he says too much things that are new. Like reading through his We Who Wrestle with God book, new, I guess. Or, so, I don't know, but people like John Vervaeke, Jonathan Peugeot, I think there's a lot of, Christians today, spiritual people who are pretty smart still.
In my view, he's a Jungian who is used by the corporate elite instill a sort of sense that hierarchical dominance is a good thing, and it's okay to ostracize people and be bigoted.
And while we can probably go on and on and on about him, let's bring it back to the topic of your beliefs and how this incorporates with your beliefs.
I'm cool with that.
So, remind me, how exactly did we get on this topic? Oh,
Sage.
I defended my boy JP. That's what happened.
Why?
I'm kidding.
Was there a question for you about JP?
No, there wasn't.
Okay, so what does any of that have to do with your belief in a God and a non-literal Bible?
I worship JP. It has nothing to do with it. So
fingers hovering. It has nothing to do with it. Okay, great. So you don't take the Bible literally, correct? That's where we were.
Yeah, I think it's kind of dumb to take it literally.
So why do you believe anything from it at all?
It's like glazed over something literal.
How do you know there's anything literal in it?
Well, stories don't just develop for no reason. They develop for some sort of survival reason. There's some sort of identity that carried through, which is clear. The truth is that they've had an identity and it's old, and they're trying to explain their identity. Whether it's made up or not, I think it's pretty foolish to say that it's all just made up. But yeah. But like the Genesis story, or the first days of creation, it's a pretty cool description of kind of the pattern of everything.
So, if I'm understanding you correctly, truth is a requirement for... Is that correct?
Well, I don't read the Bible for history.
I understand. Do you remember the question I asked you? I'm good.
I'm sorry, Colin. Did you just say that you weren't going to answer Morgan's question?
No, I said I don't remember.
He doesn't remember the question that was just asked.
Oh, he does.
There's definitely truth, though.
How do you know that there is truth in it?
Well, for example, the Table of Nations is a way of... It's kind of an interpretation of the Sumerian Kings list, I believe. Well, I think you guys would know that there's a Sumerian Kings list. So, I believe it because I know it. I think Adam was one of the extensions, I guess.
So in order for you to believe something, you just have to know it?
No, there needs to be... Well, for you guys, there needs to be some sort of,
We're not asking about us. We're asking about you.
Oh, if I believe something... For me, I don't need to have physicality for me to believe in it. Like, I believe in love.
So what was the question that I asked you?
You asked me if all it takes for me to believe is to know. That's what you asked.
Right. So can you answer that question, please?
Yeah, I would say I need to know. I need to know it.
Is there anything that you know that you don't believe?
That...
How do you know it if you don't believe it?
Well, I have knowledge, right? I have knowledge of something that's not real. And it's there, but it's just a false representation of reality.
How do you verify it's false?
Well, I have knowledge that there could be a world that's possibly flat. It's just a morphed understanding of reality.
How would you define knowledge?
A accumulation of facts within your psyche or whatever. And understanding is putting those together, and that's when it's cohesive, you know.
How would you verify that these things in your knowledge are factual?
By comparing it to other things. So if I compare my conception of a flat world with me going up in an airplane, and I wouldn't throw it out, but it would kind of go into the fantasy part of my head.
So you would say that there's some method for justifying whether or not these beliefs are actually true.
Yeah, logic. Yeah.
Which is the classical definition for knowledge in philosophy: justified true belief.
Sure, yeah.
Maybe just to get us off the what the fuck background, but how do you have evidence? You said that you believe in a god. Version of reality leads you to come to that belief. Like, how do you confirm it?
Well, it's a presupposition or whatever. So to be or not to be, I choose to be, and then all morals kind of stem from there.
I tried.
So I choose that to be is better than not being. So that's assuming a good, and then I go from there with the morals.
I'm trying to get us back on topic because it's getting like a little bit far from how this relates to your belief in a god.
I just told you why I believe in God. It's a presupposition. I presuppose that there is a good and a bad. Because
let's pull back the emotions a little bit. It was not an attack. It was just a question.
Wait, so you assume your conclusion before you even do anything else?
I've assumed otherwise.
You've what?
I've kind of tried both in my life.
But why would you assume first and then look for evidence?
Opposite. But no, we should be looking for evidence as well. We should be doing both things.
You to change your mind if you don't mind me asking.
My girlfriend became... I broke up with my girlfriend. She was religious. And I stopped being religious. And then I saw the same girl again a year later. And to be with her, I should have been religious again. So I became a Calvinist. I'm still with her, and then I'm no longer a Calvinist. So that's...
So we have the question of, does a God exist? And instead of looking for evidence of it and leading where that goes, you assume it does exist and then look for the evidence.
I would say my evidence would be everybody seems... They do say
well, I think that there's good and bad. What is in us that makes us decipher good from bad? Is it simply a survival thing, or is it something else? Yeah, I was a believer because my ex was. It was pathetic, but I'm a new guy, so
Colin, you know to stay out of the comments.
Oh, he's not respecting this conversation. He's just here to sit up here. He wanted to ask us a question. We haven't let him do that yet. He's here for a genuine conversation and questioning his own beliefs. I don't know what gave you that idea.
Oh, I was gonna ask you if it was okay to drive. That was my question earlier.
Oh, I see. So are you actually here to question your beliefs?
I'm here to, follow the direction of this conversation. So my evidence would be because we, then that eventually leads us to say, what's the ultimate good? And then that's kind of where God comes in.
Why would you assume that there's an ultimate good?
Right? So whether there's an ultimate good or not doesn't necessarily matter. There are multiple goods, and it's really how do I order all these things together in their proper place. But yeah, it's in the
Thrayle, I have no more questions.
I've experienced effects in my life that I do not know where the cause is. And as long as that happens, it's pretty mysterious.
Why do you believe in a God, Colin?
because I believe in because I assume that the experience that I have, I do not know where the cause is. It's nowhere here on Earth, and I assume that it's above me. So whether it's God's or God.
You mean just existing?
Yeah, sure, my existence. I don't know what the cause is.
Have you ever studied biology? Do you know about sexual reproduction?
Shit. Yeah, so sexual reproduction.
So what do you mean you don't know what your cause is?
Well, I don't know what caused, the people who seeded before me.
Have you ever studied evolution?
Yes, some sort of evolutionary process, but
I still don't know what started the life thing.
Have you ever studied abiogenesis?
No.
Well, it seems like now you know where to look. Is it possible that life could have formed without some intended mechanism, without somebody saying, let me make life?
Well, you could say without intention, but I don't think that it could have been formed without some sort of mind.
Why?
Because we're here using our minds to say otherwise. The only thing that creates or knows is a mind. You can't create things without a mind.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
So why should we assume that our existence is because of no mind, you know?
If we don't have a mind, what?
If we don't have a mind, nothing's created, right? There's no Bible written.
Stop. If we don't have a mind, then there's no things created by us, right?
Yes.
And so therefore, what?
Therefore, to assume that life at some point, began.
Well, but, so here's the thing. We created things like the Bible, right? Or just any book, any literature. Take your pick. We created those things. We can recognize these are things created by minds, right? How do we do that? How do we recognize when something's created by a mind?
We see ourselves in it.
What do you mean we see ourselves in it?
Well, we see things made in the image of man.
An antenna, a radio antenna that's made in the image of man.
Sure.
How is that?
It's like a little ear that sticks out. It's like a little head that
Is it an
pops
ear?
out.
Does it look like an ear?
I would say it looks like a little head.
A radio antenna looks like a head.
Yeah, and then the
What kind
body
of
is.
head looks like that.
Well, it's one, right, and it's pointy, and then the body is bigger.
Pointy heads. Heads are pointy now.
Well,
When
they're
did heads
pointier
get
than your.
pointy?
They're pointier than your body.
It's pointier than your body.
Yeah. So
Colin, stop for a moment. You're saying a radio tower is like a head because it's pointier than your body. Are you on something right now? Like, are you lucid and sober, or are you like?
I'm high on life.
Mm-hmm. A radio tower is like your head because it's pointier than your body. Colin Brown says. Colin Brown, 2026. So you're saying that this is the case. A radio tower is like your head because it's pointier than your body.
Well, how about this?
So let me ask you, if you're saying that you see us in things that are designed, how is it you see us in a rock?
We never made rocks.
So are you saying you see God in a rock? In a rock. How did you determine that?
Well, I'm just going off.
So you're just assuming what God sees. Why would you assume what God sees?
You asked me what you asked me.
I asked you if we see ourselves in rocks. You said God sees himself in rocks. I didn't ask you if God sees himself in rocks till you said it. So why are you assuming what God sees?
Sure. Okay, we can see the cosmos in a rock.
You can see the cosmos in a rock? How?
Yeah. It's a mini representation of the cosmos.
How is the rock a mini representation of the cosmos?
Well, it has uniformity and multiplicity.
What do you mean it has uniformity?
So when we refer to rock, we're referring to one thing, right?
Okay. And so when you're talking about the universe, what is the uniformity that you're talking about?
That would be like heaven, or the kind of...
I'm sorry, the cosmos is uniform. In what way are you seeing the cosmos in a rock? You're talking now about heaven, something you haven't seen. So how can you see something you haven't seen in a rock?
Oh, okay. Well, the rock reflects the cosmos because...
Holy fucking shit. Are you, like, terrified of the words I don't know, or do you just have to say the stupidest thing you can up here?
No.
I'm done. The dishonesty is nauseating. I don't care if you can just answer off things that make you feel like you're answering the question. It doesn't sound honest other than I don't know. And that's stupid. I might be tired. That might be me being cranky.
Are you being cranky? Have you eaten today?
I don't remember. It's been a crazy day.
That was rough, yeah.
Cullen Brown, you seriously said radio antennas are like our heads because they're pointier than our bodies. And now you're saying that I'm stupid. You literally are so ineffectual at communicating that you could not maintain literally any kind of dialogue up here. You were just saying literally the weirdest things that you could possibly compute. Either that or is that how you process? This is what happens when I'm cranky. I'm just going to start getting insulting and not very good at it. I don't like to insult people. Why would you request back up? What gives you any indication that I would want you to come back up here and do more of that? There was nothing honest about that conversation. There was nothing genuine about that conversation. There was nothing questioning about that conversation. I'm sure you can, Barfing Toaster.
Why is everyone muted?
Because we were listening to the music and waiting for the next guest. They were also being respectful while I was talking. Okay. But now that you're here, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
29. I'm a grandma.
Congratulations, I guess. I'm not sure how that follows. Like that?
Yes, I believe in God.
Which God do you believe in?
The only God.
Which one is that?
God?
Which God?
The one in...
Seriously, if you can't answer a question, why are you up here?
Like, God from the Bible, or like...
Well, no, it can't be that one, because there's multiple gods in the Bible.
Oh, right.
So it can't be the God from the Bible.
You'd have to
Maybe
get
she
even
didn't know
closer.
which one and she got overwhelmed by the question.
It's the only God. She can try again, but I don't see it going well if that's how she answers questions.
She must have been talking about Allah.
Maybe it was all. That's true. Allah is supposed to be the only of one. That's in the Quran. There aren't other gods, are there?
Well,
So
that's the
maybe she
most
was Muslim.
recent. That's like the most recent update, right?
No, Baha'i. It would be more recent.
Oh,
than
that's
that.
right.
Yeah. And Islam also, I mean, there's an update. There's the Moorish Science Temple of America, which has their the Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America, as written by Noble Drew Ali. Not written by, sorry, conveyed by, because it's a prophecy.
Very, very important distinction there.
Hello?
Hello, above it all. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
48.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Absolutely.
And which god do you believe in?
God the Father, God the Man.
God the Father, God the Man.
No, God the Father or God the Man.
I'm sorry, I just repeated back what you said. You said no, and then repeated back what I said. Are you?
No, I was
Are
answering
you
the
sober?
question.
Are you drunk right now? Is that what's going on?
No, I just woke up.
Okay.
I've
Do you
been
think
on your
maybe you
live
should?
all night.
Well, congratulations. Appreciate you being here, and we do appreciate the sleepers. But which god do you believe in?
There's only one.
Are you sure?
Yep. That's what I
Fascinating.
believe.
So I question people every night on this live, all night, and I probably hear about, I don't know, 150 only gods a week. Which only god are you talking about?
The only God that I believe in.
And so which god is that?
The God that lives in heaven.
Fascinating.
Does that God has it? Okay.
I don't know why she would watch what happened right before she came up and think, I'm going to go do the same fucking thing. I've been watching all night.
thing.
Can I tell my silly joke, Thrayle?
I only hesitate because I've heard some of your jokes before, Sage, but okay.
It's a groaner, definitely. I don't understand why they call Muslims monotheists, because it seems like they believe in Allah-dem.
Allah-dem.
Get out.
That's really good, Hammy. I liked that one.
That wasn't Hammy.
Fuck, I wasn't looking. I apologize. Good
was
joke,
Sage.
Sage.
Groaner, so
Yeah,
you
if
can
it
give
was
it to Hammy.
Hammy, the delivery would have been a little more angry.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Grace be upon you. Please forgive me. Anyways.
Grace be upon you. I don't know if this guest is still in queue, but I mean, we did move on when he couldn't actually formulate answers. But we can see if he's still there. He actually is still there. Wow. But he's driving again, so we'll just set him back down.
Oh my gosh. It has been alive, hasn't it?
It really has. It's been a fucking live.
Have you ever had the thought that just I don't want to live on this planet anymore?
That is the only problem. I don't know which one I'd go to.
I mean, we've got our friend the Martian Fire Yeti, so I'm sure I'm sure we can figure something out.
I always liked Saturn as a little kid.
But they're gas giants. That was disappointing.
Pluto.
Learning that.
Pluto was my my favorite planet. Well, dwarf planet now.
What? Oh,
Mm-hmm.
oh, you say Pluto?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't hear you say the Pluto part, so I got confused.
Sorry. There's other dwarf planets in our solar system too.
Also in the Kuiper Belt.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I couldn't.
Mask is asking if we have a Martian fire yeti. I haven't seen
I
one of
just said
those in a little while. Is he here?
No, he's not here. I just said his name. Because, I mean, if I'm going to be moving off the planet, I would want to, I'd want
Prepare lodging
to
somewhere else.
access, right, especially, like, I want to make sure I have somewhere to stay while I'm looking, and, you know, he's probably the first entity that comes to mind when it comes to interstellar, moving plans.
Yeah, but he kind of implied that Mars was really hot, which makes me question if he's really on Mars, or is he on a different planet and thinks it's Mars.
Ooh, that's a valid point. What if he's on Venus or Mercury?
And he just calls himself a Martian fire yeti.
He just thinks.
This is big news. I don't know if I can handle all of this right now.
Maybe go Spain. I'm not aware. Maybe it is.
Pluto doesn't have that problem.
Due to no atmosphere, that does make sense, go Spain.
I do believe that is correct.
I don't know.
Second guess yourself. I'm pretty
No,
sure that's
definitely
one of the
second guess
reasons.
do second guess yourself. I don't know why you're listening to Morgan. Always second guess yourself and then, ask questions.
Statistically, more often than not, the first answer is the right answer, but that's only in test taking.
In a subject that you've actually studied.
Like I said, test taking. Oh no, now we've convinced Ghost Bane Mars even exists or not.
The average surface temperature on Mars.
Well, trivially, Mars is just a label for like a planet out there. So like Mars doesn't exist, but the planet does.
So the average temperature on Mars during the day in the summer, near the equator, you would get about 80 degrees Fahrenheit. But of course, the poles, you would be looking at negative 200 degrees Fahrenheit, and your average temperature overall is going to be about -80. So even in the direct sun, high noon at the equator in the summer, it's only 80 degrees.
That sounds so nice.
So I'm not getting where the very hot comes from. Then again, I'm in Texas. 80 degrees is like a chilly day. If that happens in the
I'm
summer, it's
melting in
sweater
that level
weather.
of heat.
Yeah, no, 80 degrees in the summer is sweater weather in Texas.
Doesn't that depend on where in Texas?
That's true. It will depend.
Here's shorts weather, so.
No.
Definitely in the old town of El Paso.
Maybe he's actually on Venus and he's a Venusian fire yeti. Doesn't know.
I'm not huffing at you, I promise. That sigh was not for you.
I know. I can tell the difference.
Hey, Martian Fire Yeti just arrived.
I wonder if somebody told him that he was being mentioned. Now he can tell us what planet he really lives on. Since the daytime temperature in Mars at the equator in the summer is 80 degrees Fahrenheit, not very, very hot, as once described. Oh, we had a request right then. I thought for a split second it might actually be the Martian Fire Yeti, but alas, just another
there he is.
ghost in the queue.
My buns were.
Absolutely, Huggy, we will do that. I have a feeling that the end will be much sooner than we expect.
The end is nay.
It might be nay. It's certainly getting to nigh. I feel like, in retrospect, I might have been a little short with the last 3 guests. I'll go that far back. Maybe 4. I thought Marlon was going to come back for sure, and he didn't. So I look forward to maybe another time we'll get to question him. Yeah, I mean, unless there is somebody who actually has a belief in a god or gods, higher power or something like that. I may play a song before we wrap to the end.
Tends to bring him in.
Sometimes. Depends on which song. I wonder if I have a new one. I don't. Let me see. Which is more likely to bring in more theist, Gregorian chants of the hymns or the collected works of the village people? probably the collected works of the village people. I don't know why, but it's a phenomenon I think I've observed recently. But I have no idea what this one's going to sound like, because I forget which one this even is.
Selling paradise like it's on sale. Got a pamphlet in each pocket. Got a script you learn by mail. Tell me this, oh holy salesman, if your truth is carved in stone, why you need my trembling signature to validate your own. Riddle me your savior. If love is free, why the cold on soul? If your heaven's so sure, why the hard little cell? If you're walking with the light, why you yelling about it? You say I'm born already broken. Need your club to make me whole. Funny how to fix your pushing comes with ties and dress codes. Question for you, traveling preacher. Doubt is such a sin. Why'd your founder speak in puzzles and draw questions in the sand? Riddle me your savior. So, if love is free, why the quota on soul? If your heaven's so sure, why the hard little cell? If you're walking with the light, why you yelling about it? If your God can move a mountain, can they handle my no thanks? Or do they need your raised voice and my name inside your ranks? If faith is such a fountain, why you guard it like a gate? If your cup is overflowing, why you scared I won't taste? Tell me, riddle me your savior. Show. If love is free, why the quota on soul? If your heaven's so short, why the hard little cell? If you're walking with the light, why you yelling about? Hey, so keep your script, kind pilgrim. I'll keep questions, you keep trace. If your God can't stand one skeptic, maybe they should call you back. Maybe they should call you back.
Oh, that was a very abrupt change at the end, but yeah, hell yeah.
So good.
That song come from Thrayle?
I might have used a tool I was introduced to, and maybe I enjoyed
That it was you singing.
A little
No.
too tenor.
I mean, I could sing tenor. You'd be surprised.
I think you could, but I don't think that's your natural range.
I sang tenor in
He's
high
a
school.
good fit for that Johnny Cash though.
Well, yeah, duh. Be for real. Come
Also
on.
sang baritone.
Exactly.
It's wherever they needed me.
I was also a range of mezzo soprano all the way down to alto. Couldn't get contralto. That wasn't for me. But yeah, from alto all the way up to soprano was where I got placed.
The song didn't work. If anything, it ran some people off. Oops.
That's a shame.
That was a pretty fascinating display of AI though.
You should hear some of the other ones. Michael V has some really impressive ones.
Like I didn't think the AI would be capable or want, I guess is maybe the wrong word, to produce something so minimalist.
Damn.
It will.
Damn.
It will if you want it to.
Joe, we all do.
I'm playing. What do you think you're listening to right now?
Mm-hmm.
It's a little low for me to hear it.
Well, it's just, strings. But our background music is a tax write-off, exactly, Joe. That could be it, Sage. I do keep it under the mix so it doesn't drown us out while we're talking. But, yeah.
That would certainly do it.
Believe it or not, having like 1,000 airplanes slam down on the deck like 5 feet above you is not good for your ears.
No?
I wonder why.
Weird.
Barfing Toaster thought this was a piano instrumental written and performed by lizards. This one does have some keys in it, you're right.
Mm-hmm. Is it keys or is it a harp?
A harp. I think it might be a harp.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some of them have
convinced
some
that's a
interesting stuff in them. Some of them have like a hurdy-gurdy and...
Frickin' love hurdy-gurdy.
I do too. It's violins, flutes, and then this one with the harp.
If there's one instrument I want to learn as an adult, it's the hurdy-gurdy.
Not theremin.
No, theremin's boring.
So I was proofreading a poem a minute ago, and thinking about it. I'm not sure it's the poem I should read. I think when I've been particularly spicy, I guess is the word. There's a poem I tend to go back to and read at close. It helps me. And maybe it'll help some of you. But I think if I'm going to get any of the other things I need to do today done, and sleep before our next live tonight, then I'm probably going to need to go ahead and get to that poem soon. Unless, of course, we have a request. Yeah. Let me pull up the poem.
Thank you for having me. It was nice to be on panel for a while again, even though we didn't get any good guests.
I know we had one guest who might have been questionable, maybe, if they'd have been, I don't know, listening to the questions instead of just reading the comments. Oh, thank you, Philly. I was just going for that drop. But I guess let's make sure I send out the invites to those who would want to be here.
I can invite PMARS if you like.
No, that's not what I meant, unless he's interested in hearing a poem. Actually, I think I might have blocked his third account. Yeah, because it's really creepy when you come back on a third account after you've been blocked twice. There it is. Okay. Thank you all for being here. I really do appreciate every one of you for your questions, for your comments, for all of the interactions that you've had. For keeping it respectful in the comments and on the panel, even when I am sometimes a little more spicy than I'd prefer to be. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for being the best audience on TikTok, truly. And thank you to all the questioners who joined us on panel, all those who came to be questioned, and of course, thank you to the sleepers, whether they made it to the panel or not. And a huge thank you, of course, to the mods. I couldn't do this without you, so I really appreciate every one of you and everything that you do to make this such a comfortable space for the best audience on TikTok. Thank you so much. And what am I forgetting? Oh, to drop all of you guys.
Wow.
No, I'm just
You mentioned my jokes.
Oh, and thank you, Sage, for the jokes. But thank you, Hammy, of course. Thank you, Sage. Thank you, Clown. Appreciate you. And thank you, Morgan.
Toodle noodles.
Toodles noodles. And appreciate all of you. Thank you again. I see in the requests, but you're like a minute too late, I think. Maybe 2. Because the end of the live, anyways, is nigh. And we will be back again tonight, of course, as we usually are. Who knows how late I'll be, but, you know, I'll be here eventually. And if you want to join this community, see what we get up to behind the scenes, see what I do between the lives, well, then you could always join the Discord. There's a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. Just want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it could look a little lonely. And if you happen to scroll across that Venmo or Cash App and you want to show your support that way, well, I truly appreciate that. Every one of you who helps that way. It really does make all the difference. Thank you. And thank you for helping us with that last gift goal. Oren, Philly Red, Forget Me Not, Cat DeWitch, Paniac, and 96. I really appreciate all of you. Thank you. And I think there's really only one thing left. Take a look at all those others with their other points of view. How dare they be so other? They should all be more like you. The other ways the others have, those other things they do, they should go other somewhere else if they can't behave like you. They spread all of their other facts, regardless of all your truths. Well, if facts be damned, then damn those others who refuse to think like you. But the other has another take, and they see others too. The other who has cursed their name, an other who sounds like you. The other's other, on the other hand, doesn't represent your view. Sure, you might agree on just one thing, but they're not the same as you. Still, the others all together, no matter what your tune. So you other back at all those others, all othering at you. You other their thoughts, beliefs, and style. They other all that you choose. It's a game that's lost by all who play. All except, of course, for you. No, you'll other with grace. Make no mistake, you are one of the few. You are not one of those who will blindly other. No, they can't other like you. They other for anger, and they other for greed. They really don't have a clue. You only like you. We can't blame others for this othering. This game is nothing new. The other piece will play itself, and you'll keep playing you. Through fear and love and paths to dreams, we and the others are moved. But othering others who are mere human beings won't change that they're just like you. And on that note, Until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.